Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated.
here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alu Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Hi! Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alu Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
The tales of a rivalry and competition is here once again at PMSL SEA Fall 2023. I'm Tajman, your host for today, and joining me on stage, we have two of the top players for the next few weeks here. I have Zuxi as well as Tony K from both PERSIJA and also VPE. For now, before we start, Zuxi, how are you feeling?
Perasaan saya ya, senang aja udah siap buat main di week 3.
So it's actually feel good and feel pretty confident to play on this week 3.
He feels really confident, but what about you, Tony K? How are you feeling?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับตอนนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีครับเพราะว่าเป็นวีคสุดท้ายที่ใกล้แข่งไฟนอลแล้วครับ
He's doing good as well
Doing good?
It's now the week 3 and it's the final is coming close.
Right, it is the race for the last stretch here coming through. So let's have some questions starting off with Zuxi first. Now, the first match of week 3, we're about to start. So how are you guys feeling? What's your condition like for today?
Jadi match pertama udah mau mulai nih. Apakah perasaan kamu sekarang dan kondisi tim saat ini?
Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, perasaan kita ya sangat siap banget buat ngadepin week terakhir ini, week 3. Dan kita ngerasa kita benar-benar udah siap juga nanti buat grand final nanti.
So like he mentioned earlier that he feel very ready, and same goes to the team, and he really pretty confident that they're gonna do really well on this week 3 and of course on the grand final as well.
Sounds like manifestation, and we love to hear that for you guys because you guys have always been a little bit more humble on how you approach things, and it's really nice and refreshing to see how you approach the upcoming tournament. Now, coming to this, yesterday you guys posted an Instagram story of the PJEV logo at Pecado on the Miramar map. So can you share with us what is the meaning of this story?
Oke, jadi setelah melihat postingan dari Coach Sinyo tentang logo Persija di Pecado, bisa nggak kamu cerita dikit apa artinya dari postingan itu?
Jadi untuk week 3 day pertama ini kebetulan FaZe Clan kan jadi sama-sama turun di Pecado. Tapi kita buat menyesuaikan juga karena ada kemungkinan kalau FaZe itu ada chance gak lolos ke grand final kalau dilihat dari segi poin. Makanya kita coba latihan lagi dengan drop zone kita, drop spot kita yang sebelumnya yang di PMPL. Kita coba ambil Pecado.
Okay, so basically what Persija is trying to do is they try to do a pre-plan about what's going to happen on grand final. It's because of if we take a look at the point, FaZe Clan have a chance to not qualify to grand final. So Persija take advantage on that, and they're going to try to play on Pecado this week specifically so that they can get used to it for the grand final.
Right, so today is technically I would say a trial run for you guys, so FaZe Clan better watch out. So let's talk a little bit about the last 2 weeks. You guys, you as well as VPE have been really close in score, and who do you think will make it out at the top for this week?
Jadi untuk 2 minggu terakhir ini skor kamu di antara kamu dan juga VPI itu sangat-sangat dekat. Menurut kamu sendirilah Zuxi, apakah kamu ngerasa yang Persija itu bisa di atas VPI di hari terakhir minggu ketiga nanti?
Untuk di week terakhir ini ya kita ngerasa kita punya kapasitas yang bagus juga di tim aku. Aku ngerasa bisalah mengalahin tim juara PMW.
Okay, so basically Zuxi himself think that they have the capability of be the top 1 on this week and try to actually like get advantage and try to beat the back-to-back PNWI champion.
And that is no easy feat coming in for the back-to-back winners. Now, a final question for you guys is, what is your expectations for this upcoming week, week number 3?
Oke, jadi ekspektasi kamu sendiri buat week 3 ini apa?
Untuk ekspektasi kita, bukan dari aku sih, dari tim aku, yang pasti kita main sekonsisten mungkin dan sebagus mungkin lah. Semoga bisa dapetin top 1 ya, bersyukur kalau misalnya dapetin top 3 ya nggak apa-apa.
Okay, so for Persija EVOS, they wanna stay really consistent on every map, and yeah, if they can get a top 1, it's a bonus for them. But then if they can get top 3 by end of this week, it's already good for them. So they can really perform on the grand final.
That's what we want to hear. Thank you so much, Zuxi. For now, let's move on to Tony K. Now, coming up is going to be the first match of week number 3. Now, of course, we know this is the final stretch as we go into the grand finals. What's your new target for this week?
นี่ก็เป็นสัปดาห์ที่ 3 แล้วสำหรับการเก็บคะแนนของทีมของคุณ คุณมีเป้าหมายใหม่อะไรหรือเปล่าสำหรับสัปดาห์นี้ครับเพื่อที่ว่าจะได้ขึ้นมาเป็นอันดับท็อป
ก็มีเป้าหมายท็อป 1 ครับเพราะว่าจะได้เล่นในไฟนอลง่ายๆครับ
So they're aiming for the top 1 spot in order to get to the finals easily.
Right, an easier route is what you want to go for. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys did go there. You guys have such high expectations from you guys as well as your community, given the fact that your track record has been pretty much spotless this year. Now, as we all know, the final week of all the teams is coming up to secure the top in the top 16. And you've only gotten 1 chicken dinner last week. So have you guys made any adjustments or preparations for this week? Can you share it with us? Or is it like a secret thing that's coming up?
อย่างที่รู้กันนะครับว่าสัปดาห์นี้ก็เป็นสัปดาห์สุดท้ายในการเก็บคะแนนแล้ว เพื่อที่จะเข้าไปเป็น 16 ทีมสุดท้ายในรอบไฟนอลแล้วทีมของคุณเนี่ยจากสัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมาก็กินไก่ไปแค่1แมตช์เท่านั้นคุณได้มีการปรับเปลี่ยนแผนการในการเล่นอะไรไหมครับเพื่อที่จะทำให้ performance ของทีมดีขึ้น
ก็อาจจะต้องปรับเปลี่ยนนิดหน่อยครับ เพราะว่าตอนนี้กำลังสลับผู้เล่นลองผู้เล่นกันอยู่ครับ
Okay, they will be trying to, tuning up a little bit on their strategy to play
Right.
in order to, make the performance better.
Right, so we can expect adjustments coming in from VPE, so I'm really excited. So keep an eye out for that, guys. Now, for the past 2 weeks, you and PJEV have been really close in score. And then PJEV just now said that they are so sure that they can overcome you guys, the back-to-back winners of PMWI. What's your thought on this?
จากที่เราได้เห็น performance ของทั้งทีมคุณแล้วก็ทีม PJV เนี่ยคะแนนพวกคุณก็สูสีกันมาโดยตลอดเลยแล้วเขาก็มีความมั่นใจว่าเขาจะสามารถเอาตำแหน่งที่1มาได้คุณมีความคิดเห็นยังไงบ้างครับมีอะไรอยากจะแชร์ไหม
ก็ต้องวัดกันที่มาตรฐานครับว่าใครพลาดน้อยที่สุดครับ
So they're going to set the standard and trying to make sure that they do a mistakes as less as possible.
Right, so they are going to be setting the standard, and I think that you guys are already the standard at this point because of how have you guys been playing. Now, final question would be, is there any team you guys are looking forward to crashing into this week? I know what you guys did on week 1. You can't hide that from me. So, who's your next target?
มีทีมไหนที่จ้องจะสวมเขาเป็นพิเศษไหมครับ
ก็ไม่มีครับก็ต้องโฟกัสตัวเองก่อนครับ เพราะว่าตอนนี้ยังไม่มีทีมไหนมายุ่งครับ
So they are going to focus on themselves
Right,
to make less mistake.
right, focusing.
Optimism. Yeah.
Optimism is key, and we are hearing it from both these teams. Only one will make it to the top. So let's see how today is gonna go. So I'm gonna toss it back to our casters. Let's see how day 1 of week 3 is gonna go on. Bye, guys.
Absolutely interesting interview, and we're back on the Dazzle Cloud. It's gonna be the final week. It's gonna be a boom final week with me, Choo, and as always, the funky and groovy Sir Cloud. As always, we do know he will be charming throughout the entire casting. But speaking of which, now I do love the confidence coming up from both teams. And yeah, right, vampires don't have anybody under your radar. We do know that's gonna be a lie. But I do notice about these Xaviers standing at number 1, even though they didn't score number 1 every single week. It just shows how consistent they are, getting 3rd place consecutively week by week.
Yeah, getting the consistency is always the key in PUBG Mobile, right? If we look at example of like PERSIJA EVOS in week 1, 1 chicken dinner, next round 0, and then 1 dinner 0, and then if you average out, it still doesn't look that great. But at number 3 consistently for the Xavier, then well, it's good because they still able to do very well. So it's all about the level of consistency, about that 1 game or 2 game at the end of the day. But this week we will be keeping an eye on the bottom teams. Are they able to be consistent enough?
Oh man, you talked about the bottom teams. I worry about Boom, especially Boom and GE. I do want GE to squeeze into it last minute, but they are at a tie with Boom Esports. And Boom, it's such a bizarre thing not having them in the grand finals. We do know how big the fan base is coming from the side of Boom Esports. There's going to be a riot happening on if there's no Boom Esports in the grand finals as well. But there will be somebody going down to the bottom 4 by the end of this week. But in case you guys just join us, we're down to the final week here.
Yeah, you remember the final week? It is week number 3. There will not be any more changes next week because next week it will be the finals happening for the 27th of August. So this is going to be the final week, the final sprint to find out who is the bottom 4 that will be eliminated. The top 16 from there will have a chance to score the biggest prize of the total prize for $250.
And in case you guys have no clue how we actually added up all the numbers, it's going to be based on their weekly performance of each team. Now each team will get the league ranking point based on their weekly ranking. The first place will get 20 points, while the last one ended up with 1 point only. So based on the weekly ranking points, all the top 16 teams will proceed to final, while the bottom 4 will be relegated. The one who will actually proceed to final will have the initial points coming up from all the 3 weeks league long, where we take 50% of the point we drag into the initial final points.
And this will be the groups for this week. So specifically for today, group will be taking a break. BTR, Alter Ego, DVD, and FaZe Clan. So see the other 4 groups that will be playing today as the first day. And this will be the last time that we'll see such a grouping. This week will be the last time we'll see such a group, because next week there will not be a group. The top 16 teams will be playing all 3 days in the grand final. So you can look at this right now, remember it on this Sunday, and then that's it. Everything else will be locked in. The top 16 teams will be the finals after that.
And also when it comes to arguably one of the most competitive group right now, I personally feel like it's group D and E, both of them. But we didn't mention about the Xaviers before. They have not scored number 1, but week 1 and week 2 placing themselves consistently at number 3 just plays such a huge impact throughout the overall ranking board.
Yeah, as we can see here, they also score a good contenders as well, 5. But the focus, of course, this week, the other end, Boom and GE tied. And we love these two teams. You mentioned it about it's bizarre not to see Boom in the grand finals, and at the same time, you really want to see GE in the grand finals. I would love to see GE in the grand finals as well because of such an improved performance that they have. But it's the competition. Someone has to go.
Yeah, but when it comes to Team Summer, you have to compare between the first and second place. When it comes to firepower, when it comes to aggressiveness, you have to give it to the side of Vampires here. When it comes to throwables being used, engaging in fights, they're definitely one of the teams that will be most aggressive down there. But these Xaviers know how to balance things out. They're definitely kind of on the lower side compared to Vampires when it comes to damage-wise, but they're very consistent with their placement.
But Vampire, we got 2 players to be focused here. We got K as well as Shrub. Tony K with the most damage and Shrubs with the most assists. But at this moment, the top eliminator is the man who gave us best clutch moments so far in the PMSL. The Peko from RRQ, currently at 9-3 eliminations. 7 more to go to hit the 100 mark for eliminations. Can be done this week.
I mean, like, week 2 has been the Peko week entire week here. Can he bring that momentum into the final week? We do have DBD, BTR, PERSIJA, EVOS, and Baonam United to be the top 4 teams so far in our Sunhawk map. And this will be the final week as well. So there's going to be only 5 more days for the teams, but definitely, 4 more days for each of the teams to play. But coming up from DBD, BTR, PERSIJA, EVOS, MB, and United, they are the middle pack right now. But can they push further in the very last minute?
Well, the good news for at least the top sign-up performers is that BTR isn't playing today. They're taking a break, as well as DB. So the rest will be eyeing that top spot. Right here, we have the recap of whatever last week. We got RRQ who performed really, really well. Even though when during last week, in the last day, they still held on to the spot, despite them not really performing on that 5th day. But it's okay. At the end of the day, it's about ending the first spot.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, RRQ right now stands at the top 3 overalls when it comes to their bonus ranking of all across the board. And they're definitely comfortable up there. We can say that they are definitely getting into the grand final. Same goes for the Xaviers, and BTR not playing since they are in Group B right now. But speaking of the side of BTR, I also mentioned this in the previous week before we close things up to some of our viewers. I feel like Group B do definitely have the biggest advantage, especially in this final week, because they can get a view about what's going to happen in the final week, and they're just resting for today, and they can push their numbers till the very last day of the week. Whilst we do have Group D not playing in the final day. So Semnan, Vampire, XERXIA, and Box do have a lot at stake here. If they cannot push up before we head into their final day, which we're gonna be Saturday, I mean, it's gonna be definitely detrimental.
Yeah, because of the midweek onwards meta change, majority of teams. So it will be nice to set out day number 1 of week 3. You agree with that? Just to see out what will they do. Are they going to do the same thing as the second half of last week, or are they going to change something different for the start of this week? And speaking about the start, it's always going to be Sandhawk. We're going to have the same amount of maps, same maps for all of you throughout this entire season. And after that, we will be going through 3 rounds of Erangels. But after the second round of Erangel, we're having a Margaret break before we continue on with the final Erangel, and we'll wrap up with the 2 Miramas.
Yeah, it's going to be 20 minutes break in between. Hopefully that's enough for the players to reset themselves. But don't forget, there's going to be your remaining days counting for this exclusive PMSL first ever skin during this season. If you missed this, I have nothing else to say. We'll be reminding you guys for the past 2 more weeks, and it's down to the final week here.
Well, this is also definitely be limited. It's not going to be there forever. The Dragon Ball Super Battle event currently inside the game. If you have not tried it out, you've been missing out because it's a very different game mode than what you usually play.
Also, speaking of one of the also remarkable set, and this is going to be the ultimate one. It's going to be the Dandy Grifter, which is going to be only 10 UC for your first ever draw. So try your luck out. Who knows, you might actually be one of the latest luck side. And speaking of final week here, oh man, the only team that didn't score any chicken is still going to be Box. And not just that, the tie between GE and Boom is just because of that 1 chicken dinner difference. But the point is pretty much at a tie. Now, I don't want us to end it up just like how last season ended up. We do have a tie at the very last minute too. The difference is always about the placement of chicken first.
Yeah, and the Box, they had the closest chance of getting the chicken dinner last week, but it had to be PERSIJA EVOS that broke their hearts towards the end inside the Angle game. So, I don't know, getting closer and closer, almost there. Following last week, potentially their last week, they need to score. So, she did my homework.
What the heck? Oh, and this is full jinx, man. I don't know what else to say. But we really wish Box Gaming have a splendid, remarkable start of the final week. But, you know, it's the highest chances to get the chicken for Box Gaming, especially the first day of the final week here, because everybody trying to reset their momentum. But the one that copied me is definitely going to be Cloud. It's not me. I mean, like, this is mine.
Teacher, she copied work. You can ask producer when I give after the show, right after. I just pass straight to producer. Teacher, she copied.
I just hope we didn't jinx and double jinx down there. I mean, like 6 times jinx more than ever. But Box, really, honestly, can you close up the entire season at least with 1 chicken here? What if they don't score, Cloud, honestly speaking?
They don't score. She copy homework. That's why they don't score. She copy homework. Teacher copy homework. No.
Like, everybody copy homework at some stage in life, right? Definitely, I mean.
Yes. Just that Box needs to copy how to get the chicken dinner. That's all. That's the only thing they need to copy.
They tried though. We can see last week a lot of second place, but because of how far being left behind for Box Gaming in week 1 and most of the week 2 before, it just, even though they're quite consistent the final 2 days of week number 2, it feels too far from them. It's a bit tall order for them to catch up. But at least score 1 chicken. But do you think, honestly, can they still squeeze in towards the grand final?
Can they still squeeze the grand final? No. The only way for them to squeeze into the grand final is they need to be like number 1 this week. Even so, they need to hope that a good amount of teams don't score enough points of them. So same goes for Box Gaming, same goes for Team Secret, FaZe as well, because yeah, their points are just really far. They really need to be up there. So in all logical sense, no.
Gotta be tough. But yeah, same goes for I mean, like, Team Secret. for the side of Team Secret, right? I mean, even if they manage to score first place, it's still going to be difficult for them to actually get into the top 16. Because the most they can get is just 23 points. And a high chance the other teams might actually overtake 23 points by end of this week as well. So there are teams that have nothing else to lose here, which will wreak havoc in the game later because they have nothing else to lose. They definitely will play their heart out, just show what they still have that fight in them. And not just that, they will affect other teams' dynamic if they start to change their rotation and drop spot.
Yeah, as what mentioned by PERSIJA earlier on during the interview, so they're going to take, at least for Miramar, FaZe Clan's drop, so totally understandable. For the other maps, I'm not too sure yet. Probably not going to reach for them. But that one drop spot change that we can anticipate is definitely going to boom. They are a nomad at this point. They play according to whichever is not playing on that day. So it will be interesting to see what sort of a drop will they for and how do they adapt to it. Because if we look at them, based on last week's performance where they drop into anywhere empty, not their regular drop spot, don't seem to be in the most comfortable position.
Yeah, they definitely did not show their prowess due to the unfamiliarity of the compound as well. But there are cases where, you know, the pressure was on when it comes to week 2 because it was in the middle of a season, it's the middle of a league. A lot of things can change. When it comes to the final weekend, it's about setting the stone as solid as possible for some teams up there. But definitely a bit of a tall order for the teams already at the very bottom. So less stress for the team at the bottom possibly. But when it comes to the teams on the top 5, the pressure is mounting up.
Yeah, and we will see some lineup changes today. I noticed PB Boy isn't playing. Probably he is still stuck at KLCC after going out with the backpack. But I think I noticed a return. Yeah, that's Iftar. So he has returned back to Yoodo Alliance. In this lineup, Voki is the one taking a break this time. So, week 3, game 1, there's going to be the final sprint.
Yeah, heading towards our finishing line and entering a new different stage entirely, which is going to be the grand finals in the next week. But at least our start of the day, we do have a very generous flight path, just dividing equally for the map of Sunway into 2 parts. But it's all about the circle. It's really heavily depending on the circle when it comes to the smallest map of all, which is going to be Sunway. And we saw it before. Last week, week 2 circle, especially last few days, it was remarkably difficult for the teams. Now, if it's getting harder than that, I have to say, buckle up for all the teams out there.
Yeah, what's getting hard is going to be side of Paradise Resort, GE and D Xavier, round number 554. And here we go, GE taking the sides, whereas for D Xavier, they took the side instead. So they each have their own compound or their own building to loot because they're so close with each other. Well, this fight has to happen for sure. But speaking about another fight that has to happen, Box Gaming and GEEK Fam, and I believe this area seems to be in Camp Alpha.
Speaking of GEEK Fam and Box now, both happen to be desperate enough. On the side of GEEK Fam, they are in the middle pack, but on the lower end when it comes to getting themselves in the grand finals, when it comes to bonus point standings overall, they are at 13. Now, they definitely want to solidify themselves when it comes to top 16, right? You don't want to be at the warning zone or the red line in between here. But these Xaviers, they're definitely strong with the GE team who barely getting in the grand finals. Actually do have the same point as Boom right now. Can they fight this through? I feel like they don't want to take part in any of this. They do know what at stake. They want to go for survival, it seems.
Since Camp Alpha is taking up 2 teams, right? Actually, I'm kind of thinking where Team Secret drop, but the map open, didn't manage to see them. So it's interesting that they changed their drop spot. And so happened that these teams drop in the area where Team Secret is at. I guess both teams really wants the points because their Team Secret is at the last place, so they want to try to take advantage of their current morale or their current situation. But so happened that Team Secret is not here. Instead, these two teams meet up with each other. And now it's going to be a question of whether Box Gaming continue to stay here or not together with GEEK.
Sort of box a lot at cost as well for them. But at the same time, can they make it to the grand finals? It's a wonder for us. Even if they make it, it feels still impossible. With 25 points as a final bonus point standings. But on the side of GEEK Fam, they definitely want to force a fight. They definitely want to go for aggressive. We haven't seen a lot of good plays from them, really surprisingly, in this week or the entire in last week or the entire season here. But GE feels like they've been trapped down there. I'm not sure if Smart will be the only one trying to feed off information towards the rest of the roster, because the other GE players happen to be already leave this vicinity and do have Infinity approaching from the northern side as well. Is it a necessary sacrifice if it happens to be Smart caught up in between, or Funaway will part ways, knowing he still can contribute towards the team other than just relay information?
I guess what he's trying to do is that he wants to get an exit frag and exit himself out there, because it shouldn't be hard for him to run away if he can secure that point fast enough. So he's taking a bit of that risk there, which is hopefully it's a calculated risk for him, because if he gets knocked, then it's pretty much done for him. Like, his team is too far away to save him. He is holding an M4, so that range with that weapon, it is suitable to execute that. Now we're looking at this game. Okay, so 1v1. Okay, so it's an SLK now.
Ooh!
Yep, that is what he wanted, and he got it.
But the rest of the team joining him from the back here. I'm kind of worried for GE, not just because of their standings, because of their positioning right now as well. I do worry about Infinity will start to reach in here and try to be part of this and meddle in this business. But these Xaviers, they definitely heard the gunshot. XERXIA is approaching as well. Possibly everybody have a bit of a glimpse. Maybe this might be a chance of them get the last few circles on top of this. But GE, Master Smart definitely have a huge upgrade of loot from that death box. But the rest of GE still contemplating whether to go in or just, you know, wait it at bay.
Oh, okay. So Team Seeker drop around the area of Barn instead. So the other side. I guess it's also because it's easier to manage rotations in case you're the main peninsula as compared to the Camp Alpha Island. Maybe that's what they think. If you get like the Camp Alpha Island, and then it's going to be a different conversation altogether. But they're setting up a little bit of their strategy this time. Now we come back onto Camp Alpha itself, and it's going to be gaming getting the first knock.
But at the same time, MORPH taking advantage of both teams from above, which is going to be Boo Boo Hoo taking a bit of a vintage view up there. Side of Box and both GEEK Fam, they are not winning this because the third party definitely have the biggest advantage amongst them all. Box already lost Kwang. Same goes to the side of DX. But GEEK also lost one. Box, they're kind of being boxed in around the corner. Boo Boo just make it so difficult for both teams. Oh man, Mika next. Who else going into the points towards the side of MORPH here?
It's mainly due to Bobo Who that team's kind of suffer right now, right? Especially GEEK Fam. He's going to rush in. He's cornered now. They just need to finish it up. Okay, one knock. The follow-up will be able to knock down Snipes. Damroot alone since he's somewhere else. So Box Gaming still has 3 players now with Boo Boo shooting from the high ground of Camp Alpha, so they know somebody's watching them there, but they might not know Damroot. But anyway, Damroot will need to, because he's in the blue now.
Yo, Ruby spotted out. Damroot really want to pin him down. Can he just one tap from this distance? Quite ambitious, but doable still. Damroot chucked down all this booster up there, hoping it will actually give him a bit of faster rotation. I'm not sure if he got himself some buggy at the back. Definitely no vehicles on his side. That's going to be the last play of GEEK Fam taking the blue zone in. Vampires as well. And Box happen to be forced to take the blue since they cannot even pick out due to the side of MORPH just now, right on top of them. Grammar replaying for the side of Boom this time. Yummy May and Raze is still in the fray here. But the shots coming out from afar, I mean, it's quite confusing on the side of Boom to know exactly where the direction came from. But it's definitely going to be, feels like, high chance Paradise Resort Circle.
And GE Xavier is still there. But we're back to MORPH now. Now, they're trying to stop Box Gaming instead. So going up against Team Secret, as Team Secret has the elevation. Nate onto Helton. But keeps it for now. As time gets closer and closer, but the nade came from Kenny. Nice nade from behind.
So Kobe dropping down quite a bit on the side of 7-9 here. They lost a bit of a trading down between these two teams. Putra coming in with a shotgun, but the nade on Tom is right in front of his face here. Dangerous. Chugging quite a number, but Putra calls shots and made it through. But Dab just giving such a nice cover fight with those DBS. But Zral from afar, that spray. Plenty for the side of Team Secret for the space right now. But can he finish off the job? Secures Putra. Try to save up time with those smokes. Just going to obliterate the entire view to the side of SM9. Team Secret have to reposition themselves. Zral try to reach out to Ryza, but the distance is just too big. And we do have BN United creeping up from behind. I mean, Team Secret, they have to resort to part ways and sacrifice Ryza for the sake of survival.
But sacrifices, Box Gaming sacrificed to the hands of MORPH GPS. But at least they still got 2 points. So that's not empty, not an empty-handed round. But for Zral instead, it's going to be hard for him to get away. Now Tam knows where he is, pops up the smoke, but let's see how much time would it buy him, because now Tam is now in another angle, but Tam, shot from the other side is from BN United, so that bought some time for Zral.
You're right. Tom a bit too persistent on chasing out the players. The last of Team Secret down there, causing quite a number. On the side of Zral, not enough ground to run. Tom, one bullet away. That must be devastating. He knows for a fact he doesn't want to let it go. Still tailing Zral from behind, hunting him down. A bit too reckless out of 7-9, but still secures elimination at quite a value out of that chase from the side of 7-9. But now they might walk themselves in a trap, because they are in between Yoodo Alliance and BN United as they follow the bait from Team Secret before and snap in a trap with no way out.
Wow, somehow Zral's still alive after that, after sandwiched by 2 teams. Got Yoodo Alliance coming by. And now we move to Vampire Esports and PERSIJA. But I guess they will be cool at their respective compounds at this moment, because now PERSIJA EVOS, they have a really good on the high ground with this compound. So no big reason for them to really push in on fire yet.
Vampires, on the other hand, Yoodo Alliance, 7-9 just next to each other. Dangerous game. The moment Oli opened fires, that gives away his position. Immediately, Kenny will start to find himself standing and hunt Yoodo Alliance players down. These Xaviers happen to be crossing the same path as his teams, despite Abounam United, who have been eyeing out to a 7-9 for the longest time. But the circle will shrink furthermore. It's right on top of Paradise Resort as well. GE, high value, worth waiting for. Same goes for the side of these Xaviers, but boom, happen to be in the middle of a crossfire as well between REGUM, GE, Vampires, PERSIJA, EVOS marching in. MORPH on the other hand, leaving towards the main island, while Damroot being cornered up. How to get out from here with no vehicles right next to him. That's going to be him running across the border, but got himself quite a number of first aids.
Wow, 7 first aids. You must have collected all of that inside of Camp Alpha, but 7 first aids still locked out by GPX, and we can see that MORPH GPX is just across the blue, so they can still hold Root inside of the blue. Man, this is going to be real hard for Daru. Yes, he can still survive, but when he reaches a certain stage, how many first aids, it didn't matter by the time.
Well, lucky that we don't have 12 or 13 first aids, just like how the old days of Sanok happened. But GEEK fam, regardless of Damroot actually being left alone down there, still managed to wipe out a couple of players from MORPH. He still scored himself at least 1 point, not going empty-handed this time. But I'm not sure if that will attract the entirety of MORPH where they already scored themselves 4, but leaving only 2 players surviving down there. Damn, still finding an exit out, hoping to land himself at least a motorbike. But it feels like a tall shot right now, because we do have links coming up from PERSIJA EVOS gatekeeping this side. Even if they manage to squeeze into cross over this bridge, death will be waiting for them by the hands of PERSIJA EVOS.
Yeah, and Lynx is the only one left here. The circle shifted, so the rest of PERSIJA was probably going into somewhere in the middle of the circle, maybe. So they leave Lynx there just to be the gatekeeper. Pick up a couple of points from that bridge, but nobody's passing by just yet. But Bobo, from this distance, Lynx saw him. So Lynx knows that, someone could pass by. So Lynx, he can decide to stay back a little bit longer to take the point.
But Boo down to last final first aid. Only will depend on bandages after this. I'm not sure how MORPH coming out of this dire situation they're in. Both GEEK fam now finally out, but at least they scored themselves 1 point to keep it going. On the side of MORPH, the moment they step out of it, it's going to be showered by the side of the bullets of PERSIJA EVOS. Might be another team just across them as well. Ratface being spotted out with those picks. A shot. Boo slowly taking the life away of Ratface. And that's going to be one knock. Maybe with the help of Blue Zone, that's going to be make it easier for the side of Boo to finish off the job and secure it and translate to 1 point. But we do have RQ circle this time.
Oh, yeah, RQ has the circle with the high ground. Good position. Boom as well playing in the circle. But on the outside now is the focus, because Vampire Esports is there as well. But before that, we move over to Yoodo Alliance and Semlan. That's the last man, so they are out. The 3 points that they collected was in secret.
It took them quite a long time for them to spot out Kenny just next to Rapper Boy before this, or Olio. But definitely well worth investing. A high value kills coming up from the side of Yoodo Alliance. Just now scored the entirety of Semlan by himself. But at the same time, we spotted out the last player of Team Secret still breathing, but barely hanging on to the very last thread of lifeline by himself down there. PERSIJA EVOS spotted out the entirety of Empires. Right across them do have the elevations. Down to 2 players. Boo who are a bit too reckless this time. Finally finished off by PLAYBOOK. Got nothing else to work around with himself. Last time we saw with the last first 8, that's going to be done. But MORPH still have a couple of players. Vampires being shot from the pan to the fire. What is happening?
Well, what I can tell you is that now the Infinity is happening with XERXIA. XERXIA collected 2 points off the Infinity, and they collect another one by taking out Logan. And the Infinity will be out with a single point.
And despite MORPH actually scores 6 at number 1 right now when it comes to this week, they couldn't hold much longer with the Blue Zone closing in. But XERXIA is getting a 4 by Tony K. When it comes to DBS between these 2 legendaries, you have to give it to XERXIA. Every single time in between these 2 players, the pressure is just mounting up.
The pressure is mounting up for Yoodo Alliance as well, as now fought by XERXIA. Iftar eliminated, and this is his debut after a week-long break due to family reasons. But glad to be back again today. Unfortunately, he got eliminated now by XERXIA. As for the rest of Sunday, still need to get into the circle, but it should be okay for them. It's just next to them. And in case of an emergency, they still have a vehicle.
I feel like we do have our week 1 XERXIA is back here in the game. They're definitely aggressive when it comes to scoreboard. Across all of it, they are dominating with 5 eliminations. But the circle will call the shots for these guys. We'll move back up north, or we'll just land on top of RQB and United and the Xaviers, who's scattered and fanning out thinly. But Yoodo Alliance for their XERXIA on their rampage mode right now for the side of XERXIA. Finally have to put on hold. Yoodo Alliance, GE and PERSIJA EVOS around the corner, but Yoodo Alliance and DX will try to pin down XERXIA on both angles.
Ooh, okay. 3 teams real close to each other. But we move on to the other side. Boom Esports now in action against PERSIJA. Boom will knock down Ichi. Instead, look at an 8 here on Lynx. It should connect, and it does to raise it. Beautifully done. But they managed to get a knock on to Misery on the other side. Now Misery is bleeding out with about 10% of health. But Lynx taken out by the member of GE from the other hill.
Lucky for the side of GE, Master Ichi not been bombarded by anybody, and they have a clear sight and view to revive him at the same time. But the rest of GE has split themselves on top of Paradise Resort and try to steal away all the nations from the sidelines. But at the same time, the circle possibly will move away. And if that's the case here, it's going to be tough for them to take their time to get out from the side of Paradise Resort. But fortunate enough for the side of GE, nobody's actually nearby towards their side. But XERXIA, on the other hand, happened to be in the center of attention. And MORPH Yoodo taking out on one Boom player. A bit of trading down between these two teams. But surviving Boom, definitely in desperate mode to get himself every point possible.
Oh, nice knock there. They'll be happy to eliminate Boom, but BN United will be happy they can eliminate another team and take out the point. This is the rotation from PBE. Now we can see PBE in action, playing without one today. A knockdown, so it's probably their chance to get in, but they don't have the power.
XERXIA kind of at the center between two teams or three, make it even sharper bleeding out. There's no way for them to reach out for him. Have to be sacrificed, abandoned at this state. PBE closing their distance here with XERXIA try to keep them at bay, but BN United taking out one of the highest fragger we have right now, which is going to be Nepeko. But XERXIA spot out H2R, who's playing this week, but PBE will fight back. Mix, the last player of PBE, with the Blues on pressuring behind his back. He have no choice and does to advance forward.
Yeah, PBE now debuting H2R. Okay, let's see if Nate von Mix can land on the member of XERXIA, but looks like it's late combo with a shot from Mix that eliminates XERXIA. XERXIA out, and PE collected 3 points.
So, hoping to just deny their advancement and push towards the side because they need to revive Nepeko. Barely hanging on for Nepeko, down to the last few HP left. Couple of drop of blood and one drop of nade is more than enough to just finish off Nepeko. Assad down, and it's him walking right in the trap of BN United. So he calculated everything perfect. Well, a bit too late for the nade to follow up. They tried to take down an Assad, activating another flank fight to the side of Assad, and that's one more RQ down, leaving only one last player remaining on the side of RQ.
Oh, nice flank for Max. 1 more to go though. Can they finish out the job? But speaking about finish, it's going to be PBE, number 6 elimination points. BN United, still a full squad technically. Willingly they can pick up break. Yes, they should be able to do so. They got about 25 more seconds, so time should be on their side. But besides them, Boom Esports, after all that fight on left, they are still a full squad as well.
It's all about positioning, full squad or not. We've seen this before. Even if you have full squad, if the circle just happen to be against you, all the team will start to shoot you down. And when we try to get out from that blue zone, there's no way out for these guys. But Boom realized a lot at stake here. They advanced a bit earlier than the rest of them. But at the same time, tried to get into the circle. DX already got himself in the center, but lucky for the side of Boom, it's going to be just a duo of these Xaviers trying to stop them out. But we do have GE just next to Boom. The only one that's going to separate them is just going to be this Hills right now. And Yummy may definitely want to scout out if there's any contenders just next to them. So I spotted out the rest of Boom, and Boom just have to fight against a team that have a full squad, which is going to be BN United, and the Blues will start to close in from the side of Yummy May first.
Tough competition here, GE and Boom, but Boom now have the advantage by knocking out member of GE. On the other side, it's BN United, raising knocked out by Mernat. Beautifully done, but Mernat hounded by Yummy, and GE only have one active member left.
So slowly advancing, spot out Yummy May will try to finish off. He got it, he scored. He secures one, but Hexas found it out so well, opening up all the angles and just swings for the entirety of BN United with such fashion, with such finesse. But can he hold his ground here? Down to only 4 HP left. Try to heal up, but JA losing man. That's gonna be the last play. We're down to 3. BN United, all they need to do is just scores and seal the deal here.
GE eliminated. That's where Boom is happy. Yes, maybe no, but at least they're above GE. That's going to be the key fight for this week. BN United, they're rushing into where Parjin is out, but Parjin somewhat that against one but can't defend against the other. PN United back week 3.
They are back. A lot of teams are back here when it comes to week 1 performance. Week 2 have been super quiet. Suddenly week 3, all guns blazing out there. Coming up from BN United, XERXIA, they are craving for those eliminations and try to get their numbers up. But BN United, I have a feeling they're going to go strong in the grand finals, hopefully, because it's not just the end of the league here. We do have another stage which gonna be grand finals, a different gameplay entirely. This is the best time for them to revise all their tactical moves that can be prepared in the grand finals against all the teams here, all the top 16 later on. But I have a feeling this is well deserving for Sowas. You saw how he swings just now, casually with such precision, didn't even whiff a bullet.
Overall great teamwork, I must say, because like how they flank against their opponent of the fights, that was great communication, and that requires a level of confidence as well to execute. So they definitely have it in a game number 1. So it's being back to still that number 1 spot again, just like how they did in week 1. This will be interesting for us to see. So far, yes, Sowas the MVP for round, but we need more MVP performances if they want to secure back their top.
I agree. I mean, like, it's between... I personally feel like Max has been doing such a great work with his flank support fire towards all the enemies. But Sowas, the way he just pushed up to open up the space and advancement of the team depend on Sowas, can he clutch it out in the front line. But Porsche, when it comes to playing as sneaky as possible, look at the numbers of elimination and damage taken. This guy just play at such a genius level like that. He's just so good at camouflaging himself among those bushes.
Yeah, that was really good. I mean, the opponent didn't realize at all that he was there. They found out by getting knocked. But our teams to watch, of course, be United Contender is going to be up there. Boom! Up there as well. They collected a good amount of eliminations. And Parjin, who survived the longest for Xavier, will be at number 3. We got XERXIA. Like what you say, XERXIA feels like the week 1 XERXIA as of game 1. A lot of eliminations in hand, winning their fights. Only the last fight against PB. But other than that, before that fight even happened, they already collected a good amount of elimination.
I will worry for GEEK right now, since they do have better numbers when it comes to the first round of the day. Now, you might actually say this. They still have a couple of more days to go, right? This is still going to be an entire week of week 3. But you have to remember, every single point here on, starting from first map, first day of the final week here, will actually be high value, big impact of the outcome later this week. So every single point will be treated as a dime by these teams, and whatever they have the mistake right now, they cannot afford to do so. The silly mistake, the accident cannot be made at all for the teams at the very bottom. They have to bring out absolute perfection of performance to push the numbers up. But when it comes to the numbers, BN United, they are back here like how they did with week 1 singles for XERXIA, despite they only have 1 placement points.
And Boom, who generally struggled, also got 10 points in total. High 5, looking pretty nice for round number 1. The other end, Vampire Esports. Tony K wanted to set the bar. This is clearly not the bar that they want to set for 1 point. Got eliminated early with a fight with PERSIJA EVOS earlier on. But the biggest unfortunate loser will be the Infinity, the only team without a...
I would say Infinity is definitely just in the middle pack right now. We have to start comparing for the bonus point standings, because this is the final week and they're quite comfortably in the center. If they score another round 5 points of the bonus standing points, I think it's more than enough for them, so they can just, you know, play casually for now. But Mix, I mean, he just started entering last week here. We do have H2R start playing today. PBEC plays such a brilliant game, even though they have 2 new players that don't play as long as not including all 3 weeks.
Yeah, it would be like during the wildcard series, like West Point Mamba, that where Mix came from. They are a very high potential team. Even for the last season's PMSL, they did really well. The grand finals was unfortunate for them. So with Mix coming in already adjusted to the PMSL, at least for the first round, Man, that's looking good so far. PB looking kind of hopeful to gain more points. But as we end our Sandhawk round, that means we'll move on to Erangel and Vampire Esports. Can't wait to start out.
And this is going to be the most important map of them all because it will be played most throughout the entirety of the league itself. Now we do know Sam9 definitely love to go hunting out people when it comes to this particular map. Vampires, it depends on their mood, I assume, if they want to balance out the standings and the elimination in this map, because they do prefer hunting when it comes to Mirama map. But also, we do have, other than Sam9 and Vampire, I think it was BTR, was it? In the fray in the top 4 teams just now. And I talked about the Indonesian teams. This is their preferable map. I think this is the time for them to actually push up the numbers. Same like you guys at home. This is also your skin to chase out for, because it will be only a limited amount of time. We're almost done for the league stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is also limited amount of time. Everything is limited. Nothing is permanent unless you get it for yourself. The first X-Suit, the exclusive glide effect, only available until the 5th of October and is currently inside the game for you to check out.
Also, don't forget that Aston Martin, we only have 1 more month left for you guys, less than a month in fact, for you to get your hands on the exclusive color schemes, only limited in PUBG Mobile. Now back to official business. Everything is super serious when it comes to the final week here. And will it be enough for GE? They definitely have quite consistency when it comes to getting the top 5 and possibly top 7 in the last match. Now can they break the red zone and try to push up at least in the 14th place? I really wish they can get into the grand finals this time.
Yeah, and it's not only about them getting into a position, they also have to sort of hope that Boom doesn't do better than them, because they are now in the same amount of points. So the easiest one for them to really put attention to is that, okay, how Boom is performing. And Boom will be thinking the same as how GE is performing. So when they were close by with each other, they would know they were shooting each at some point. I'm sure Boom had that mindset or that thought that's like, oh, it would be great if we can eliminate them. But that one team who got eliminated early, 14, 2 elimination points, Box Gaming, come on, the rounds are running away. 23 rounds more to go.
I mean, like, oh, my head hurts when I saw them being eliminated earlier. Was it our fault then? But for the sort of Box, I mean, we're not expecting them to get into the grand finals here. We just want them to get a taste of that chicken. That's just it. Because it would be very devastating, extremely sad to see one team just go any chicken throughout the entirety of the league stage. 15 days given, not even one chicken.
Yeah, don't do the DVD of last season, please. DVD.
Oh man.
They're doing very well, so not to worry about the DVD. Oh, come on, Box. This is their chance. I'm counting down the games right now. 23 more games for the league stage, and it's done. So you got to get it in right now, okay? This has to be the round. Come on, spare us the agony.
It's nice to see Mix and H2R just now, and I want to see more of them. But surprisingly, Momboy is not playing. So I do want to see how it will actually fare for PB in Erangel since Momboy is not there. I think he's not playing. Maybe they're going to have the swap later on, because we haven't seen a lot of swap of the players just yet. Maybe we have major swaps later in the second half of the day, because, you know, you need to get the numbers up. It's just that important for Box. It definitely feels very quiet on that side. Everybody's just tense on their side as well. A bit gloomy. But on Yoodo Alliance side, I mean, they are doing okay. They're not too shabby for this season.
Yeah, they're fine. I mean, it's always Yoodo Alliance. They generally do not too bad Southeast Asia scene. Even though they won PMPL Malaysia champions, when it comes to Southeast Asia, they're okay. The one thing about Yoodo Alliance, also known for this as Farang Legend, is that they have not won a major trophy yet. Always the team that's almost there. So, yeah, whether they can do it or not, we'll need to wait and see in the grand finals later. But it's definitely a seed to tell if they can finally grab a trophy.
I don't know what's worse, man. Never have a major trophy on your side. Always get the big ones, but don't score the PMSL like vampires. You know, you got PMWR, you're definitely one of the best in the world. But when it comes to PMSL, it's like, oh, we never got that trophy yet. I don't know what's worse between these two cases. But XERXIA, can they actually surprise us like how they did in week 1? Can they actually stand at number 1 by end of this week?
We need to see. Even if we look at like week 1, the first 2 days, they were doing great. Even in preseason, they were doing great. First few days, they were doing great. But the second half of the week, not so great. So maybe if we kind of look at that, stamina might not be their key thing, but who knows? Maybe week 3 something has worked out for them, so they might change something up. Need to keep an eye on that. GE is the team that is fighting for survival. These need to perform in Wrangle. They need to perform better than Boom.
I agree. I mean, they are in the red zone right now, and Boom as well. Speaking of exhaustion, right? I think the least exhausted players, it's gonna be Boom. Because of how much they've been swapping in and out of players. There's no way you get tired of that, right? But is there any player of Boom's side that never been swapped in and out before? They've been playing alongside with the team entire day, entire week, entire season. Now, we do know that the players already have their gears up. It means that we're ready to go for the next couple of seconds. And we're heading into our first rank of the day. For Box, though, I really wish you can score ones. Because the only Vietnam team that have some troubles down there, it's just going to be Box Gaming right now.
Yeah, Box Gaming. They need a big goal to get out of this. They need like a number 1 spot, and they need to hope that other teams near don't perform. But look at Boom performing, and looking at they got eliminated in round 1. Not looking too hopeful, but let's hold our horses. 23 more games to go before the league ends. We jump straight to the rank.
Yep, we are back in Erangel. We do have more towards the, I think there's going to be more to one side of a map only, which is going to be south in this case. We've seen this flight path before, and it happened to be right on top of flight path. I mean, yeah, great for the players, because they will land themselves right in the circle. But the circle is going to be a difficult one, because it's a very small amount of land there is for them to play on. And then what's worse, to have it north or to have it south? If it happened to be in the center, it's still okay, not too shabby, but it's still going to be a difficult one because of how skewed the flight path is this time.
Yeah, and because of this flight path, right, since BTR is not playing, I would expect to go to Milta this time. For them to drop in Quarry is not the best place to do. A lot of teams don't fancy that area, so it looks like they're going to skip that. As we get PBE drop all the way to the left, leaving Kameshki for later mid. Unless they choose to go up there. Okay, so this is it. So Boom jumping up. Okay, and they are heading towards Milta. Yeah, so it should be Milta draw spot for them. And assuming that the flight path can reach Milta for every round of the rank today, there's probably going to be Boom calling it home.
For Vampires, taking more than it's going to be Northern Circle. I mean, like, it's bad news either how the circle will be because of the flight path itself just now, honestly. But it's going to be one direction only for these guys to go. It's going to be up all the way. And the flight path happens to be on the southern side as well. So definitely going to be a tough start. We do have a couple of early skirmishes. It's going to be GE. They need to fight this like it's their survival. This is literally their survival now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, okay, they need to start out against MORPH, who is doing not too bad now. But MORPH GPS don't have Rocky. At the same time, notices that PERSIJA EVOS fighting against M9. Yoru crashed in, taken out, numbers against him, and 2 points hands of GE.
And GE at least is a good start, but they need to make it fast. If there's another team happen to be passing by, we do know GE is quite good when it comes to the firepower. But it's just those unfortunate timing of them open fights with the other teams happen to be ambushed by another and the third party medals in there. That's how it always goes down. Sam9 on the other hand happen to be passing in between Yoodo Alliance. It feels like Sam9 and Yoodo Alliance like having the same concept of rotation across the map here in any map at all.
Sam9 and Yoodo Alliance. So interesting. Yeah, they did clash a good number of times. Alliance, I remember week 1 they clashed with GEEK a good number of times. After like week 2, mid-week 2 onwards, they don't be meeting as often. So maybe, okay, I'm just taking it from first round, right? So keep an eye on this. Yoodo Alliance 7-9. And if it becomes a pattern like the following rounds, then, well, I guess these two teams just need to work it out.
Because Sunhawk did happen to be the same thing there. If it happens the entire week, both teams, but at least both of them are actually in the top 16 for now. So they can fight it out if they want to. But the one I'm most concerned with is still going to be Boom and GE. Lucky for GE, they took out MORPH players quite early on. But MORPH, when it comes to the overall, they are not entirely safe either. Because they quite at the very bottom too, at the 14th place. And they definitely want to solidify their position. And when it comes to the minimum amount of points, I feel like if you have more than 20 points when it comes to the bonus point standing of overall being accumulated, I think you pretty much can say kind of getting into the grand finals. Possibly, I don't know.
When you say more than 20, means 29 or 21?
20 points as the bonus point standing of all 3 weeks.
So you're saying 20 is enough, done?
No, it's like borderline.
Borderline.
The 20 is going to be borderline. I think solid it will be 25.
So 25. 25 makes more sense. Because if you think about it, right, PBE, Geek Fair, both at 19. Okay, we'll do the math later on because something happening here. PBE choose not to go to Kameshki. So I guess also because like, oh, okay, they looted on the left and then they went to the mountain instead and happened to see a rotation from GE. Happy to pick up the point. It's going to be that. Yeah. While I start doing the math.
Yeah, I mean, a PBE, if they want to go Kamishki, is too far based on the flight path just now. I think it's kind of usual for them, like, the way I see how to rotate throughout the map is also depending heavily towards the flight path just now. If it's somewhere reachable for them to reach out to Kamishki, maybe they will go there. But if it's more to the southern part, usually they drop on the left side of the map around hospital area, cutting across Gatka and taking the mountains if there's, you know, something that they can reach up there. But it's just to go up north all the way. This could be one direction, especially the teams on the SMB side. We're talking about XERXIA, BN United. I think XERXIA already leave around SMB, so they will not be there. Possibly around Milton and Shelter already by now. But Infinity and BN United now. What's the safest way for them to get up to shooting range in Savannah? I feel like BN United, one of the best decisions they can make is actually getting a boat ride to us up north.
Take a boat in case they do have it on the Novo if it spawns and just go up. I remember seeing that before and it didn't work out well. Why? It's because the travel distance is too far and you need to consider that fuel is another thing as well. So with that sort of distance plus fuel plus the blue on your tail, then that's why we don't already have the teams doing that. I believe I only saw it once and it didn't work out well for that for the team. So looking at what BN United was doing, they grabbed the vehicle and probably they're still going to take the vehicle route in which it is slightly faster. They don't need to rotate as far of a distance and they have a good amount of options to cut through. You can cut through the right around the area of Yasnaya in, or well, you can go through the bridge, but that's a little bit of a risk. So I would expect them to cut through Yasnaya instead.
But last time we saw Yasnaya, every single time this kind of circle just pops, right? Yasnaya is going to be one of the most crowded places there is, especially with Boom XERXIA already dropping around Milta Power and Farm Shelter area. There definitely will be overcrowding there. But if they happen to be moving and BN United take the vehicle, I think that's one of the great great pros that you mentioned just now. Last factor about thinking what will affect them throughout the entire sea, especially around the sea area, being knocked down. You still can be revived. The problem is you'll be swimming slowly just to dock yourself on the coastline, and it will actually exploit your position way more. Lucky for BN United, the moment they cross those bridges, nobody gatekeeping it because it's already inside of the blue zone. But to get into the circle, we want to know how many teams are there actually around on top of the Medusa intersection, around school. We do know school, it's going to be some teams that definitely love there, right? But RRQ start to fire towards a team that passing by, which is going to be PBE. Now, that's going to break their formation halfway through.
Yeah, school usually is RRQ, their regular drop spot. But because of like the percentage of land versus the circle, so the high possibility of the circle going up. Hence, we can see a lot of teams already up there around the areas of being range, the high grounds to play with, and whichever team is able to hold that high ground will be. But speaking about holding, GEEK is holding this bridge against the Infinity. Still, when they're still here, they will try to get a point, and definitely you get something out of this.
Quite persistent on staying inside of the blues, and just for the sake of eliminations, Mika spots it out, hoping those picks a shot will connect, and just gonna flat out the tires on Infinity right now. Their buggies cannot be available for them anymore. Boom, taking on MORPH at the same time, but the war of the blue zone will keep on continuing. Infinity, Lobby, and Logan have to make a big U-turn at the back, but Sniper will not willing to let them go as arms are caught off guard. Audrey will try to push and force them to fight back, but on the side of Infinity not taking it was Team Secret, losing men one by one.
Well, one by one, or one from MORPH GPX now. It's boom, 3v1. Should be a straightforward elimination for them, and yeah, the DBS, MORPH GPX goes out early this time, 0 points, and boom, collects the second point of round 2.
2 points in the back. Side of GEEK Fam also scored 2 points now. Boom. What do they decide to do next here? They have plenty of space. RRQ taking a bit of a open space fight. Pop out a couple of smokes. 2 angles have to cover it by themselves. DX and also another team across there. It's going to be Team Secret, who got 1 player being eliminated just now. Box is underneath them. I feel like RRQ happen to be in the center of everybody else on top of shooting range right now.
Yeah, shooting range definitely will be the point, since it's a really good spot, especially the high ground area. Inside of shooting range, not so. That's why we only see like Xavier there. Maybe they thought like, oh, there are many teams up on the high ground, so it's like, oh, it's okay. We'll take the low ground since later up there, and that's absolutely fine as well. If you have the option, definitely you take the hills of shooting range. That would be great. It's just like where RRQ is at.
Yep, same goes for MORPH, but so MORPH, they're lacking manpower, and just now they're being eliminated because they're being split out and breaking their formation. So let's try to scout out Kenny. Kenny already prepare himself those nades, cooking it up in case they decide to fight to the side of 79. But BN United definitely trying to go for a hunt here, where we do have another circle commencing. Boom happen to be right on top of it. Can this be it for the side of Boom? Is this the game changer for them to get themselves into the grand finals here, with Team Secret getting into the fray? Happen to be a huge clash on the left side especially.
Oh yeah, we got 3 teams coming in at about the time. Make that 4 because RRQ is just behind. So they will be really interesting. We'll definitely fight there. And Team Secret fighting against Xavier. And Xavier takes out Team Secret. 0 point for them in this round. So far their total points 2 points. But for Yoodo Alliance, now against GE.
The X pop the smoke, hoping to cross over. Gonna be a bridge of smoke open up by the side of Lamborghini. Vampires start to chase the tails of DX. If they're not leaving here right now for Lamborghini, it definitely will be doomed down there. Lucky enough, he just get out in the nick of time, cross the street, and get across to his rest of the roster, reunite one more, and they will try to move as a unit from there on. Boom, on the other hand, have their guard up to 2-2 formation, split it into 2 sides here. Some of them on the northern side spotted out RRQ in a cluster, while the other two will be playing a bit of a risky game down there on the down south, just a tiny down south down there. Yoodo Alliance, that's going to be them approaching and will try to take out the second last player of GE, while Monet is quite far. Oh, left, right, center. There's no way out for a side of Slim here.
Yeah, unless he can clutch out with a shotgun, which is kind of unlikely. Looking at how he's surrounded. So the happiest team is not going to be Alliance, it's going to be Boom Esports. Looking at the elimination feed now. No, GE only has one player left. And boom, they still have a full squad inside of Symphony, so they can at least still hold their compound.
Logan, spotted out by Olio. There's going to be spray and pray for the side of Yoodo Alliance. They scored it down with an AKM and on top of that buggy. What a remarkable barrel control on the side of Yoodo Alliance. But it's going to be a fish wall out there as Lobby X, that mini 14, knocked down onto his Arctic look, while the rest of Yoodo Alliance will bail the ship away. They will start to move towards the center of the zone. Infinity, this is going to be the last play. We talked about Lobby so much in week 2. Now, when it comes to one versus against the world, can he do it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay, he has first aid. Okay, he should be. Oh, no. No. Going to XERXIA. Oh, no. Bad news for Lobby. Okay, luckily he noticed first. But us know as well. Okay, Lobby says, okay, nope, I don't want any of this.
Oh, man. And XERXIA do have an entire squad as well. Even if Lobby can clutch out to his side of a Z, the support fire coming out afterwards is going to be incredibly painful. And now, the rest of XERXIA seems to be not that interested to take a fight to his infinity, but PBE kind of got stuck down there somewhere, taken out by possibly GEEK fam on top of him on the northern side. While XERXIA, Megamind, the rest of them take a bit of a pause there, just to see if Infinity Lobby X actually follow them through. But they are pushing towards his side, while DX have a near visitor as well. BN United crash in the center between two teams, and it happened in the perfect timing. They are hunting people down for David and Vampires, and this is not doing great for the side of Baunam United.
Okay, aside, but they're kind of sandwiched. PN United knocked down Stone. Uzi is playing today. The Infinity, well, there was no space for Lobby to get in, so I expect him to get eliminated around this time. Now we're back onto Vampire East. Tony K knocks down Swas, the MVP from the previous round, and he has the rest of BN United to quit still.
Oh man, BN United slowly finished off by the hands of Vampires, decimated. The moment they just rush into the center between these two teams, there's no way out at all. It's not going to be enough space for 3 teams confined in two very small compounds. That is. PBE on the other hand still trying to take it slow, but as he spotted out, XERXIA spotted out the inside of GEEK fam, and they're both having a bit of a trade down between these two teams, but the losing side feels like XERXIA in trouble. Oh man, punctured tires, kind of not what they hoped it would be. XERXIA surprisingly being eliminated, even though they spotted out one of the players that happened to be stranded, which was Infinity early on.
Well, it was GEEK fam that caught them, and nice shot from Snipes. They actually punctured the tire before getting the elimination, so that gave him more time to land the shot onto the final member of XERXIA, taking them out. Inside of Severny, center of the circle, it's definitely going to get crowded here. We already 4 teams inside. Yoodo Alliance, that one team on the outside. That's 5 teams. We got 6 more teams, kind of spread across. Now we have FaZe, so maybe the other teams there on the north side instead.
So far, the one that actually on the northern side was Boom early on. They do take a bit of a small town out there. But GEEK spotted out PB equal 1. Slither health remains. My goodness. And being finished off by the other end as well, being stolen away. PBE in shambles. They walk straight into Box Gaming the moment they try to flee away from GEEK fam. And Box easily just finished off 2 players just now with the help of side of GEEK fam, who managed to chug down quite a number of HP. The side of PBE players could survive. But how much longer is just waiting for the inevitable?
Especially if the circle really goes into Severny. Because if we kind of look at this, right, all the entry points of Severny has teams. So the team that comes in later is going to find it hard to get in. RRQ, lucky they're already on the inside, so reviving their one fallen teammate, Asa, will right.
This circle, there's going to be enough for 4 teams so far. 7-9 coming up from the right side. And that's the most of the teams that can actually occupy this area right now. It's just too small to squeeze in more than that. Less than 1 kilometer apart between each other. GEEK fam trying to make way towards the left side, but those come out from the south. It's just overcrowding right now. Box, how to cut across these Xaviers and 7-9 and RRQ at the same time.
I wonder, that is like from the south, right? I wonder how Alliance, as well as Box Gaming, they're going to get in. It's really, really hard. And they have little space down south. Majority of the circle space in the open is like up north. Even if they would say like left or right, there's just too many teams right now. Teams are just too close to each other. The only way is probably to crash into a compound and try to fight.
We've seen that before. That happened to be United, the entire team being eliminated in an instant the moment that happens. Because it's just not one team they have to fight against. If they want to take a compound, they have to squeeze themselves in the middle of 2 teams. And that's what they are doing. Take it straight to the side of Yoodo Alliance first. But one of the members of Box gonna have a bit of trading with Iftar of Yoodo Alliance there. But 2 down the side of Box Gaming. Kwang is actually gonna be next. Repovoiced of health. But Box couldn't make it through. Now, still not justified about Yoodo Alliance how to enter into the circle. There's a street to cross over. They only left with 1 remaining player standing up. And the Packer keep the pressure on. PERSIJA EVOS come out from the back. Yoodo Alliance couldn't actually get out, but Red Face still being secured by Olio. He still have to fight in for Yoodo Alliance for now, but Will Link shut down on Yoodo Alliance.
But it's only Links, but Zaxi's together with him, so Olio 1v2. Let's see if he can pull off a big clutch here, but it's going to be very unlikely as they surround him. And Yoodo Alliance taken out, number 10. But they don't go home at the end. They got 6 million points. But we got action on the side of Boom. They collect the points out of time.
RQ shredded almost is fast for the side of Exos. Like you got first 8 to work through it. DBS in the hands of Zaxi. Thought it will be somebody across them. There's going to be 1 team down there. It's going to be RQ No Mercy. Showing no mercy at all. GE eliminated next. As PERSIJA also full in pursuit of that. Down to only 5 teams. Where 3 teams going down at the same time.
Wow, looks like RQ got bored. And they came out at the right timing. They got those points. Nicely done by RQ. Nice timing. And look, GEEK fam, they managed to enter Severny somehow. But they have Boom, their neighbors next. But luckily enough, Boom is on the other side of the road. As for RQ, they got to get back to each other because D Xavier is getting closer.
RQ definitely praying the circle shift to his side, but these Xaviers take it out of Vampires. Happen to be in the center of everybody else. In between GEEK fam, in between these Xaviers, in between also another team which is going to be across and Boom. Vampires have no space to get out from there. All they need is all they possible to be doing right now for the side of Vampires is just defend their compound. They cannot try to breach out because they will be spotted out by Boom across the street and be fighting the teams they're trying to snatch out the compound from. And RQ is scattered out by the side of Levi. Boom spotted out. RQ is trying to venture into the center as well and try to slowly take it 1 by 1 at 1 step at a time. But Boom have their eyes set and locked to the side of RQ. Hexas. Is that possible way for Hexas to cross the street? Provided he needs so many smokes to open up a bridge, yes, it's possible, but it's going to be a difficult one. Ravenclaw tried to give a bit of an off-angle support fire, and maybe get first spot him out. So Damroot will try to retract his position just to be with the team at the same time, try to take out Vampires and scout out all the teams around them. But who will start the fight first between these 5 teams?
Well, looks like to answer your question, Hexas is already back with me, so it's going to be a straightforward crossover for him. But not going to be a crossover for GEEK fam, as they also have Vampire Esports right in front, sharing the same area. If they choose to cross over, there's going to be Boom. So these teams are just too close for comfort. RRQ trying to manage these now, taking the proactive move by taking out Levi.
Ooh. Oh man, what a Kobe by the side of Levi. A bit of trading down the side of RRQ. This opened up opportunity for the other team to take part and be meddlesome in this kind of a business. RRQ need to save Hexas in an instant. They made swift approach to his side, while Yummy may give the pressure towards the side of Empires a warning shot that you will not try to breach in, but DX is trying to be the third party here. Napako have his guard up and making sure an instant reaction spot them out. DX attracting all the attention around them, and it's going to be one by one, limb by limb, taken out by Boom, RQ and Vampires at the same time.
Okay, here we go. RQ taking the points. They take out one by one. And now D Xavier have been eliminated by RRQ. They got themselves 8 elimination points. Next mission for RX first to reset. And they can hold their position, wait for the circle because they have a good amount of space now.
Ravenclaw try to open up the angles and just go for far flank. But at the same time, Empires do have only 3 players compared to all the other 3 squad. Full roster still up and standing. We might actually have a circle by the end of the day. It's going to be divided just by the street itself between 2 parts of this side of the compound. Ravenclaw tried to force GEEK fam. It's smart coming up from Vampires. Try to force a fight from the back instead of in the center, because if you happen to do that, you're gonna get right in the same boat as the Xaviers just now. So they know what at stake is. So on the side of Empires, they try to take the fight not in the center but at the back line instead. But if the circle shifts here, they will have to force it out anyway to be and pushing themselves in the center if they need it to. It's all about timing. In less than 3 seconds away, we get to know who'll be favored by the circle next.
Aha! Now you get your answer. Half of RRQ is favored, but they should be together. On the other side, it seems like every team still in the circle though. Only RRQ needs to get closer to it. And that is where, I don't know, they want to push the fight against Boom.
It's too risky to force fight. I mean, the only one that have greatest success to fight Boom right now is going to be RRQ, just because of a street in between. That's it. If GEEK fam trying to go for across the street for those fights, they're digging their own grave down there. So everybody try not to open fire unless if needed and got the opportunity to do so. And Boom definitely will be taking all the bullets out towards their next neighbor, which is going to be RRQ. Nobody willing to fight across the street because they will be sharing the same fate as the Xaviers. That's the case here. Yummy May drop a big one to the side of RRQ. Didn't clip anybody, didn't connect. But it's all about, I think it's all about waiting the circle. But Snipes getting score on one big to a side of Ravenclaw. Vampires only left with 2 players down there.
Yeah, right now, GEEK and Vampire, they know they need to clear off each other. In case the road moves away and they need to cross the road, they'll move in the same direction. So before that happens, focus onto each other first. Same goes for Boom Esports and RRQ in a similar situation right now. They managed to get a knockdown. Boom could go for it, and they are going for it with Yummy, as usual with his trusty DBS at the forefront. The building jumps back out. Looks like he will not pursue until his teammates come.
He's following his guts for Yummy May. He definitely feels the call of the gamer's instinct right now. He knows for a fact it's a bit too risky. He's not willing to take up the risk. It's too much to jeopardize for the entire team. Damn root, dropping and finish off Ravenclaw another time. 2 Kobe's in a row now on top of Ravenclaw. He tried to open up the flank. The side of GEEK fam, they're not taking this any more longer, forcing the push out of it. While Yummy May finally spotted under Telco. That's a huge win on the side of Boom because he managed to stop the most aggressive play on the side of RRQ on that side. Down to only 2 of them. Seems like Vampires and RRQ sharing the same fate at this point.
Yeah, and we're back on to GEEK and Vampire. And because they share the same fate, they have to win this fight against GEEK. But it seems like GEEK is winning so far. We only have Tony K and Ravenclaw. The last 2 members happen to be on the outer circle. At the same time, Boom and RRQ still butting heads. As Boom managed to get down, and not only a knockdown, 10 elimination points in the hands of Boom.
On the side of GEEK, they secure an 8 and still have a full score. They can score more than that if they keep this going. in Tina, GEEK and Boom. Have to be extra careful. They all both try to eliminate their own respective neighbor. No mercy, have a glimpse to the side of Ravenclaw. And there's a perfect timing for GEEK fam to push in. But REGUM cannot go for the push. It's a bit too far due to the road. So the best one to actually steal this away is going to be GEEK fam's side. And on the side of REGUM, they have to be aware they are not safe either. Because Boom is starting to closing in the gap. While the side of Tony K trying to finish off GEEK fam slowly but surely across the street. But it feels like the one's winning here. It's going to be Boom. Nobody giving them enough attention for now.
Oh, at this moment, I mean, they do have the numbers against RRQ. So RQ is the one going to play passive. But a Vampire, they don't have a choice. They're on the outside of the circle. They have to take this fight. And Tony K knocks down a beautiful gunplay in there from Tony K. But they're not out of it just yet. The member of GEEK on the other side that they need to deal with. Wow, Boom. Start to put that onto Vampire Esports and GEEK.
Tony K is not out of the woods yet because the Blues will start to close in here. We've seen the best of Tony K. He can clutch it by himself. He made it almost happen before. Can he finally do it this time with 3 teams still in the top 4 here? They still got 6 eliminations in the back. And Tony K secures 5 out of those 6. He got some upgrade of loot, but he needs to jump out now, as the Blue will not be that forgiving this time. Because it's the final stage that is. It's down to the Blue zone and down to the players. Happen to be lucky or not to spot one out. Tony K cannot get out of it, but Mika still being boomed down by Yummy May.
Beautiful Moss from the other side of the road. Now Damer's going to have a tough time. Yes, he has the smoke strip, but it's going to be kind of obvious for Boom where to point the crosshair. As Yummy still holding him back, and Damer pretty much have nowhere to go. Mercy knocked out as well. This is definitely going to be Boom's chicken unless Hexas can pull off a big clutch with his DBS.
There's no time to watch this one out for a side of Boom. They need to revive the MMA. It's playing such a crucial role in this, especially with those DBS and the hand grenades. This is going to be his forte. They need Yummy May to jump back up his feet, but Pumbit slowly taken out of RRQ players, leaving only Hexas alone. While Razy, Boom, spotted out GEEK fam. Damroot is right beneath him. With that DBS, take a leap of faith. Going around the walls, he's shut down on GEEK fam. And Boom scores a Boom with a flawless run. Very finesse touch finishing when it comes to sort of Boom. Such finesse with a full squad. Survived till the end of it.
Wow, Boom is back, ladies and gentlemen. Back with a boom, they say. And with this chicken dinner, early on they were like what? 2nd place? And now with this chicken dinner score, I mean, Boom. Looking really good right now, but that is of course good news for GE, as now Yummy is back in his top 4. Look at this, 8 eliminations, 1,521 damage for a single individual. This is arguably the highest.
Yeah, but he's definitely worth deserving. I mean, like Yummy May, we do know how can this player clutch things out, especially if he got DBS and hand grenades in his pocket. You don't want to approach this guy if he's still alive. When it comes to stage 9, he's still in the compound, he's still full HP, he got hand grenades and DBS. You don't want to fight this monster because he is a DBS god. With 1,005 damage output Deja by this particular player. And look, all add up. All 3 players damage this out is the same amount of damage, maybe even lesser than that, by Yummy alone.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost double Razy. And that, of course, is justified by his elimination points. I mean, more than double, triple even, 8-able, I don't know what to call it, but even as compared to one of his teammates. But with that, they managed to collect a lot of elimination points. Boom, with the chicken dinner. Looking nice, and that decision to go from Milta straight into Severny was the right decision indeed. Now we can see the trend here. Even Boom is to play let's go as close as possible to the middle of the circle.
I agree. I mean, like, when it comes to all Indonesian teams, especially BTR, PERSIJA, EVOS in week 2, and then coming up to RRQ and also Boom these days, all happen to, if the circle is just so far away from us, the first thing we should find is the vehicle first and go straight into the center of the circle. They go straight up to Severny. Just hold on to Severny as much as possible. If they drop quite far from the rest of the teams up there, and they know for a fact it's about timing. Timing of rotation is the most crucial and the biggest factor in this sort of a circle and flight path all add up together. So if you didn't manage to squeeze, and we saw how many teams like Yoodo Alliance, example, and BN United, they were late into the Severny circle. Well, 5 teams already in there. It will not occupy more than 5 teams. It's not going to be enough. If you're late, there's no entry at all for those teams.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for them, but just by chance as well that they went there and they were caught out. But for Boom, entered Severny early. In fact, they were the earliest. So they got that big advantage. Even MORPH, I don't think they even managed to go to Severny just because of how the flight path is, but they made that decision and in there. They got themselves 40 elimination points with that chicken dinner, 24 points this time. But we got 5 teams who suffered without a single point, including previous chicken dinner winner, BN United.
This due to 2 teams getting double digit and just bulldoze their way into the circle. XERXIA, 7-9, BN United, Team Secret, and MORPH. We saw how he ended up on top of MORPH. MORPH really tried to fight it through. They got a couple of knocks, but didn't actually manage to have it converted to their elimination points due to how they caught himself in the center of attention. Same goes for the side of BN United. XERXIA happened to be sharing the same fate. It's all the same sort of story for the teams that late into the circle. But so far, coming up from Boom, this is the Boom that we've been waiting for the past 2 weeks.
Well, they even double BN United, RRQ, and GEEK Fam's points after 2 rounds. Amazing play from super consistent from them. But on the other end, Team Secret still down there. Box Gaming even not that many points collected, and Box Gaming is one of the teams who, if they want survival, they have to really be up there.
And speaking of not just Box Gaming, right? I noticed all of the teams on the second page have a lot, not too much of a gap. But it's still early. I mean, like, still the second game of the day or the final weekend, first day, of course. But speaking of Team Secret and Box, especially Box, I mean, like, honestly, I don't expect them to catch up anymore. It's just too tall of an order for them. And all they need is just have those fighting spirit that they have, those fight in them. I just wish they have a boost of morale push in the very last minute in this Battle Royale game, because we do want to see at least they score a chicken. If they can score a chicken, even if they didn't make it for the grand finals, it's fine. At least you have some closure that, hey, we did score a chicken in PMSL.
Yeah, it's, in other words, it's playing for pride, right? Get that one chicken dinner, and if they are truly fated to not go through the grand finals, by all means, get something. You're not that one lonely team who doesn't get anything. But we're going to get something from our host, Tash Bunny, which is an interview. Take it away.
Week 3 is now here, and we can already see the players are not only finding momentum, but also getting very, very relaxed in the area. Tash Bunny here, your host for today, and it's my pleasure to have from Baonam United, Silence, on stage with me, the coach for the team. And let's talk a little bit about the game. So you guys started off so strong today. You guys started off Sanok with a chicken dinner. So what's the team's mindset like coming into day 1 and week 3?
Team mình vừa mới giành chiến thắng trong trận đầu tiên ha, thì mình đã có một khởi đầu rất là mạnh mẽ và đội đã giành được cái cơm gà đầu tiên của ngày thi đấu ngày hôm nay. Thì không biết là bạn có thể chia sẻ một xíu về cái tâm thế của đội mình đã chuẩn bị như thế nào để bước vào ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của tuần thi đấu thứ 3 không?
Về tuần thi đấu tuần này của team mình thì team mình nhập cuộc khá là với tâm trạng khá là thoải mái và đoàn kết. Cho nên trận top 1 đầu tiên là một niềm vui và một cái động lực cho tuần thi đấu này.
Okay, so actually, we started this week with the mindset we really play comfortably, and we told each other that we play as a team. that's why this winner became our joy and also our motivation for the next stage.
Aw, I really love that he really emphasized joy and teamwork as well, because that is what makes a team. And speaking of that, I mean, like, let's talk a little bit about your performance for last week. You guys didn't perform as stellar as you did on week number 1. No chicken dinners coming to last week. And what kind of obstacles did you guys face, and what did you learn from them?
Nói về cái màn trình diễn của đội mình á, thì có thể nói là tuần vừa rồi cũng là một cái tuần thi đấu không thành công lắm đối với bạn Nam. Thì không biết là tuần vừa rồi mình đã gặp những cái khó khăn gì, mình có thể chia sẻ một xíu được không?
Về tuần thi đấu thứ hai của team mình thì team mình nhập cuộc khá là chậm chạp và phong độ của team mình không được tốt. Đi đôi với đó thì giao tiếp và teamwork của team khá là đi xuống, cho nên chúng mình đã không được kết quả tốt nhất trong tuần thi đấu vừa rồi.
Okay, so last week was not really successful week for the team because we have few problems such as communication, teamwork, and we start the week not really fast. But overall, we finally overcame it.
They overcame, and I think they already answered on question number 1. Communication, teamwork is what made the dream work for them, and I think it's working off really good. And let's talk a little bit about Vietnam in general. You guys had a Vietnamese war in map number 1, where you guys, Bonham United as well as DX, were the top 2 surviving in Sanok. And before ultimately you guys took them down. So now let's talk a little bit about that. Do you guys think that you guys will be able to surpass them and take down the number 1 team in Vietnam, which is Xavier?
Để nói về trận đấu đầu tiên á, thì đó là có thể nói là một trận đấu giữa các team Việt Nam với nhau. Và cuối cùng thì đội Bảo Nam của mình đã đối đầu trực diện với lại team DX. Thì cuối cùng thì người giành chiến thắng là Bảo Nam. Thì không biết là Bảo Nam có đủ cái tự tin để giành được danh hiệu là đội tốt nhất của Việt Nam trong tuần thi đấu ngày hôm nay không?
Về danh hiệu đội thi đấu tốt nhất trong tuần thi đấu này thì mình không dám chắc là chúng mình có thể làm được. Nhưng mình cũng mong tất cả các team Việt Nam của chúng mình có thể thi đấu tốt nhất trong giải đấu này.
So we cannot say that I'm so sure that I will get the best Vietnamese team title for this week. But I really hope that not just us, but all the Vietnamese team can perform well in this week of the tournament.
That is so understandable. Last time I interviewed Xavier, they also said a big, good luck to their brothers. But let's take it a little bit spicy. Let's take it a little bit hot here. Do you want to say anything to Xavier? Anything at all? Should they be careful about you guys, or are you going to wish them well?
Không biết là mình có thể chia sẻ một số cái lời nhắn nhủ gì đó với team DX. Mình có thể nói là các bạn phải cẩn thận chúng tôi đấy, hoặc là mình có thể gửi lời chúc may mắn đến team DX không?
Mình xin gửi lời đến team DX thì có thể thi đấu với một phong độ cao nhất và có thể đạt được thành tích tốt nhất có thể trong giải đấu này. Và đi đồng với đó thì mình cũng chúc team Box có thể thi đấu vượt khỏi phong độ của mình để có thể giành tấm vé đến final. Và mình mong muốn nhất đó là Việt Nam mình có 3 team vào thẳng vòng chung kết final.
Okay, so for DX, I wish you the best of luck, and I wish you can play over yourself and get the best, all the things that you wanted. To Box Gaming Brothers, I really hope that we can see you guys in the final stage. I wish that you can play over your performance, and the most thing that I have in my mind right now that I really want to see 3 teams of Vietnam can be in the final stage.
3 Vietnamese teams in the final stage is what Silence wishes for. Let's see if that will be happening. So let's go pass it over to our casters. Let's see if Vietnam can make it up on top.
I feel like I'm gonna crush his dreams here by saying a box feels a bit tough for them to get out from the trench of the very bottom right now. It's a bit extreme, don't you think, coming up from the Vietnam region, right? Teams on top is the Xaviers at number 1 of overall bonus ranking. And then we have the middle pack, Bonham United. And then you have among the lost. So it's like 3 different levels of Vietnam teams show off their capability down there.
Well, my only takeaway from the interview is that when since say to Xavier says something like a good luck and may all your wishes through, yeah, something along the lines that reminded me of like a victory or something. I don't know, it feels like when you break up, say okay, good luck, may all your wishes come true, bye, see you with never, something like that. But they're going to see each other in the grand finals, very likely.
I thought the biggest breakout line was, "You're too good for me."
That is. If anyone pulls that off, yeah, that will be epic. I want to see that.
Now, just to make things a bit spicier, have anybody told you that, Cloud, in your life story?
Yes.
Oh, really? How many times?
Let's see. That exact line at least once, or maybe twice.
No way!
Yeah.
Your life. That's a very sad love story, by the way. I mean, that's BS, okay? But yeah, we talk about breakup, we talk about love story. It's gonna be the love story between the teams, and for our top performance down there, can they get the MVP of this season? We do have Yummy. Just now was just a magnificent, just astounding performance entirely. Tony K, as always, somebody that reliable to survive to the end, can clutch things out. But Razy and Yummy have to pair this up together. This is just greatest duo on the line of a boom. But GEEK fam squeeze in Sniper.
Yeah, because he lasted the second longest. The longest was Damroot, as always. So they still managed to collect a good amount of points. Also by eliminating their close rivals in that fight. But it's now BN United and Boom. In case you just joined us, they got the chicken. Despite Boom only having one chicken dinner, but their performance is out great as well. They managed to get 10 points and they secured themselves second place in that match. You guys can secure yourself this exclusive skin with the PMSL Southeast Asia limited skin series, the Dream Chaser, the mask as well as the M16 up for grabs.
And also we do have the Battle Royale of Dragon Ball Super mode available for you guys in the game right now. I'm not sure how long this will last, but we definitely waited longer than how much it would last. We do know that for a fact, over a year to wait it out. So you guys have to try it out. And also get yourself the ultimate set available. I'm not sure when this will end, but at least try to have that first draw at only 10 UC. I mean, at least just use that 10 UC for that first draw. If you didn't get it, it's fine. At least you tried.
Yeah, that sounds like bombing, you know. If you don't get into the grand finals, at least you try. Sounds very familiar. At least you try to get the chicken dinner, okay? Now we're like, what, 22 games for them before the week ends for them? So come on, Skibby. I don't know. I mean, I wish, okay, I need to find the word line in Vietnamese after this, just to, you know, try to send the message over.
I mean, like, the only one that we know is Box Gaming Fighting, that's it. That we can actually try to boost up their morale for now. But Box just now, surprisingly, when I rethink about their dropping spot based on the flight path early on, they're one of the few teams that actually get into the circle early. So that was quite surprising coming from the side of Box, didn't try to push up north as fast as they can. And they caught up in a bit of an early skirmish against GE as well. Now Box and GE, especially GE, have more to lose at this point here. They cannot afford to engage too many early skirmishes and unnecessary fight. They have to play it safe. And Boom actually know that for a fact, and that's how they be trying to, you know, resist the temptation to fight early on, but go really aggressive when it comes to the middle of the game itself.
Yeah, that's a strat that has been working for. I believe this is now the trend with the Indonesian teams in general. The middle last week is where they start to shift to like, okay, we play as close as possible to the circle, so you don't need to manage the ping pong circle. That's why we can see a trend of like there are lesser teams starting to play by the edge of the circle. You still get a couple of them. Like Vampire is still going to stick with their gameplay. It looks like PB is doing as well. So you will still have that number, but in the middle it start to get crowded because that's how a lot of these teams are starting to play. And if we only take equation of, okay, Indonesian teams only, well, they make the majority of slots. I wouldn't say majority of slots, but they got the most slots inside of PMSL, which is 6 teams. So this will make it look like a lot of teams are playing in the middle.
That's kind of true. But at the same time, you talked about the Indonesian teams. The only one that actually did not squeeze up to the grand finals as confirmation yet is just going to be Boom right now. So it just shows even though they have the most slots out there, it's well deserving too, because right now, standing up in the top 10, I have to say, out of all the 6 teams, 4 of them on the top 10. Make it 5 of them actually on the top 10, or 4 of them for the South of Indonesian team. It just shows how strong this region is right now.
Yeah, I don't think Indonesia has been a doubtful region when it comes to performance in PUBG Mobile. So 6 slots, yeah, definitely worth it for them. They are putting up a good performance. Even like MORPH GPX, yeah, so far this week not that hard, but they did show potential last week, and we're just on games into week number 3. So even MORPH GPX has a lot of opportunity to come back later on, and still very likely we'll see MORPH GPX into the grand finals too. So we will be heading into our next game, looking over at a few player shots that we can see. I don't see any changes yet, even for Yoodo Alliance. It's still sticking with Iftar. So yeah, Olio, Repo, as well as Luke's playing. And PBE, expect to see the same lineup throughout the week, because this is also preparation for them in the grand finals, because later on, Homeboy will not be playing. Together with his other teammate, will not be playing because they'll be going for a tournament in Romania.
Oh yeah, that tournament. I don't know. I feel like PBE really needed Momboy in this one as well, because it feels like he's the pillar and the one that actually gave a lot of momentum for the team, especially when it comes to the placement and how they rotate throughout the entire map. How they actually know exact time to engage and when not to. But when it comes to the second last wrangle of the day, we don't want to waste any more time. Let's head into it.
Okay, Ranker is going to get an opposite flight path this time from Milta Power to the other end. Slightly more centered, so it's going to be comfortable for most of these teams. At Milta, boom, to go back in there. Now, you mentioned about PBE boy, and they do need him, right? So, quote from the coach. So, last week he wasn't performing how he normally performs. And based on their assessment, is that because of a change of lineup, that they do not have Rankit anymore. Rankit before this was L. So Rankit was the one that kind of controlled Monboy to not overdo things.
But at the same time, yeah.
Yeah, so because they don't have Rankit, so you don't have that one person to control. That's why you notice Monboy is always one of the earlier ones to get knocked out.
But at the same time, we saw a couple of times that Monboy scored the MVP, especially during the day they have those back-to-back chicken dinner. And he just plays such a pillar for the team as well when it comes to his role down there. Very pivotal indeed. And we saw the best of them without Rankit in it, and Monboy just shines. I don't know, maybe that's one of the main factors here we can see. Yes, but when it comes to the circle, I mean, like, oh my god, this circle is totally disgusting right now.
Yeah, I'm just quoting fourth row, the coach. So that's the info that he shared. Of course, it's not like every single round that's the case, but there are certain particular grounds that that shouldn't have happened, and it happened. So that's one of the reasons why he got subbed out at time. But it's also a good opportunity, right, for PBE to really use this moment, this opportunity to solidify this lineup for the grand finals, because that's where it matters. Because that is also where the PMGC slot will matter, because you want to go on to the next stage. Oh, and I got some updated information about the PMGC thing. If you guys are interested, I'm sure you guys are, right? So there's this question, right?
Can you don't leave us hanging? Please finish your sentence here.
I'm about to get to that. All right. So what would happen if a regional point team get the MGC slot through regional points, and they are also top 6? What will happen? So the answer is the slot will go down based on placement in the grand finals, not back to the respective region.
And it's something that's a lot of stake here, and I love that for a fact, because if you base on the regional points, there's nothing that can be done, nothing can be changed since it's already in the past. But if something depends on this grand finals, then they still have a lot to fight for, and something still changeable for the team, since it's something that's not definitely set in stone yet. So I love that point system, and also when it comes to the system, who will be selected for PMGC as well. So when it comes to teams, I just hope they know what they're playing for right now, because even though they're placing themselves at the last place, at least they do still have the fight in them, hopefully. Just like how MORPH. Now, I worry about MORPH right now because it feels like, for me, MORPH, when it comes to the first 2 maps just now, they've fallen back to the trap of first week where they're quite conservative, a bit slower, a bit unsure about their decision making. If you compare it with week 2, everything is just back to back. We do know what we want, just go for it, not thinking twice, not even having a second thought of a doubt. They know exactly, everybody's on the same page. But when it comes to final week, it feels like everything is slowed down for a bit on the side of MORPH.
Well, I guess if we base on like only the previous round, that one situation, so one of their players got eliminated early as they wanted to rotate up north and E took one out. So naturally, like if you're playing with 3 players, your confidence level a little bit more as compared to having a full squad. So to be fair to them, maybe we'll observe that with the next round to see if it's a trend and what sort of situation are they in. But I guess just look at the previous round, that will be the case.
The case of GE, I think GE is doing okay, but they definitely need to get themselves in the top 5 by the end of this week to just solidify their position and the stature when it comes to the overall rankings later on. So GE, they need to play their hearts out down there. Zion, Master Ichi going as a 2-2 formation, some of them sometimes, cutting across the Pachinki, Potato Heels, and Raraku doing the same sort of direction, rotational, when it comes to these 2 teams. It's all about timing, whether they get to have a clash or not, because they are moving in parallel direction and just going straight into each other here. Unless if GE decide to change their course, and it feels like they will do so, knowing the fact they cannot have too much early skirmishes on.
Yeah, because it's going to be potentially a military base circle, right? I mean, we got a 50-50. So to take this really early fight, and if you play with a handicap, it's going to be even harder. Well, we can see a couple of teams already making their way onto military base island, including the Xavier, who normally likes to stop at the lighthouse, and they're still on their way. But because Myrna knocks down Lamborghini, this will stall them.
That was a crazy spray coming up from Myrna. And that was with an AKM, with that long distance shot. If I'm not mistaken, that's even hit fire shot. That was insane coming out from inside of Murnay, how he actually pulled that off. Stopping the Xaviers from the rotation. I kind of stuck in between. And DX being forced to part ways with Lamborghini. One of the most important player in that lineup. And this will come at a cost on the side of DX.
Well, GE really needs the points. So whoever it is, whether it's the Xavier or not, they'll be happy to that point, because now the biggest comparison is going to be between them and Boom. At least the closest comparison, at least, unless we see the next team really falls in terms of performance. Looking at teams like DBD, which is not playing today, MORPH GPX, they're playing. So yeah, we got a few other comparisons close by as well. But that also means that they themselves will need to perform to be on top of those teams at the same time. So if they can pick up a point with the Xavier, where is Lamborghini, they say, I'll take anyone out now.
Oh man. But the thing is, Cloud, it's not just today they have to perform. They have to perform 4 weeks in a row now for each of the teams, because they're going to play 4 days only. You do know one team will have a break each of the day, one group at least, 4 teams there is. But I do love the fact Vampires have Stone play this time. We haven't seen Stone for the entire week 2. Now, finally he is back. Can Vampires change the outcome and the results compared to week 2? Because week 2 was devastating for them.
Yeah. Insider information, you'll probably see Stone a bit more off this week. So, yeah, Stone fans, you guys can be happy. For Sem9 fans, maybe not so. BN United always does this. This kind of role, they'll play the bridge camp, and they're going to do it again because he has reaped them rewards before. So why not? If it's not broken, don't change it. That's why I guess BM9, they're kind of aware that BN United will repeat the same thing. So that's why they're crossing over just like that. But instead, the difference this time, BN United sending SOAS way out there. So SOAS got to be careful. If he gets knocked, that's pretty much it.
Definitely that knows exactly there for so was. He's going to backtrack himself all the way. And that just hover his crosshair right on top of the circle will shift now. It's high chances it's going to be right on top of SMB. Unless it move up north, that's going to be a different story. But when it comes to making it even harder to decide, it decided to just split the map into two sides with the bridge in between. My God, this is going to be a difficult circle for the players.
Yeah, this is where it gets iffy, right? So there was that one game that you were absent and Contra was casting. It looked like SMB until all of a sudden it goes up to Main Peninsula. It got so many teams caught out, including that Boom, who made a long rotation for Pachinki. That was insane. And there's a possibility that it will happen again. But now, Xavier, 3 players against RR, who has a full squad.
Xavier starts to breach in here, trying to flush him out. PERSIJA down on the ground, RRQ fight back. Hexas on the second floor. Asar come out from the back line with a DP28. But Levi with an AKM go just straight up top. Finish off whoever's on the attic area. And DX winning over there. As we can see, the communication on DX seems a bit fluent this time. But RRQ, Nepeko cooking up the nade. Asar taking the front line. While the rest of DZ is trying to revive on PERSIJA, but got finished off by Nepeko instead. They're down to 2. RQ left with a 3. Got another Nepeko. It's going to be 30% of HP left on the side. They're cooking up the nade, but open up his space for them to shoot him down. But Asar will try to give a support fire. The trio of RQ closing in. DX couldn't break through the formation of RQ.
But they took out Hexas instead. One of the key players for RRQ. At least 1 point in hand, but it was just too bad that they lost Lamborghini, so they put them at the advantage against this fight. So 3v4, the likelihood of to win, and so it is. And RRQ will pick up that point. Happy to be at second place right now.
PERSIJA EVOS start fighting against GE. This is not great for GE. Cannot even afford to lose or make mistake in any map at all. There's just how much at stake on the side of GE. Barely getting to the grand finals at 17 spot with the first and second week accumulation points. On the side of PERSIJA EVOS, lucky for a GE. That's too far for the side of PERSIJA EVOS. They cannot push it in. All they can do that coming out from PERSIJA EVOS is just giving those warning shots and just move away. That's it. Because it's not worth for them to invest their time and resources to push in that far from their distance. But Infinity, on the other hand, barely getting on top of the circle, right on the northern side, or which are going to be getting out of Pachinki. But we do have, I think it's going to be PBE on the other side, which is going to be right side of a map here. Will just PBE or Box is there as well. Box taking all the way throughout Pachinki and go up north and just drop himself to his Infinity side. Interesting.
Oh my goodness. I was hoping that, okay, let it go to one side and we decide from there. No! It's still a 50-50. Can be Main Peninsula, can be made to the base island at this stage at the show. Man, the day one players, the teams that are not playing, they're glad they're not in this map.
Oh, definitely, especially that's going to be Group B, if I'm not mistaken. To see this difficult bridge circle, we might actually end it on top of bridge. I've been waiting for this for the longest time. But the sort of Box, how did they get out from here? They're trying to cluster it up together, have to be right in the same compound. But if somebody were to push in there, there's going to be a problem for them. PBE got shot by Mika from afar, but Tom being knocked down, they're fighting back. And the counter fires is here. But PERSIJA EVOS happen to be meddling in between as a third party, taking on the flank side, shooting from off angle. And Sun9, they are quite confused right now whether to fight the other side or this side or a different angle entirely. They push all the way towards the outside of a circle, try to finish off PBI-2R first, while Cool and Rage on the different angle entirely. There's nobody to save H2R at this point.
Well, and at the same time, the blue will close in. I mean, H2R are going to go right now. Yes, he can heal up, but maybe that's it. Unless he can pull off an insane clutch against Sem9. Maybe with the help of his own. I don't know. His other teammates not going for him. But instead, Sem9 has player on his knees as well. But speaking about player on his knees, that's no longer on his knees. Goru eliminated by PN United. Now coming back to H2, are no more first aid on his bandages. And Sam9 has been cornered. I mean, he has nowhere to go.
I'm surprised nobody tried to save up Tom at this point. Now it's going to be Tom finished off by the Blue Zone, if I'm not mistaken. H2 are sitting ducked up here. There's no way for the rest of PB to save him. It's all needed for DAP to just close in. And with that UMP sprayed over. While inside of BN United, they spotted out MORPH player. QEON, not the right timing for that. Oh, man. That's going to be the worst possible situation that you want to have a car flip over that side.
In the open, in front of another team, when the blue closing, it is the worst case scenario. Plus stage 3 moving to stage 4, so insanely tough for him. But now, let's see if it's going to be insanely tough for BN United, because they're playing against 4 players from Yoodo Alliance, and let's get a knock. Break could be in trouble. One last tick of health left, going towards Paul, but Break can't afford to stop. He has to keep moving.
Look, that's not going to break in his sweat to finish off. The player's been knocked down early on, but the circle will speak for itself. Will it move or not? It's going to be SMB entirely, or it's going to be the bridge. There's no way out. GE, they can camp this one out. Just bridge camping all the way, waiting, and blockade will serve them well here, but can they hold their grounds as well? But the one coming up from the other side of Ireland, on the SMB side, definitely well worth investing for their time. Play zone finish off PBE player, which is going to be cool. I have a feeling a lot of players got finished off by the Blue Zone while they're swimming. And a lot of them will resort to swimming as well. But the moment they dock up to SMB, it's basically not living as... At the meantime, it's going to be teams crushing them as the Marines waiting, gatekeeping.
Oh, and team just arriving very pure. My goodness, this is going to be hard for them. And Vampire Esports is in front. So, this is going to be the toughest situation for Team Secret. I don't know if Vampire knows that they're there. But if they do know, then Vampire might go points instead. And as what you mentioned, looks like the dip is happening now. And like 3 teams inside of the water. And we have BN United, the chicken dinner win of game number 1, taken out fairly early this time as well.
Nobody wants to be the receiving end for all the teams out there that try to swim themselves across to a side of SMB. It's ridiculously hard how to go over to the other side. Tony K trying to take advantage, knowing the fact, you know what, it's so hard to swim over that side. Might as well take my time and try to farm more eliminations on this side either. And on Team Secret, they are breaking information all over the place, quite massive really. And just couldn't find himself a place to find comfort or any sort of place to position himself. They can't be advantages.
Yep, there you
Anywhere
go.
they one by one, they're taken out by the side of Empires here.
Yeah, because they have the circle advantage anyway. Circle is behind them. So Team Secret is the one that must force the fight. But obviously going up against, right, they have a lot of firepower. It's not going to be that easy. And then they can even lock Team Secret out just like this.
Oh man, Team Secret down to Helton. But look at the straight line coming out on the side of none other than Sunway. Swimming in a straight line, that's discipline by the way. No, it's actually GE. It's in a straight line. Everyone got themselves an angle of that bridge. But Namcute still managed to break the straight line formation anyhow. With that kind of a distance, that spray there was remarkable coming out from Box Gaming. But 2 players down, Gose and Kwang, would need the help of his teammate to pick them back up. But XERXIA start to get into SMB. They got to those elevations first. They know what's most important. Just like how Boom is actually placing himself quite early on, Pombit is the one being responsible to guard over this angle against the entire team of XERXIA.
Yeah, XERXIA playing by the edge of the circle. Boom is the closest team, but Boom has the numbers unless Earth can get a knock on to put. But not yet. Pombit managed to get into the warehouse, so he's okay for now. He will have time to reset as he go back onto the other side of the bridge. The crucial part in this, so the Infinity GE and Box Gaming together.
Armstar, you have to stand now, Armstar. The Blues start to close in. It's going to be stage 4. It's going to be painful. It's burning all the teams alive here. Infinity Lobby Axe cooking up the nade, hoping to take GE out of the equation here. GE stand strong with their decision making to be on top of this bridge. But slowly, too many teams are desperate to take them out because they need to cross over. And on the side of GE, they're losing more men than they hope for here. Box on the other side and Infinity right across them. And Namq spotted out a leeway and a loophole on top of that bridge. Now that's going to be leaving out GE on all three players left with PERSIJA, EVOS, and also I think that's going to be 7-9 players swimming just, PERSIJA, EVOS, and yeah, it's probably 7-9 swimming just next to each other. Well, GE just taking their greatest time to hold this ground and just gatekeep all the teams from crossing the bridge. But one by one, is going to be taken out by the teams across the other side as well. As Lane secure another, but they left with only 2 players left. GE's got quite a number of elimination on top of the bridge, but Box really want to challenge them head on.
Yeah, GE already got 3 eliminations. And they can still cross. Okay. Play the gatekeeper role, they say. GE still has 3, so it should be okay for them to gatekeep other teams. But they gotta be careful of their behind in case the teams inside of military base can shoot them down. So gotta take care of that. Make sure it's covered enough. Got Range, Misery, and Depth still in the water. Vampire Esports on the bridge. So this is gonna be a interesting because very likely that after this 1 minute 50 second ends, the circle will go entirely to the military base island.
We've never seen a bridge circle ever after the rework of the platform. And will it be the first or will it move back to SMB? Even if it moved back to SMB, there's going to be 7 teams right on top of this bridge right now. There's nowhere exit out for them. They spotted out a boat on the side of Kwang, but it's a bit too late for now. GE on the other end, those actually on top of this bridge can have the advantage, the momentary advantage to just shoot the people that are actually swimming down there. But those actually on top of SMB, it's not safe for them either because they are fighting for the best ground to accommodate themselves based on the situation here. Boom got those elevations, but across the street, all the way downtown, Yoodo Alliance ambushing the taken off guard. But Crazy is just incredible. He's a splatter when it comes to the advantage of the league. He just loved this vehicle, man.
Oh man, who needs guns in this sort of situation, right? Just go all out, but Yoodo Alliance to want to collect better points as well. And they'll be pick up Ripple Boy, okay. But they still need to find their way in. They're on the outside of the circle. And over to Crazy, who was driving across the map. Now by Rocky. And this time, number 10, 5 eliminations for Boom. Still not shabby with the 5 elimination boys. They should be able to hold on to their number 1 spot still. But with me, what can RRQ come up with?
GEEK and Yoodo Alliance just happen to be next to each other. Oleo repositioning. That's going to be Ripple Boy being the only one on top of that mountain for now. On that hill. Mika spotted him out. Here comes the spray with the Scar L, hoping it will connect. It connects in knock, but Mika got hit instead. With the blues and start to burn him off quite live. The circle happened to be shifted all the way to the 1 player. It ended up in no man's land except for 1 man land. Rocky, that is for MORPH.
Ooh, wow, playing in the middle. Praying that nobody comes to him. Everyone else is by the circle. Now, RRQ also at the side. Spots out Yoodo Alliance. See the smoke. So they're sending Nepeko at the front. Nepeko is going to be the one to pass to take out Yoodo Alliance. But they got to be careful in case the loss can come from the bridge. But the bridge is pretty busy as well. We got like still 4 teams in each area.
But the bridge have to reconsider about their time here, which they don't have. Less than 10 seconds. All the teams on top of this bridge will die eventually due to the stage 6 and 7. It will be tremendously painful for them to go against the blue, which they can't even shoot against. RRQ and Nepeko taking the front line as per usual, taking into his side for the entirety of Yoodo Alliance remaining. There's going to be 3 players across them. But at the same time, nobody's tried to check this corner. But I think Oli got a bit of a hunch about what's happening here. He tossed over that grenade, but didn't actually connect to his side of Nepeko. Look at the angles of RRQ. How confident can they be when it comes to their firepower individual skills? They're so separated apart.
Yeah, and they even send Nepeko alone Yoodo Alliance. That is confidence we're talking about. The risk, of course, if he gets, that's pretty much it. A smoke buying time. So both teams not really engaging with each other yet, but RRQ, like what you said, this kind of opening, this kind of off angle that they have, if they can get 1 knock, then Nepeko can do wonders. The best part is that they probably don't know that Nepeko is there.
Oh, they know now. I mean, like, I'm not sure which of the RQ play got knocked down instead. I think it's going to be on top of a bridge, and Nepeko definitely not being spotted out just now. And he just trying to wait for the perfect timing. The thing about Nepeko, yes, he can see a bit reckless sometimes without any covers, just take the fight straight head on. But this guy is actually a genius. He calculated everything, every single detail, very meticulous about his timing to open fires with his enemy. But instead of GE, this is 10 eliminations right on top of the bridge. And we mentioned it before, they can just farm it up, even though they're going to be tough for them to get into the circle later. But on the side of Yoodo Alliance, all backs onto the side of Beko. Here's where he got to. He wiped off the entirety of Yoodo Alliance. They are out by the hands of Nepeko.
Nepeko assassin! My goodness! And I thought they knew that Nepeko is there, but let him go? Or weren't they sure that Nepeko is there? I mean, okay, because it felt like Yoodo Alliance, they tossed in Nepeko's side. It looked like they knew that he was there, but okay, I'm not sure why they let go of Nepeko if they do.
They were checking around the corners. They thought there's nobody there, but not physically trying to check the corners instead. Just checking out with hand grenade will not be enough because it's something that can be avoidable for the teams and moving just an inch away from those explosions. Definitely something to be learned by the side of Yoodo Alliance to check all their corners where they are actually just nearby towards the blue zone. They thought nobody nearby. It's going to be a shame for them, but it's a big win for the side of RRQ. It scores them 8 for now. But on the side of GE, they need to get out. Their farming time is over. The fun time's over for the side of GE. The time's ticking, and the blue zone will shrink, and they'll be stopped by the rest of RRQ. Assad got almost knocked entirely, but Nepeko spotted out Audrey. GEEK fam is his target next. Every person of RRQ is just for himself now.
Yeah, I mean, this guy just wants to chase the MVP, the top dominator perhaps, and that's why he's just going all out. But you gotta be careful now. They know exactly who he is. Drops down to 50% of health, immediately retreats. Plus he does have the circle, so he needs to come back him up. Position compromised now. GEEK fam and RRQ. Spike could be next.
Rocky, that lone survivor of MORPH, got himself the solo man circle. I have a feeling it's not going to last long enough since he's already compromising his own positioning. But RRQ saw multiple times he's being almost knocked entirely, but Nepeko took the shots too much. Damrit knocked him on his knees. He's losing a big player of RRQ down there with a sub-minute to reset, but Nepeko on the other end will be traded for his life up here. And Audrey and the rest of GEEK fam have to move. They don't have vehicle, they are on foot. GEEK fam Damrit is actually taking the front. Rocky playing it quiet. Asa alone by himself. It's going to be all men for themselves here, except for GE, who happen to be moving as a unit, closing up the gap between them and Asa. And Asa already opened fire early on. They know exactly where he's at, but Newsy managed to shoot one down, but unfortunately, he couldn't translate into 1 elimination points in the very last minute.
Yeah, damn to be saved, but Asa can't, as he'll be out. Now we're to the top 4 teams. GE and GEEK fam having a good chance, but Rocky kicking out Ichi from afar. Rocky has been in the circle for the longest time. He was the last man for MORPH GPX, and he still can secure an extra point.
Snipes of GEEK fam being shot from afar. It's possibly going to be Rocky, but Rocky, he is playing a dangerous game. Dap is right behind him. Snipes is actually right behind him, and Dap is across him. He just gave away his position willingly, but Lucky got some covers, but not enough. That bullet drop would drop right on top of Rocky from this distance. GEEK fam, it's down to them to close the game here. They know exactly where Dap is because Snipe see what's fighting Rocky before. Now how for Dap to survive by himself with this miraculous rock to be the only barrier he got?
Yeah, and on top of that, GEEK fam has a good spread. I mean, there's nowhere for him to go now. It's just a matter of time, unless he can get a knock after knock after knock. But nah, it's not going to be the case. GEEK fam wrap it up. They know it's going to be straightforward towards the end. And GEEK fam chicken dinner. Man, after a round that they had the chicken dinner in the previous round, they finally sealed it.
I don't know who's going to be MVP. We saw a lot of kill fit coming up from the side of Damrit for the knocks. but I'm not sure if he managed to secure those eliminations by himself. And when it comes to the numbers, GEEK Fam got quite a double digit as well when it comes to the ending. We saw a lot of teams got double digit just now as GE also kind of performed due to their bridge gatekeeping and stopped so many teams from advancing towards the circle, denying their entrance entirely. But for the side of GEEK Fam, how much they secured down there. Damn Rude been pulling so much of his weight. 4 eliminations with 600 over damage. I have to say, GEEK Fam, they place themselves very far apart, but they know their limits down there.
Yeah, and that they weren't punished by the pickle, just like how Yoodo Alliance were. So with the chicken dinner, good work for GEEK Fam. Finally, they're looking nice for the break. Because last week wasn't that great for GEEK Fam. It wasn't the GEEK Fam that we used to seeing. So it's nice at least before the break, you feel good, you have your meal, feel nice. So when you restart later on, hopefully that carries on the good feels, the good momentum, on to the second half of the day.
Yeah, hopefully it's not going to be the case of XERXIA for today. But that's going to be the first half of the day done for us. But when it comes to the numbers, we're not done yet. Just now, GEEK Fam, they didn't travel as much compared to all the other teams out there, especially RRQ, who dropped them quite far when it comes to on the outskirts of Roshawk, around up there somewhere. But on the side of our GEEK Fam, they're dropping right inside of circle since the start. Around the Ferry Pier, around Primorphs, around there somewhere. So they don't really need to, you know, go away so much. But lucky for GEEK Fam, they crossed the bridge early on. They put the bet on, you know what, I feel like it's going to be SMB circle, entirely SMB circle. They took the shot. GE, they played very smart this time. I love how they played. In RRQ, I mean, you can see individual skills play at its best coming out inside of RRQ.
Yeah, one thing that gives GE the advantage is because they took the lighthouse first before Xavier, who normally like to take the lighthouse. So that lighthouse gave them the advantage of pushing back teams. When during the circle, that's one. And when the circle starts to shift slowly, they are one of the first teams to get at the bridge. Circle is always behind them, and they are the ones who gatekeep the other teams from past the bridge from there.
Now, Boom is a bad example of trying to push it too much. You know, you bit more than you can chew on the side of Boom. Their placement is not that bad, but yeah, the circle moves away, but this is actually them winning. They don't have to actually cross the limit, over the limit down there. And we do know Razer actually got a bit clutch with those vehicles, but the moment they overextend those recklessness, where they try to drive in the middle of nowhere and just try to squeeze themselves in the last minute, that's where the entire team went down.
Yes, that's what you get when you're like, yeah, we will still be at #1 after this. Yeah, so got a little bit confident, got a little bit naughty there, but still they got 5 points. It's okay. They should still maintain that #1 spot. But yeah, they should still maintain the #1 spot. But we'll have a confirmation later on anyway. The other end of this chart, Team Secret, another round, 0 for them. This is really going nowhere for Team Secret.
And also alarming for Infinity now. So many times we haven't seen them score as much. Because last time we saw Infinity also scored a 0 for the side of Team Secret. I feel like they need to have a bit of a fight down there. I mean, for Infinity they score only 1 point across 3 maps. Which slightly just better. Team Secret just 2 points. If you compare with Box, at least they still have a bit of a fight. But GEEK Fam, Boom, and REQ, GE start to push the numbers. Now GE have to maintain in order to be in the grand finals for the entire week in the top 5 if they want to make it.
Yeah, ideally catch a Boom, but a lot more games to go. Now the point difference is 12 points difference with Boom, so 1 point change everything. Although we are still very early in the week, so all the points are really close. Just 1 round can change a lot still at this stage.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, for DBD and MORPH, and as well as GEEK Fam, I mean, like, lucky for GEEK Fam, actually a very great start of the week for them. But on the side of DBD, who's not playing still, and also for MORPH, who already started playing, we haven't seen the best of them, just like how they did in week 2. They're not safe either. If Boom and GE decide to really go all out this week, just like how they performed just now, and just manage to maintain the momentum the entire week, another 2 team will be pushed down.
that is true. So there are a few equations to this. I'm just putting the most obvious one, GE and Boom. But yeah, if you think about it, there are a very close one. DBD is not playing today, so we'll leave that conversation for tomorrow. But GPX could be the one. I don't know, because it's not the hottest so far of GPX. They would just do okay, but they can do better. But let's see if they can do better after this break, because we'll be taking a market break, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see you guys after this.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
day, starting off on Erangel with a chicken dinner. With me, I have Yummy on the stage, and we all know when it comes to Yummy, he tries to get that chicken dinner. Right, Yummy? Is that true? Okay, never mind. But let's talk a little bit about your match just now. You guys had a really good match. Walk me through what happened in that map, because honestly, that was a pretty rough circle.
Oke, jadi di Erangel tadi kamu mendapatkan hasil yang baik. Bisa cerita sedikit nggak apa yang terjadi? Soalnya itu circle yang tidak mudah lah untuk semua tim.
Yang terjadi mungkin kita udah baca gamenya kayak di situ sepi, jadi kita ngambil saver nih.
So basically they already predicted that area was a bit safe for them. So that's one of the reason why they can get a good game.
Right, Severny, because it was a Severny circle, so they didn't have to move anywhere. So you guys were also known as the team that has some insane comebacks. You guys really always make it to the top at the final week. So is this all planned?
Jadi Boom itu salah satu tim yang bisa dibilang tim-tim yang sering melakukan comeback lah di ujung-ujung. Adakah itu secara sesuai prediksi ataupun kalian udah merancana ataupun cuman ya sekadar tiba-tiba aja gitu?
Mungkin kalau dari in-game kita ngelebihin percaya dirinya, PD-nya gitu, jadi bisa comeback.
So basically it's all because of the confidence that they have, and the players itself, they try hard as best as they can so that they can perform, they can give a good outcome.
So I guess they're a very heavy pressure cooker team. I suppose that the bigger the pressure, the better they perform. And speaking about that, let's talk about last game. Because after that chicken dinner, you guys were one of the teams who were eliminated quite early. But before that, you guys did run over 2 players first, which I love, by the way. So let's talk a little bit about that. Because you guys have these moments where you guys go super insane on one map and the next map you guys are gone. Is that an overheat or just an unlucky moment?
Oke, jadi kalian setelah mendapatkan chicken di game pertama, game Erangel tadi, seterusnya itu kalian sering tusun, kayak melakukan kesalahan ataupun blunder lah. Adakah itu gara-gara cuman pure blunder ataupun ya bad luck aja gitu?
Bad luck terus blunder dari diriku sendiri.
Gimana?
Blunder dari diriku sendiri.
Okay. So basically Yami take all the blame on what happened on those 2 games. So basically it's just of his own mistake.
His own mistake. So game 1, it was his, I think he did something right to get chicken dinner. And then game 2, he, I'm not sure why exactly do you say it's your fault? What did you do?
Jadi kenapa kamu bilang itu salah kamu sendiri? Apa yang kamu lakukan?
Yang tadi tusun gara-gara overpick.
Okay, so basically he's overpicking the enemy. So that's one of the reason why the team got too soon.
Right, so it was an overheat. So we love a team that owns their mistakes, and this is great because you can move on to the next game. So you guys are currently on number 16 in the week 2 bonus point leaderboard, and you know you need to hit that 16th place to be moving forward into the grand finals next week. And speaking of points, GE is also in the same amount of points with you guys as 13 points. How safe do you guys feel, and how confident do you guys feel that you guys be going to the grand finals?
Oke, jadi buat overall bonus point itu kalian berada di hashtag 16 dan kita tahulah yang 16 tim doang yang bakal pergi ke grand final. Tapi ada juga tim yang GE sama poin sama kalian, yaitu 13 poin. Apakah kamu ngerasa dengan posisi kamu sekarang itu udah aman buat kalian ke grand final? Dan apakah kalian ngerasa yang kalian itu confident, pede banget buat lolos ke grand final?
Kita yang pertama nggak mikirin tim lain, terus kedua kita udah pede banget lah bisa lolos ke grand final.
So basically, he don't care about GE, he don't care about other teams, they just gonna focus on themselves. And yes, they are pretty confident that they're gonna make it through.
Right, so Boom Esports, as I say one more time, an insane team with insane comebacks. They have a few more days to catch up. But before that, we still have 3 more games to go. So gonna toss it to our casters. Let's see how Boom Esports fares.
Thank you so much, Tash, our lady in white dress, and also Jung's our translator. Definitely Yummy May when it comes to Boom's player to speak out what happened really for the teams. It feels like he owned his mistake, and definitely kind of obvious because they were extended over the fight, which is unnecessary. But speaking of which, they're definitely not how do I say this? Not worry about not getting to the grand finals. I love that confidence. It just shows by itself about how aggressive they can get, the hostility shown in the match itself.
Oh yeah, the comeback team, right? Looking good. Yeah, not gonna lie. I mean, besides like having the confidence, I totally like the part where it's like, oh, I own up to my own mistakes. Oh, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's a good reflection of your own performance, and if you're able to reflect and if you're able to like pinpoint out, it's like, okay, yeah, that was my fault. That means you know what to fix and you know what to do in the next round. So with that sort of like self-consciousness, liking the attitude that Boom has, and it seems to be looking good for them if they continue on with this kind of mental attitude.
Yeah, I love how the player reflect what really happened in the previous map. That was a very short amount of time for them to revise and to go back to the drawing map to see what really made mistakes and what mistake can be rectified for the next map as well, because they don't have much time.
Yeah, but we saw GE did something, and of course the Telco did something to Yoodo Alliance from his amazing ninja backstab. That was something crazy. GE is also another team that we got out on whether they can make the great escape or not. Smile, 6 eliminations compared to those 5. 3 out of those 5 was from Yoodo Alliance. I mean, that broke Yoodo Alliance's heart. Other than that, the throwables used is of course towards the Telco. So far, we have a different nation taking different slots throughout today. If we can fill the last 3 with different flags, then we will have a new record for the PMSL this season.
We're waiting for the tie to actually come up here. Singers on the side of GE coming up, the only team from Myanmar and PBE from the Philippines. But also we cannot stress enough about how important it is for you guys to get yourself this exclusive first time ever PMSL South Asia skin, which is going to be gone in a couple of weeks now, because it's going to be limited amount of time. You guys saw the trailer, it was amazing, but you can actually have it as your own as well.
And this is definitely in for a limited amount of time, because back to the Royal Pass, the new beach and pool party theme game right now. Get it, reward yourself while you play the game.
And also, speaking of killing 2 birds with 1 stone while you're watching PMSL this season, don't forget you guys can get a very rare occasion of getting this cosmetic for vehicles going on, which is going to be Aston Martin vehicles exclusive color scheme for you guys in the Battle Royale. Back to business we go when it comes to the official matches later on. And so far, feels like a box really having it tough, and we might actually ended up the entire series or the entire league without them scoring any chicken.
21 more games to go. I'm down, okay? 21 more games to go for Box to score that 1 chicken. Yep, it's all here, Box. It's all here. So 21 more games to go. And they come up with it. I mean, it was rough circle, not gonna lie. So if they get another rough circle, I really don't know how. Yeah, so far today the circles, well, at least for the Erangel circles, it's pretty tough, I must say.
It was total garbage. What do you mean? It was definitely disgusting to start with, and it just ended up right nearby the bridge till the very last minute shifted back down to FSMB. And most of the team being eliminated right on top of that bridge as a first start. But when it comes to the final wrangle, say for the entire wrangle here today has been not been kind for the players. If it happened to be the flight path and the circle itself just tucked in one corner and the flight path just another corner entirely different, it's just incredibly tough for a lot of teams to survive that.
Yeah, including Vampire. Well, although they got a good amount of eliminations by gatekeeping Team Secret, overall, it was a tough circle because, yeah, if you're on the wrong side with that sort of situation, at that time it was like, what, stage 4, stage 5? Yeah, it gets really, really difficult. GEEK Fam, on the other hand, they did okay. I mean, yeah, they did all right because they lasted long enough. I can't say the same for Team Secret. I mean, I think this the inevitable result that even they expect. So it's more like playing for pride. Just like this guy. Wow.
He's playing for pride.
Back.
Yeah. Mampa. And this time he got his hair cut short. And no pineapple hair. But at the same time, speaking of 790, is one of the OG 9 players. And it's been lasted long enough. But incredible, even though it has been different of Vera, swapping after one hand to the other, one region trophy and the championship. he still can perform as well as the new Gen Z.
Oh, do you know the story of the short hair for all the Sem9s? Including
Tell me
Mappa.
about it.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't have the pineapple hair. So this is before PMWI. So they made a pledge. If they win the voting to PMWI, all of them will go bald. So that's why they're still growing hair.
Okay, I didn't know you can actually. Well, I mean, that's an one. But they are men of honor, so they actually stick to their word. It's a good thing, especially if you guys are definitely happy to see somebody bold. But back towards the PERSIJA EVOS team now. They're hot today, but we do know they're quite confirmed to get into the grand. Not all the team all out here today because they just want to get into the grand finals. They want to show off their secret trump card before the grand finals itself.
Yeah, I mean, PERSIJA EVOS should be alright. I mean, they pretty much are the clear now to the grand finals. Not too worried about them. But I'll be worried for PBE in the grand finals because for this exact lineup that we can see on screen, this is their first tournament together in this lineup because of the two lone players. So they are still finding that chemistry in preparation for the grand finals. Hence, very likely to see this same lineup with the H2R in it, with Mix in it, to be playing the entire.
I just wish they can find their footings early on before heading to grand finals. They find themselves the perfect formulation when it comes to working as an entire unit, just making sure everything can communicate. They all can communicate well, because by the end of the day, it's always about communication wise, right? We do know all the players do have their individual skills up to the par. Everybody is just incredible when it comes to the performance of individual player. But when it comes to working out as a team, to have every single person on that team to be on the same page, the same mindset, the same objective, and have total full discipline, that's where it's getting tough, especially with young players.
Yeah, and our three players, they're actually pretty young. Mix, H2R, and Range, they're pretty young. So yeah, but when you're young, you have more room naturally. It's just that adjustment will be the question. Like, how fast can they adjust if they are stick to like how they have played for like many years? So we'll see. Experience does play a part, and it will really play a good part if they can perform well in the final Irango for today.
Back here, like the flight path is going to be beautiful this time, gorgeous, feels like it, and just split the map into two sides here, but it's all down to the circle. I have a feeling, due to how hard it was, maybe it's just disguising blessing for the past two games and make it even three because of the Sanhok map even. And this might be a very generous circle. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be easy for the players to get into it. It's going to be a piece of cake, not for breaking a sweat. Hopefully that's the case here. But at the same time, we're talking about the teams under the weather. That's going to be Team Secret, Infinity. Where are they? What happened to these teams? Do they still have a fight in them?
Well, considering that it was a mini circle, but the Infinity still got eliminated early, that was quite a missed opportunity for them, I must say. Since they normally drop in, Softstone come into the base itself. It was unfortunate that they got that circle, but it just had to happen. I'm looking at where I saw the drop. So I guess because of the flight path, slightly over Milta, and Boom is a nomad anyway. So they decide to someone not at Milta. They're going towards hospital, possibly Jopu, South Jopu, because FaZe is not playing, but we got another mid to the base circle. You just had to say it, right? Yeah, not the wedding.
I don't know what's wrong with the circle this stage. It's definitely not going to be easy for the players this time. Good mind. Sem9, they're having a head-on fight early on. XERXIA having a bit of a trouble here, but I thought instead of Sem9, if they can actually do this right, it's going to be hitting birds with one stone. Two birds in one stone here. One knockdown. See with the DBS, he whiffed just a tiny bit, but might actually scores another. Bit of trading gun. and try to work out around the walls. It didn't work out quite right for them. But for the side of Sam9, lucky that DAP not being finished off in an instant didn't cause them anything at all. But on the side of XERXIA, it was an expensive run for them quite early.
And luckily, Kenny had a decent close range weapon, the micro Uzi. It was scary though. It was the DBS. So unfortunately, the DBS did hit. The micro Uzi was a good counter at that with a high firing rate. So he won the fight instead. So yeah, M9, great defense, but too bad for XERXIA, a team that supposedly has a lot of power shown in week number 1. Again, this round, they're going to start off playing as a duo. And if you play as a duo, it's really, really hard to score big.
Oh, that kind of remind me. Some teams back in the days, they do actually perform better as a duo. Forgot which team was it. One of it was actually REGUM Athena. That was ancient times. But there's another team that kind of performed pretty well when it comes to duo. I forgot which was it. But on the side of these Xaviers, they're doing, we can say they're quite comfortable with the position right now. They are the number 1 when it comes to the overall bonus standing points. They don't want to just show off their grand final strategy early on, but on the side of XERXIA, oh man, this basically added insult to the wound for their side. After 1 to the other, it's going to be Baonam United just going to gatekeep this side. It's been a while we saw somebody actually use VSS, by the way.
Yeah, because of the bullet drop. So it's the bullet and also the damage is kind of low. So it's very hard to secure elimination points. That's why VSS is longer the popular weapon. Ever since Matoy made it really popular back, I think it was like season 1 or season 2. But after that, it's like, for the most part, VSS is not that popular because of that same reason. But I was kind of surprised that XERXIA really went to the right bridge, zoom in just like that. Because we about it many times, right? Like BN United will repeat the same thing. This circle, they will surely bridge camp like that. I guess XERXIA, probably they forgot.
Somebody have to do their homework by now. They still have a lot of days here. Hopefully they will try to rectify that mistake. But PERSIJA EVOS, we do know your sniper and are always crowded. But this is not where we want it to see crowded right now, because SMB is going to be the circle. This circle they will be aiming for. We talked about Boom early on. Example, even the teams that actually try to transition themselves towards SMB, when they actually get into it early, got themselves an early entry, they will survive longer. And that kind of apparent and obvious at this point. If you're late, there's no way in. We had it just now. It will be repeated itself if the players and teams do not understand how much and how significant it is to get in early. Some teams even resort to swimming over that site, regardless of how they know it's going to be tough for them to visualize any boat and try to go past the bridges. There will be a couple of teams gatekeeping that site, including Baonam United. But lucky for Team Secret, they land themselves all ashore and all well and live with more than a couple of boats.
Yeah, I'm sure all the teams would have the same thinking of like, okay, it would be nice to be a military base, but sometimes it really depends on the drop spot. Like for Yoodo Alliance, they drop at farm so they can quickly swim across. Team Secret, they're at Primos and take the boat from Primos straight in. GEEK Fam from Ferry Pier, also the same theory. So that's why these teams, we can see them coming in faster as compared to up north like MORPH GPX, like PBE. They would have no choice but to come in at a later timing. So it's really up to them to really make sure on how to come in, knowing that the fact that they cannot beat the timing of these teams who drop closer to military base.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's pretty smart and intelligent coming up from the side of Team Secret, knowing the fact boat around the island is quite scarce. So if you actually get more than one of it, try to snatch it away as much as possible by denying the other teams to find them. And that makes sure that the rotation is quite late. But speaking of Team Secret, I just praise them But the moment they step into this a bit too late now, as Infinity, this is their island to start with. This is their usual drop spot, their initial drop spot. So it's definitely them already guarding over this side. You cannot go in there just running blindly straight, knowing the fact there will be a couple of teams already in SMB in the first place. Without any cautious and alertness of your surrounding, you definitely be taken down easily by these teams.
Oh, but is it going to be as easy? Because like if you look at this mini map, right, we got like 3 teams close by each other. Pretty open for them, but not good for Team Secret. Okay, already one down. That's going to be Zral. And Ryan is in trouble. Lobby will be happy to take the point out of Zral. Team Secret again, dire position. Helton on his knees as well. So Team Secret only has 1 active player left. And that's going to be Raizai. In the smoke, in the middle of 2 other teams, in the open. The longest that he can last if when the smoke dissipates. And does, then pretty much it for him.
It just shows a big difference between GeekFam and Team Secret here. I'm sorry to compare, but you can see how slow GeekFam tried to entry in, even though they docked themselves quite early on, because they know for a fact they're not alone up here. And instead of Team Secret, the moment they step out from the boat, they just willingly, blindly just go straight down there. Instead of GeekFam, they heard the gunshots early on. That's actually a very good excuse for them to pull them back for a bit, because Team Secret being shot down before, but there, there's going to be DP28 with 4x scope, but it's difficult to control, trust me. We managed to score 1 anyway, but they cannot close things off because of how far damn ripped from the rest of them. But the circle happened to be shrinking onto is the left side of SMB, which is going to be really infinities all day long. Now, it's theirs to take, but can they really defend this circle?
Yeah, speaking about the circle, at least now by stage 2, we know 100% for sure it's on the way to the base island. No more 50-50 like earlier on. This is good, supposed to be a good advantage for the Infinity, since military base island is their draw spot. They should know this area, this map, this part of the map, like the back of their hand. And they need to take advantage of it. Hopefully it doesn't become like the previous round's case, whereby they still got eliminated early.
Persian. I'm not sure where are the other DZs. Apparently they're not around, but right on top of the vehicles. But at least they just managed to get themselves squeezed into SMB unscathed. But XERXIA, for the side of RNJ here, have to fight everything by himself. It's gonna be him trying to just defend this and survive as long as possible. Just tough, especially with all the teams coming into this. But some teams are taking quite a number of blue zones here. We're talking about 5 teams in total. I mean, like, MORPH do have a good excuse for that. They are the furthest away from the blue zone early on, coming out of Roshawk. But they need to leave now. The moment they try to get out of the blue, the stage 3 will hit.
Oh
boy.
Just as you mentioned, immediately drones in, knocked out, chased out, Boss Gaming in the blue, playing with 3 players. This is super duper hard for Boss Gaming. Coming from Yasnaya, expected to come in a little bit later, but this is where we talked about, like, there's pretty much no choice. They can't beat the timing of the teams that drop nearby with mid to the base, and they manage it somehow. And unfortunately, still not able to manage it. They're the blue still. They lost 1 player. It looks like it's going for Boss Gaming.
Now, Baranam United are actually guarding over the right side of a bridge. If I'm not mistaken, last time we saw GE, they're guarding over the left side of a bridge. But lucky for the side of D Xaviers, they're squeezing into it the very last minute before GE stops to gatekeep over that side. But GE is quite spread out. I'm not sure where they're at. But for the side of RRQ, I mean, are they still swimming?
Or kind of that, I guess, until we see the map, which hopefully soon, since we should see the transition of the circle, likely to be on the left. Yeah, there you go.
They're swimming.
Yeah, they are on the right, so pretty much good luck there. Unless they can dock them quick, get a vehicle, heal up, then they might be fine. But if they're still in the water, they're pretty much gone.
It's really garbage circle for a lot of teams down there. PERSIJA EVOS spotted out 7-9 on the ground. Can he actually go and save Tom? Lucky for them, PERSIJA EVOS didn't actually try to push it out. But for the entirety of PERSIJA EVOS to be one vehicle in one particular vehicle, that's a dangerous game they're playing. Hopefully everything goes well for them. But Tom, unfortunately, cannot be saved by Kenny. PB happened to be lurking around as well, just crossing towards this side. A lot of team resorting to a swimming by the end of the day, including Boom, just for the sake of survival. They're down to their last destroyer, resorting to this. But BN United, Pumbit, still managed to toss another one out back. A bit of 1-to-1 trade. He managed to find himself some land in between those rocks.
And Boom, one more to go for BN United. Soas gets into the order. Okay, it's going to be the target right now. They just need to find exactly where Soas. They have an idea now. They see him. Razy being shot at. They will go in. They should be able to finish out the job. And that is Boom winning the fight against BN United. Another fairly elimination. And speaking about early, because Boom changed their drop spot to Jogo Pool, that's why they can't rotate into military base circle in military base as fast as the previous round.
It's kind of true. It's too far from them. Yoodo Alliance will take out GE. The last player to reunite with one of their teammates, but Boom is just being plundered all day long. This is almost impossible for them to get out from. Even if Yoodo Alliance having a hard time to score one with this angle, Adiklu can just easily place himself on top of the rest of Boom and start to shoot them down from above. But coming out from the side of the Blues, surprisingly, I'm not sure what is he thinking for the side of Boo Boo. He's trying to scout anybody that's swinging over this side, but the one actually coming is right across the bridge. He got one. Can he got two? He scores another. Can he get another? It looks like a piece of cake for Boo Boo right now. And scores two in the back. Not breaking a sweat. It's not even looking hard for him. But Gosu is still at the other end of the bridge.
Yeah, the
and
moment
he's going to be the last player. Yeah.
The moment you ask, oh, I wonder what Boo Boo is doing, he immediately shows it in action. So he knew that Box Gaming was about to get across. So two in the back, one last first aid. Okay, now Boo Boo will move.
Have to. Hopefully he can still be alive, because the circle is just excruciating, painful to watch here. GEEK fam did take a lot of the left side, but MORPH, whoever stays in the blue zone still, cannot even get an entry. PBE and PERSIJA EVOS both waiting, gatekeeping this side.
Yeah, we got PERSIJA EVOS still on the outside though. Boo Boo Cool, actually on the right bridge, not the left bridge. So he has to get this point to be worth it. Okay, in the back, that's it. Shouldn't be able to survive. If he had a first aid in that box, he would have picked it up. So because he done, it's only down to bandages for him. Yeah, he will be very, very soon.
Oh, it's all about timing, yeah. Just waiting for the inevitable death, waiting at the other corner for the side of MORPH. But at least he scores a couple of elimination points, so they will not go empty-handed. Some teams resort to just elimination at this point, looking at how far the circle is, including RNG, but at least he still survived. He scores one, possibly. He could got himself a clear view. There's no way he didn't secure that one out. But in the meantime, there's nobody to cover five on the side of RNG now. He's all by himself. In the Telco, another one bite the dust. It's going to be the last player as well. RRQ eliminated without any fight at this point.
Yeah, they somehow done that, but it was just too late for them. SM9 by military base now. You can see him tapping on the red base, and that's going to be a... Did they secure it? Yes! Smart pass the elimination onto red base. So it's not only SM9, but guys also shooting onto PERSIJA EVOS. So that's why PERSIJA EVOS at some point, they got a couple of knocks onto Yoodo Alliance, I believe. They were like with each other.
Yoodo Alliance, well, they can actually get what they can out of this. They do have the advantage. They still have the circle. They got the high grounds. On the side of Boom, if they can find a place safe enough to get themselves docked up, they still have a fight. They still can go for it. But GE taking on PBE. Nobody actually staying in the blue zone for now. All the teams that are struggling in the blue zone being eliminated. When they spotted out Range and PBE in the smoke. 2 of them in knock. No rush coming out from any side of the team. PERSIJA EVOS is watching the same angle as GE shooting across. Smart, I'm not sure who's shooting back. Maybe PBE. On the side of PBE, this is just not getting out of here.
I mean, caught in a line of fire between teams. It's going to be hard for them, but at least they're in the circle. They just need to hold on somehow, try to find cover, hope that the smoke is still as active as possible. Because right now we got, okay, not only GE, but I believe Sam9 on side also aiming at them.
Now, it's all about the circle shift after this. The circle pull downward south, it's worth for them to invest this much. PBE, H2 finally goes down. I think that's the loss of PBE as we speak. But Infinity got themselves in the center, and the circle just shifted north all the way. These Xaviers got them. PBE do have one more player, which is going to be reviving at the same time. GEEK fam being shifted away, but they still have a full score and spreading out white thin among themselves. RNG being spotted out. It's going to be the entirety of Boom. Nobody wants to be at the receiving end. But Infinity, oh my god, they take the credit away. Speaking of stealing someone's thunder, that's going to be Infinity taking Boom hard-earned effort down into the drain.
Wow, okay. They really take this map like that, their house. They're taking the points away from Boom. Interesting. They found a good angle there. They seem to be in a good angle even in this kind of circle as well, because they're like on the other end, whereby we see a lot of teams on the right side instead. At least on the video, we have 3 teams. Now, on slightly south side, we still got GE on the outside of the circle. They got a neighbor up north. They got a neighbor on south, that's Yoodo Alliance. So, as the circle closes and they all will need to move, Infinity could probably steal more eliminations.
Why not? They needed it, but Grammary being cornered out and about. Left, right, center being shot down, slipped down even. Everybody from Yoodo Alliance barely hanging on to these cliffs. It's going to be the cliff of death because as Razy drop a big one. And it just eliminate the entirety of Yoodo Alliance. They're gone. Vampires now next to be trying to take down the entirety of these Xaviers of PUBG. Got himself a rooftop. Newsy spot out with an AKM. Tried to reload his magazine, but finally be shot by PUBG. Who got the most widest view up here? The advantage of elevations of rooftop at its best. PUBG cooking up the perfect angle to finish off Newsy in an instant.
Oh yeah, nice angle. PUBG, but Lamborghini is still knocked down. We have Winnie playing this time. We haven't seen Winnie play that much for these Xavier, but now Vampire Esports only has Tony K. I've seen Tony K clutch it before. Can he do it again against Vampire, against Teaser? But the answer is no. 2v1 and Tony K is out. Vampire Esports, this is the first round without a single point.
And also coming up from the side of the Xaviers, definitely winning is the winning point for them. Because of how they just refreshed themselves, a different dynamic entirely coming up from the fights down there. The Xaviers, Winnie is just playing such a big push towards the side of the team. GE going away from the blue zone, trying to navigate himself to be in the center. A bit of a risky game, but well worth investing. Can land himself those elevation. But the problem is, the Xavier's already up there. It might be too late for them to actually go up to those elevations, but Smart already reached out on that point. The rest of GE will get reunited once more, but Lamborghini caught himself in the center as Slim Zai just ran him down like that.
Okay, here we go. GE, they definitely need the points now that RRQ has been eliminated. It's their chance to go up on top of RRQ. The Xavier, however, Levi assassinate, will toss back onto GE, pushing back, but they need to pick up their member. But they need to win the fight first before they can do so, because GE is right in front of them. Parjin on the other end tries to land a nade onto at least one of GE. Second nade will be tossed out, 50% health left, chucks down to 20, and now using the molly to buy even more time.
The Xaviers playing a ring around the rosy against the side of GE. trying to confuse them, making sure there will not be any sort of information at this point. PERSIJA EVOS taking on PBE. Well, the one actually winning is going to be Infinity. Nobody's challenging him right in the center. And Infinity, like you mentioned, they can just farm all animations from the sidelines there because nobody touching the center except for only one team, and that's the Infinity. GE and DZave is a bit too busy amongst themselves, while PBE sitting at the sideline trying to take all the kills from afar. GE slowly climbing up. I'm not sure if they still want to commit themselves to this one. It will not be worth it. They can go down to the left side of the circle and try to re-entry on that side, but they still want to go for this one. These Xavier's down to only one player left. PERSIJA, how can he make this work? It's gonna be Zai coming out the other end. That nade been tossed out. Didn't click and connect, but Zai knows his game.
Yeah, GE, they have no space to rotate because the moment they move, it's free shot for these areas, so they must win it. And good enough for GE, they won the fight. Points in the back, now they can move into the circle.
GE, Sim, Zai got himself 4 eliminations now, but they're down to 3. PBE and Infinity have a full squad. Infinity got the strongest of them all, with that fortress hanging on their side. PBE, they're playing around the slopes of the hill. GE quite in the open here. Everything is just flat plain for them. If they didn't find himself covered, they will be in trouble. They will sort of GEEK be spotted out. Audrey, no way out of this. GE and GEEK fam happen to be sharing the same boat, but worse on the side of GEEK fam. They're down to 2 players. Boomed at one last player. We have no clue about hanging on towards that cliff, playing around it as long as he can. But Master each and the rest of GE, they need to figure out which way to entry in. They want to fight, they need to close it up with PBE.
Yeah, or they can be on the other side of the road and try to stop PBE from crossing. That is a strategy that they can use at this moment, but they got to be careful of the other teams who could point their weapon at them. PB knows that they need to clear the side at least before they get across. If the open road will be just too much for them to handle.
Well, speaking of open road, we might end up being the last circle on top of that one. PBE split into 2 formation, 2 in the front and another 2 at the back, but the one that actually will open up the angle is going to be the one on the northern side. Try to find the rest of the players right across them, which is going to be GE. Infinity, how to take them out of that compound. They need abundance of resources just to flush out Infinity. A lot of mollies, a lot of hand grenade, which none of them do have that luxury right now.
I noticed a 7 before the screen change. Didn't really catch an eye on who exactly it was, but anyway, it will be important when the charge happens. Right now, the circle is still on the side of the Infinity. They have a good chance of securing this chicken dinner. It's a matter of the other teams clear out their flanks first before they can even consider to charge in onto the Infinity.
Yummy May, the last player of Boom, trying to play hide and seek down there. Or do you have GE forcing PBE to fight them multiple times by now, but they're just too close towards the blue zone. It's not the risk they were willing to take, but Boom finally got finished off. Down to 4. With GEEK fam remaining, only 1 player left. Solo have to be relying on his own wittiness to survive here. A lot of GE, they are bold, taking an open space to challenge all the teams to get out of their comfort zone. But Infinity will not take the bait away. They do have an airdrop nearby to the side of PB that can be their covers for a moment. But Infinity, they're not willing to fight yet. Monet taken down inside of GEEK fam. Can they be finished off? But Infinity now they start to open fire. Spot out Masiji steals it away in the very last minute, but it's still the same teammate anyhow. But GE start to lose man. PBE and Infinity, between these 2 teams, actually do have a shot at chicken dinner.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Full squad, they managed to somehow get behind because GE was distracted by the circle they had. So that gave PBE the opening, but oh damn rude. Can he be the one to knock them? Yes, he will! One goes down to Damrude, doing the Infinity a favor. 1 left to go. Can Damrude finish off PBE? Tapping away onto PBE, but land the shot yet. Try to seal the deal. Cool pick up his teammate. He got back up on his 2 feet. They are in the circle now. We still have one more stage to go.
On the side of PBE, biding their time with the airdrop. That very small space. That's going to be the life saver for now. GEEK fam, hanging on to that slippery slope. It's quite a risky call as well, but spotted our bear snipes with that UMP spot on spray. Gorgeous spray on that side. But he's running low with his magazines. Barely have enough to shoot on another player. And now decided to jump down, knowing the fact he cannot withstand the team with what he have. Same goes for Damroot, running low with their ammunition down to the very last bullet. While PBE, they still can go for a fight. On the side of GEEK fam, they're down to the last straw to just swim over and wait for PBE to be taken out of the equation. But Infinity, they're full squad. They don't want to go out and push yet. They know they're safe. So they wait for the team to come towards their angle, towards their side, so they can make mistake.
Absolutely. They have no reason to go out far now. It's more of like the other teams come to them and look at this. PC on the outside. So even if they go any further closer, then Infinity can potentially shoot them down. They have an angle though. That's where PB will need to be careful. GEEK fam on the other side, they're playing by the ledge. So with this angle from the house, you cannot see GEEK fam. And this is where GEEK fam will try to steal eliminations away, taking down the members of PBE and at the same time run for his second place at least.
Well, they are scoring one. They pin it right on the top of their head, what they definitely want to do and need to do. And they scored it right for the side of GEEK fam. You just wait for the right timing and just wait for H2R to finally be spotted out by Infinity. Like you mentioned, this angle is impossible to spot, but they spot Infinity players instead. And Damroot managed to knock on one, but there's no way for them to translate into a point. And they just, you know, knowing the fact they cannot fight due to the resistance of Infinity. Infinity flawlessly just scores that like a piece of cake. The circle was theirs. They don't even have to put too much of an effort. Just wait for the right time to open fire, and that's just it.
Yeah, finally they didn't drop military base. And they get the chicken dinner. Man, this is redemption from the previous round whereby the circle was in military base. And the Infinity, it feels like it's been a long time. We saw them score a chicken dinner, and finally they are back.
And they're back winning it big, by the way, because they've been gatekeeping all the teams from moving and cannot even advance towards the center because they are the center of the circle. And speaking of which, how much did they actually score? Since we do have a very deadly circle as a start, 5 eliminations only by Bear alone himself with 1000 over damage. Imagine the accumulated points coming up from the side of Infinity in this map only.
Yeah, I believe the score not bad in terms of the total eliminations, even though they were in the house for like majority of the time. Because from the house, there's a window that you can see on the right side of the circle where all the teams are trying to get in. That's why PB had a tough time, because the window is able to see their position and a couple of other angles on the right as well. That's where they can eliminations away. On top of that, on the right, they're able to see as well. So that's where they hold a good number of eliminations early on too. So they got themselves 11 elimination points playing in that compound thanks to the circle.
And they're not breaking any sweat at all. We're talking about how pleasant journey was it for the side of Infinity to score that chicken. And they just have those smiles on their face because they know it's not even an effort for them to actually have to invest that much. The side of GEEK fam, unfortunately for them, they cannot last long with the limited amount of ammunition that's left in their magazine. There's no way for them to actually push it out anyways. But they last long enough and let PBE go down first, and that was crucial on the side of GEEK fam. But side of Infinity, this is redemption time for them, like you mentioned. They definitely try to push themselves up there now, since they barely score any points for the past few maps the entire day, and finally hit it off with a bang. This is what they needed.
Yeah, they only scored 1 point before this map. Can you believe it? 1 point in 3 rounds. The 4th round, scored a chicken dinner. Oh, it's good redemption for them. Great work from the Infinity. really knowing the angle from that compound, where to take care of, where to steal elimination points. But this is of the more exhilarating part of this fight. So we got BN United, and then the moment boom was done, Yoodo Alliance had to come after and pin Boon down instead.
A lot of third party going on this time, and resources are scarce, including Yummy May. He didn't have helmet, didn't have fast when this fight happens. I think it's shredded almost entirely due to the fact he's been continuously fighting by himself. There's a lot of GE again, it was a close one, but it's just, you know for a fact if you're not in the circle in SMB, there's no way for you to get in safely by that time. It's just Infinity, like we mentioned before, Cloud, multiple times in the entire day of that late Erangel circle. If you're late into the center, and when it comes to Erangel, it's better to play the center.
Yeah, I mean, that is the meta right now. Get as close as possible into the center. That's where you will see a lot of successful teams putting that off. But I can't say the same for the same success for Team Secret, RRQ, and Vampire Esports. Again, another 0 for Team Secret. This is just insane. I hope they don't break their previous record of the lowest amount of points collected in a single day.
I don't know, it feels ominous coming up on the side of Team Secret right now. We're only 2 points across 4 maps. It's just, I don't know what else to say, man. Nothing good can come out of that. But Boom, Scott himself, maintained their spot in number 1, and GEEK just 1 point shy from the side of Boom. GE climbing up to the top 3. But GE, they are famous and well known for the loss of momentum halfway through. I just hope that's not the case, because a lot is on the line this time.
13 points between the Boom right now at the top. That's going to be an interesting race between the two teams. GEEK Fam in between them, 47 points, only 1 point behind Boom though. So Box still failed to secure the chicken dinner, unfortunately. But looking at the top performers, so we got from the Infinity up on the charts. BA11 already MVPs in the PMSL by this time, joined by Lobby, his teammate as well. And we have to have Razy here and Damroot, always the last survivor for GEEK Fam. Razy for Boom, together with Yummy. These two are very important players for the team.
But for the next one, we're going to hop into a different map entirely, which are going to be D Xavier's, RRQ, BT, and PERSIJA EVOS. The teams should be watched out by the other teams out there when it comes to Mirama. Now, we do know for a fact we don't have BTR playing here today, but the RRQ, PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, these teams are definitely trying to gun down that championship or number 1 in this week. Speaking of which, when it comes to Mirama, this is where we do have a different flags of flying, Cloud. You called it. You got it. The only one that we're waiting for them to actually get those chickens is going to be coming up from Philippines. PBE and GE come up from Myanmar.
Yeah, I wish I could call it right now, because not yet. 2 more rounds, okay? Because today is one days that we can get like all the nations in the game. So what? That'll be perfect. But for you guys as well, if you want a perfect day, month, or whenever, get this skin. The PMSL Southeast Asian Limited Skin Series Dream Chaser. It's a set, the suit, the mask, the gun skin, all together can be yours.
And also we have a lot of ultimate set that are available for you guys in game right now. You guys saw the trailer, and one of it is going to be Dandy Grissa, which is going to be something that if you have luck enough, you might actually have it in the first ever draw with that 10 UC. Or maybe even try to play Battle Royale of Dragon Ball Super. That's available for you guys right now. In case you're sad you didn't get any of the ultimate skins, you know, make yourself feel a bit better by playing this mode.
Yeah, and it is of course the Infinity. I've been holding this here for the longest time, okay? Finally, I can bring this up. Infinity Chicken Dinner, they are here. So, great. So the Infinity rejoice because they're no longer the 1 point team.
Oh my god, Infinity, good luck. The fact that you know, Cloud even got your jersey to be up on the screen right now might be the worst jinx ever. Hopefully that's not the case. If they are one of the few teams being eliminated earlier, we do know who's to blame for. But on the side of Box, is it our fault really? Is it because of us they didn't score any for the entirety of the league? Now we do have one last week here. At least one time. Even in Sunhawk tomorrow, I don't mind.
I'm blaming the circle. They drop Yastaya, military base circle, will naturally come late, and it's hard. So what to do? I mean, you do a team that naturally drops inside a military base. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's like a straightforward math, right? So Miramar has to be it. Come on, that is the only one left. I think they're gonna drop because they let go San Martin to GE, so they are now all nomads inside of Miramar.
I don't know, man. I feel mean by saying this, but it's gonna be a tough shot for Box Gaming to score in Miramar because we do know they do prefer the I don't know what do they prefer at this point really. When it comes to firepower, they can go every distance of a fight to get it really going. But it's just it's just so hard for them to score a chicken. This is one of the teams that's really having the toughest of them all. Like, we're close enough to get the chicken, but we cannot touch the chicken by the end of the day.
Well, yeah, if we're based on record, like the closest chickens were all in Irango. So yeah, record-wise, it's not really helping them, unfortunately. But Sem9 still maintaining Manpa, so I guess it's good throughout the day. I mean, we've got only 2 more rounds to go, so why not? Might as well finish up, right? And boom, no change in lineup. That is unique because Boom normally is a team that changes lineup, but I guess because of their today's performance, it's too bad. So it's nice to maintain that momentum when you still have it.
That's kind of true. But that's the thing, not every team can maintain a consistency and their momentum. And speaking of, having a mental block, PBE were not having that because they have half a fresh lineup this time. Definitely give them a different sort of a breathe of a fresh air down that side. But MORPH, on the other hand, this is going to be a roller coaster team. Their highs and their lows just very extremely like back-to-back high and lows. There are times they're getting themselves quite a number of good eliminations and they are really aggressive, showing such hostility towards all the teams. But at times they are being tamed down, being quiet, and just easily being trampled over by the other teams. So it's really a rollercoaster ride for some of the team. But BN United, now Bangnam United, I dare say they got the consistency when it comes to this season.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing okay, right? In general, last week wasn't the hardest, but they're fine. They're like in the middle pack right now, 26 points collected from the weekly. They should get through. It's just a matter of like how many more points they can get to get the card in the grand finals for BN United. So yeah, I guess so far BN United in general, I would say they're kind of okay. I just wonder whether in the grand finals they can pull a surprise or not.
Well, on the side of PERSIJA EVOS, I mean, we definitely anticipate the Twins to play both of them as Luxy and Zuxi when it comes to the final of the week. So that's something that we should look forward to. But it's still the early of the week, so they're not going to drop their secret weapon, which is going to be Luxy. Well, outside of RRQ, I mean, I do blame the Circle this time, but I will be talking a lot about Circle when it comes to Miramar. It's a lot of land down there, so let's head straight into it.
And this is the first Miramar of week number 3. We head on to it. Question mark for Boom. Where to go? For Box, where they gonna go? The Nomads of Miramar. As we can see, Boom, they're dropping in early. So likely to be Toy Akumada, since the base is normally BN United. So probably Toy Akumada will be a good spot for them with this flight path that's just next to it.
At the same time, I have feelings. It's been a while we do see Creature Field Circle. I kind of miss that place. It'd be nice to have one for once. We've seen Impala, we've seen Los Eagles, Sword of a Circle, Chimacera multiple times. But the rest of them, even around Picado, we've seen a couple of times. I mean, La Bedita, it's been a while. Minas Generalis has been a while, but not Los Leones, please. We do not want that kind of ending. It's a bit slower compared to all the previous weeks. I feel like a lot of teams are a bit more cautious when it comes to the final week. They're knowing what's at stake this time. Boom's dropping themselves in the north. BN United in the north. MORPH is actually on the north. So there's going to be 3 teams going over that side. It depends on the circle whether they clash or not later.
Impala circle again, at least for the start. Interesting. So it's going to be advantage for PvE. The last time we had an Impala circle, PvE collected a good elimination points because they took the high ground on top of Impala and it stopped a lot of teams from getting across to the other side. But because RRQ was really on form that time, they got the chicken dinner. Anyway, at least PvE will be happy with this circle. But for these area, not happy as they got spotted out early on by Team Secret, but Putra failed to land his shot.
Honestly, I don't know who pissed the god off circles for today. That circle has been bizarre for the entire day. Deadly even for the teams actually dropping themselves way up north. I mean, usually north entry is quite clear, and this time it's not so much. Coming out from Los Leones is going to be the most crowded ones. A bit rowdy later on top of La Bendita or Los Leones, but like you mentioned, PBE, it should be theirs to take.
Yeah, whether they can take it home or not, that will be the big question. Because they are playing with a refreshed lineup this week. And whether they'll play with the same strategy or we don't know. Let's see. Because it's half of the team is new to the original PBE. Even for H2I, we can't think about it. Actually, he joined PBE last season. So, not even a year with PBE just yet. So, it's quite a fresh up, I must say.
I've got the H2R games before. I don't remember which team, which tournament was it. But his name's definitely not a new player when it comes to competitive scene. Maybe, I mean, when it comes to PMPL or PMSL Salvation level, this might be the first few. But I agree. I mean, but at the same time, PBE, you talked about how different lineup is. Majority of the players of the veterans one, like Rank and Demigod, not anymore with PBE, and even Mombo is not playing here, one of the OGs of the players. Despite of that, they still can sort of deliver. I mean, their performance still in the middle bracket, they are in the middle pack. It says something. If you give them a bit more time, it feels like they can even go further than what they stand right now. Just give them a bit more time. Hopefully they develop well with their chemistry between them, the synergy in between the players, before even the grand finals. That would be great, because grand final is going to be a banger coming out from PBE.
Yeah, totally agree, because even right up 21 points, not too bad. And if they can take this week to really refine their chemistry, refine their comms, that grand finals is where it all matters. Because right now, knowing that the slot is actually a lot. It's not only about the top 6 slots only, but we can also like somewhat imagine that a lot of those teams that got the PMGC point qualified to PMGC teams will be somewhere else. It will push the slot down. So can you imagine, basically in the grand finals, if you are in page 1, roughly if you're in page 1, you're already on the PMGC. And it's like 50% chance, actually more than 50% chance, because there's like 6 plus 5 slots, 11 slots of PC. You just need to make somewhere in that 11 slots out of 16, you're through.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true. Speaking of PMGC, I mean, everybody wants to be in there because that's going to be the most prestigious competition. That is the highest level to fight against one of the best in the world. Also, maybe a bit of a possibility to travel out to be in Turkey, which going to be even snowing that time. But speaking of which, it's going to be a limited amount of slots. We do know some of them already confirmed to be in the finals, in the grand finals. How to get into the finals, you have to go through the league. How to get to the league, you have to be one of the best teams out here in PMSL. And the team's definitely fighting for it. Some of them have already got a slot. That's why they're playing a bit low and quiet for now. But at the same time, if they're not being careful, if they're not used to the high pressure and did not try to train himself to face the hardest challenges, try to really pick up the guns and fight it back. It's going to be tough, even in PMGC. Yes, you get into the league, but where will you stand after that? Will be enough? Are your preparation enough for PMGC? It's not just about entering. It's about putting your value amongst one of the best in the world.
Yeah, that's where there's such a debate about like let's say if you are say place number 11, for example, right? Like the slot goes all the way down to level. So you're the number 11 team at the PMSL, and then you're in PMGC. Oh, you're gonna survive against the top teams in the world, right? So that is actually, and also some of the teams.
Speaking of teams that actually do have a bit of aggressiveness and want to go and push their limits, there's going to be an United, but it work out for them. A bit of casualty on their side, with break being finished off by the side of MORPH. But surprisingly for both teams, knowing it's not worth to fight this early on, still the stage 1. So they do know what the value if they manage to try to force it out, and what is the best option they can get. It's going to be parting ways and just you mind your own business, I mind mine. That's just it. But Team Secret. Now, I do want to listen 2 cents coming up from you, right? Oh, they're shooting GE. I mean, like, this is going to be a great opportunity for us, Raul. GE, on the other hand, they are fighting for their life. But on the other hand, your opinion on Team Secret, what's lacking that make it so hard for them to be just in the middle pack?
Number 1, inexperienced lineup, majority of it. Number 2, no sub player. Number 3, no coach. And number 4, I don't know the organization direction.
Wow, it's bold. But it's pretty true. It just shows it reflected, obviously, on the screen right now. But inside of BBE versus Box, a bit of a heated moment between these two teams. Box, 1 knockdown is going to be Namkut coming up backline. But the Circle, on the other hand, has shifted again this time. We do have mostly to the side of Impala. I'm not sure if we're going to shift on the right side again. But we does comprise most of Los Leones still. We might actually do have an urban warfare.
Let's hope it goes out. Because we still have a few more stages though. But for Boss Gaming, their chance to get a dinner. They need to win this fight against PBE first in the areas of Empower. PBE should be familiar with 1 knockdown to Kwang, not out yet. His teammates should be able to drive him in the smoke. But for PBE, they have the high ground advantage still, and they keep an eye onto Box. But Box fights back, throws in, knocks down Mix.
Here comes the third party, meddling into people's business. It's going to be BN United from down below to upwards. And PBE, cool. I mean, that's a really cool lightning, by the way. But outside of PBE, they cannot celebrate yet. If they could try to replenish his resources with nearby loot. But lucky for Cool, if, never mind, not lucky enough, another one bite the dust. But Box, on the other hand, I mean, they cannot celebrate yet. BN United got them surrounded here, but are they going for the challenge, or are they just going to part ways?
Okay, low ground to high ground. Maybe they're not going to take the risk. And they're like, oh, okay, we know terrain-wise, not going to give us the advantage. So they're like, okay, never mind. We'll just leave it for now and focus on positioning.
That was surprising. I was expecting them to actually take advantage of the circumstances, especially knowing the fact another team being eliminated just now. That's exactly where they're at. And nobody wanted to have a pick about whether Box Gaming already reset himself or not. But, you know, maybe they just do it for the best, you know. This might be just a silver lining around that, going around in circles. But Team Secret, on the other hand, trying to hunt people down one by one. PERSIJA EVOS is going to be next, right across them, but quite far. REGUM has spotted them out. Team Secret, they are one of the teams that not really loving to hide, but the problem is, they don't have that much cover either.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of open here. So Team Secret, I guess they're still in the circle, but if the moment they move out, I worry that it will shot onto them. Okay, they have a vehicle at least. They have a buggy there, open top. But they really need to plan how they're going to go after this. They probably can go from the left side, which we don't have a visual on how many are there yet. So that could be their second option. Because now with the shots fired onto them from RRQ, the right side is not an option.
With an open top vehicle, hopefully they do have a couple of smokes just to get an exit out from there. They don't have smoke on the other hand. I feel it's going to be a tough one to get out. Boom taking his warehouse by himself. Yoodo Alliance taking the high grounds to make it work for them. What a great view and what a gorgeous spray coming from Iftar. Managed to pin down on one. Infinity. All of them scattered about trying to save him, but the circle speaks on top of Lost Learners this time. You do have PERSIJA in the middle, but Yoodo Alliance stopping Infinity from pushing forward. They'll be the gatekeepers, and Logan lost his life in that process.
Ooh. Okay, the Infinity now playing the rest of the round as a trio. I hope it's not the chicken dinner curse, though. You got dinner the next round, you don't do well. Let's hope that's not the case for the Infinity. And for Yoodo Alliance, they see GE now for the high ground. Ripple Boy sprays onto the low ground. Not able to clip a single bullet onto Smile. But now GE are stuck in the below warehouse. And Yoodo Alliance is on top of them. The moment they move out, Yoodo Alliance can take the shot.
Quite spread out for the side of Yoodo Alliance here. If Ripple Boy caught himself in a trap, there's nobody can save him at that point. But for the side of Empires, 7-9 Mumpa being finished off, or was it just a knockdown? He's being finished off instantly. So 7-9 starting off as a trio. Team Secret, Rise Eye, pretty low himself. They need to get out of La Bendita, need to advance forward now. If not, the Xaviers will overtake them. But Putra just resort to, you know what, I want to take the fight anyhow. I'm not sure that's the wisest decision at that state, because that's the case coming up from the side of Team Secret every single time. They just overextend this fight. That's quite unnecessary. But Bon coming up on the side of Box and Boom. The Boombox team, here we go again.
The moment you say unnecessary, Secret got a knock onto the Xavier. So this is getting interesting. But we'll focus on the visual right now. Okay, we're back onto Sam 9. So here Sam 9 catching MORPH GPX on the other side of the road. So it's Leon in this building. Yoru will be eliminated by Thumb. So MORPH GPX only has 2 players left. We only see one. They got 3 players, but we see one. We see the other left side. Oh, but bad news for MORPH GPX. Look at this. RRQ coming from behind.
It's not great MORPH. Costing them quite a number here. Very separated. 2 wide out spread on the side of MORPH. They can't help each other out. Boo-Boo is right on those elevations, but too far. Team Secret, Winnie is here to take the win. We talked about Winnie, and this is the first time we saw Winnie playing. But look at how calm and composed he is. Regardless of how he's not playing the entire week 1 and 2. Very different. And it's going to be Zra versus Winnie entirely head-to-head. Zra taking on the stairs, but Winnie will not take the bait. He will not go in the stairs. Smart move coming out from Winnie. Was Zra waiting, hoping somebody will actually march into that compound. But the rest of Team Secret are being broken for their formation by force. Speaking of brute force, their way in is going to be the Xaviers, slowly taking Team Secret limb by limb. But the circle happened to be right on top of GE.
Yeah, GE. Okay, this round they are playing as close as possible to the middle part of the circle. Now they have the advantage. If we focus back onto the fight between Team Secret and the Xavier, here we have Zral on screen. Other teammates are on the outside. It's going to be 1v1 now. M249 versus a DB. Yes, M249 wins. But his other teammate is at the stairs as well. He's hurt the DBS. He knows that the other weapon is the DBS. So it's not going to be easy to charge down. But wait a second. Did they got some help from PERSIJA? He was from the... Oh, no, not yet. The fight's not over yet. 3v1. Here we go.
Lamborghini trying to force them out. But Levi and of course, Helton and the rest of Team Secret still holding their ground. Finally closing in the distance between them. PERSIJA taking on Box Gaming. MORPH on 7-9. 7-9 fight back by being counter-fired. Dap. Down to his last few health here. Where are the rest of 7-9? They are way too scattered out. That's so far. How can he supposed to help them at this rate?
Well, I guess he was trying to pull an off angle there. But unfortunately, they all got eliminated eliminated. They lost the fight, and that is where Sam9 is taken out. But we're back on the Team Secret. Now, DZera only has one left. Only Parjin. I think they know that he's there. They are all looking towards that. It's just that Parjin not showing himself. He tosses a nade, hoping to get a knock. But his first nade will not knock down anyone for Team Secret. Team Secret, they need to clear him off first before traded, because he gets to backstab them, and they will do so as they to the point, eliminating DZera. But there's another team on the hilltop. But see EVOS now going to take advantage of their overexposure.
That's why I'm saying, oh no, the moment they won themselves by getting out of the place, to be shot down by PERSIJA EVOS from above. But boom, spotted out QEON. QEON, it's going to be Pumbit eyeing out to you. Tail to tail, the Pumbit want to chase for it. But the thing is, the team do have, MORPH do have their own vehicle respectively. There's going to be a minivan as well. It's impossible for Pumbit to take it down by himself. Now, we're going to take Grammary on the grab, while Yummy next possibly. Only one vehicle on the side of Boom, I guess. Not really, I have a couple of them. But MORPH, they don't want to overstay themselves. Even Boom start to move away because of the Blues start to squeeze in and shrink even further. But QEON now randomly sprays. A bit devastated, a bit disappointed. Didn't score any of those fights.
Okay, here we go. Speaking of scoring fights, somebody has to score here. But more guys, how are they going to score? They got like two teams looking at them. Okay, they're going to take the mini bus into the circle. The tankiest vehicle inside of Miramar. Okay, as they play by the slopes, and they are currently into safety. But can't say the same for Secret. As the last we saw them, they got caught up by PERSIJA EVOS, and they are out.
At least this time they scored himself a bit more than the previous ones. Got himself 6 points, maybe four elimination points here. But more coming up from the side of MORPH. We're talking about the circle next. It's all down to the circle here. If it moved down south, never mind. It feels like a lot of teams are going to be happy about this, GE included. But we might end up right on top between those streets here. You want to go on the left side, north or south, right side. Boom on the other hand, start to lose men. And QEON just clean things efficiently from the side of MORPH.
Wow, MORPH, they are fighting back. They were in a dire position before this, but now they are points in the back, already 5 elimination points. Make that possibly 6. Oh no, it's actually BN United in the way by taking out the member of Boom. But MORPH GPX, they still don't have the circle. The circle kept away from them. What an unlucky round for MORPH GPX. But they will not go down the fight. They won against a couple of other teams. And now, the next challenge is into the circle. GE, on the other hand, needs to defend the middle.
Oh, they've been burned off alive. Infinity tried to flush them out with those mollies. Hurt them quite a bit of number. Did a lot of number of damage by Bear himself only. But Bear got, you know, he tasting his own medicine at this rate. And Master Ichi going out trying to visualize where are his teammates being knocked down early. I'm trying to revive them. In the meantime, XERXIA spot out Grammary. Z finishing MORPH. It's going to be a piece of cake coming from XERXIA. They do have a very strong warehouse on this state. But at the same time, the moment they step out, it's going to be clear zone for everybody to shoot them down. BN United spotted out Namkut in a very small shack. So was. Try to force him out. It's not taking the bait just yet. Namkut now finally out. That's going to be the last of Box Gaming. I guess our prediction didn't hit anybody.
Again still. Well, one more round to go. Keep our hopes up. But just like these teams who try to keep their hopes up to get the chicken dinner, especially fam, without the circle at this moment, and the zone is closing. But it's going to be a tall order for them, literally, as XERXIA will have the high ground against
GEEK fam, they've been quiet all this while with 0 eliminations by now. Infinity, you mentioned about the Kurds. It's happening on their side. They just got themselves last chicken dinner, and now one of the first few teams to be eliminated. At least they got themselves 10 plays above Vampires. But now Rocket's gonna be Mika. What a Kobe from RC. That was huge from XERXIA.
I hate to break the news, but 10 plays, no elimination points is still 0. So unfortunate for the Infinity though. But for GEEK fam, trying to fight back against XERXIA. Now they managed to climb up at least, so they are on equal ground as XERXIA defend their compound against the trio for GEEK fam.
Orange as the rest of XERXIA do have the domination over this compound, but 2 of them been knocked down. It's not great, but at least they're still alive because the casualty hits on side of GEEK Fam as well. Both team having a bit of a fair trade between both of them. GEEK Fam down to 2 players. 2v2 for the XERXIA versus GEEK Fam. Snipes trying to find an entry. Any loophole they can actually squeeze into it. He found one. He's in. He's breached in. But GEEK Fam Snipes spotted RNJ. Oh boy. Now, for the side of XERXIA, they have to bite the bullet for now. They have to force themselves, brute force, towards GEEK Fam, like it or not. Because if not, they'll be sitting ducks, waiting for the full bullet hit them one by one. It came with a great cause, but Snipes holding on to his last breath. Still holds on down. What a support.
Wow, the trio of GEEK Fam managed to take out the entire squad who had the compound, who had the high ground. Amazing movement from especially swiftly move across the building through rooms to take out members of XERXIA, backed up by Damrud. That was very, very nice coordination for GEEK Fam.
It was a tough one as well. Definitely not easy. But the one who have the huge chances of winning this time is going to be PERSIJA EVOS, because nobody's actually going themselves in the northern side and just give such a big, huge, massive space for PERSIJA EVOS to play and capitalize over that side only on the north. And there's a street in between them. Nobody willing to cross over that side. Whilst Yoodo Alliance taking those high ground and work, they're definitely not safe either. We're talking about them barely getting into the zone now. They have to climb down their higher horses. But PERSIJA EVOS, speaking of them just now, they are denying the entrance of REGUM, and Misery caught them off guard. All the way out flank, even out of the circle. They managed to take REGUM out of the equation this time.
Oh, and not only that, XERXIA has really shot through the smoke. And he got the Eliminant out of RRQ. Nicely, that beautiful game sense. Now, we're back to E, who defended their middle circle, middle compound. They have Yoodo Alliance and yes.
Yoodo Alliance hoping to drop something lethal to us, GE. Try to stop them from moving forward. And outside of GE, a lot of grounds to cover for their side. It's not just GEEK Fam, it's Yoodo Alliance next door, it's GEEK Fam on top of them. It's gonna be the teams across the street, PERSIJA EVOS. Outside of GE, on the other hand, this is just tough to watch because Yoodo Alliance and also the other team try to hand them down. Small managed to avoid those explosions, but for how much longer? Because Yoodo Alliance only playing a dangerous game, willingly to brute force himself in the open just to get GE down on their knees. But PERSIJA EVOS start to fight. It might actually save the neck of GE in the very nick of time.
Wow, okay. Maybe they'll do GE a favor now. That's why Yoodo Alliance kind of holding back. This is where stage 6 to stage 7. Expect all these teams to be really close. And that's why Yoodo Alliance is a little bit more cautious. But PERSIJA EVOS got a knockdown to Iftar. Again, doing GE a favor.
Lynx, hoping to drop right on top. Porsche is going to be Vampires out of nowhere. They're marching as a 4. Spreading out. Slowly taking BN United limb by limb. Tony K, this is going to be a perfect angle if you calculate it easily well, but coming up from Max, spotted out. Tony K is on the ground. Lucky didn't toss over that grenade just now. If not, the entirety of BN United be unjabbly. But Max keep pressuring to the side of Ravenclaw, giving them a bit of a warning sign not to cross the line here. So was a Max working as a duo. Newsy coming up fights from the flank. A beautiful off angle entirely. Give hopes for Ravenclaw to push back up. But GEEK Fam is also have an eye out to a side of Vampires. Vampires, how to enter in without being spotted out. They're definitely being attracted so much of the attention right now.
Well, first they must clear their flanks. That's going to be the main objective. So they managed one, but their main nemesis is going to be BN United that they clear off. Okay, Ravenclaw getting the information. He sees them. He knows that they're there. Some of them on their V's now. They're going to charge straight in, or they're going to take care of BN United from outside of the circle. That could probably be the case.
Oh no, they're closing in the distance. They're being squared down by BN United. Not just that, the Blue Zone start to hit them as well. They can deny the points going against the Blue Zone, or they can just go for the fight. It depends on BN United. What are their aims at this point? Feels impossible for them to squeeze in here. There's another team watching at the other end. But for Vampires, knowing the fact the Blue Zone will not be friendlier this time, it's going to be stage 7 hitting to stage 8 with 6 teams still intact. BN United taking advantage. I will not go down easily without a fight on their side here. So has shredded almost his vest. Max even almost lost his entire helmet down there. Now the resources being scarce around them. Damrick waiting to open fire if he can spot out. So as a Max is going to be bonus point for him. He got himself a circle even. But for Vampires, they have to brute force themselves into the circle. And it's not going to be easy based on the terrain. They do have a lower ground.
Ooh, yeah, Vampire. Okay, let's see, because we still have one more circle, right? But either way, okay, Zuxi seems to be looking on the other side. Okay, red face on Vampire. That means PERSIJA EVOS has interest onto them. And now Zuxi will start to spray. He got, okay, the main fragger for Vampire Esports, the key player for them. Now Vampire Esports
nice.
might lose stone as well, as red face has another angle onto them. Vampire Esports nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
Zuxi and Redface open up a new view for the entire team here. And Yoodo Alliance will finish off GE. GE working as a trio, trying to revive one of the teammates. PERSIJA EVOS down to 3. These are the team with the most numbers. Nobody has a full squad. Vampires down to Duo and BN United and GEEK Fam. Down to 1 single player each. But Max is barely getting into the zone here. And he got a shack right across him. He can take that shack to work. But PERSIJA EVOS, they are capitalizing over this side of the circle. They're just going rampage and rampant right now. They lost Misery early on, but with Redface alive, this guy can never know what the meaning of taking a break. He never stops shooting people. Redface with Zuxi, that's even more scarier combo.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they already got like 12 elimination points at this moment. Looking really good. Look really hard. And now let's try to get another one. He will knock down Nuzi. And it's it for Vampire Esports. Even Ravenclaw eliminated by Damroot. They're out at number 5. 4 elimination points. Max from the other side. Get by Ichi. Ichi is not done yet as Damroot as well feels his wrath.
GE, this is a winning point for them. Down to 2 players of PERSIJA EVOS, but the 2 is really scary too. Down to Lynx and also Zuxi. They spot out Zuxi. GE down to 9 eliminations there. Master Ichi with the high ground advantage. Tried to give support fires. Coming up from the backline was Smart pushing forward. But Lynx tried to revive Redface, but Monet would not give them opportunity to do so. One open angle coming from Monet. But at the same time, it's been pinned down by Lynx as well. Only one rock stands in between them with a very well and buggy. Monet, Blue Zone closing in. He took the risk anyhow.
Oh, I can hear this from the Boom Esports fans because they're hoping that PERSIJA was where's he comes in and GE will secure their own chicken dinner as well. Winning good elimination points. And they potentially might overtake Boom.
So far, Boom also scored himself 1 chicken here. That's going to be a bit too early for us to call that shot because Boom have 2 games that they quite got a big numbers and high kill volumes out there. But GE, if they stay consistently doing what they do best, just like how they did it in Miramar, we do know GE love those long fights. They can perform so well in Miramar. But the problem is, the Wrangle is actually being more played by compared to Miramar side. But on the side of GE, they need to score big, just like this one. And they can survive in the grand finals, can squeeze into it. With Monet getting himself the MVP, well deserving. He opened up so much space, avoiding the rest of PERSIJA EVOS player to pick themselves back up. And Monet, that was not an easy call shot coming up from his side. His boldness coming in the very last minute to push all the way out against the circle even. That was a big one. With 900 over damage with 3 elimination, that will not justify the work he's been putting into and the effort just to get this chicken dinner.
Lone player from Young Galacticos onto GE, proving himself with this MVP performance. Zai got eliminated fairly early, so most of the round actually GE played with 3 players, but they still managed to get this chicken dinner. Amazing show off from GE. They got 12 eliminations this round with the chicken dinner. That's going to be 22 points collected from this alone, and travel distance not that much, because they hold on to compound for the longest time. Again, similar strategy. Play as close possible to the circle and it will reap you rewards. This is what GE did.
Now this is funny because GE, when it comes to initial drop spot compared to PERSIJA EVOS, they actually drop further than PERSIJA EVOS. But PERSIJA EVOS, they travel all the way around it to have a bigger rotation, and they land themselves on the northern side of the circle just now where nobody can land themselves there. REGUM tried to take it away, that compound, out of their hands, but they just keep it well and tight. It was sealed completely for the side of PERSIJA EVOS, and so close of getting those chicken dinner. But the moment circle shifted away, and it happened to be between these two teams that survived until the end, those actually have the better ground. You have to give it to GE. It was a wider view for them. It was a bit of slight elevation. They give them so much of advantage that factors into that chicken dinner.
Yeah, just look at this. Just look at the highlights, right? How many teams come to them and they have a clear shot from the window? That is points collected by GE just by staying that calm, smartly waiting for teams to come to them, and they know which angle that teams possibly will come from, and that's how they collect a lot of their elimination points. Now, speaking about elimination points, PERSIJA EVOS got 13 eliminations this time. And a second place finish, they got 19 points in total. This is going to boost them up a lot. But on the other end, boom, the first time today we see them getting 0 points. So I hope that this is just a one-off and is not going to go on to the next round in the days to come. But also, again, because of that, that opens up opportunity for GE to, who knows, be at the number one.
I have a bad feeling, ominous feeling to the side of Boom right now, because it was 0. And it was literally a 0 right now. And this will cost them quite a bit when it comes to the overall rank. I have a feeling they might actually be pushed down, either by PERSIJA EVOS and also GE, because GE was in the top 5 early on. But it's a bit too early for us to call that one out, because GE really just pushed himself high up there, extremely high, stays at number 1 for now. But the point gap is just a very small margin between them and GEEK, 1 point shy. But Boom finally being pushed down to 10th. PERSIJA EVOS on the other hand on the rise up there.
Ooh, yes. With that amount of point haul for PERSIJA was shut up. Interestingly, 9 place some points, but yeah, that's okay. I mean, it's only like, what, 5 games, so it's still fine. But on the other end, Team Secret is now the only team with a digit point. At least they don't break their previous record of 4 points in a day. Now they have 6 points. That's probably their only good news as of now. But come on, at least end the day with a dub, just like everyone else.
I really wish Monet will stay with GE for the rest of his career, because he just plays so well alongside with GE lineup. We do know he's being loaned by YG right now. He's a very valuable player, great asset. But if you compare with FaZe, that player is different, entirely different being entirely. He just love to spray. He don't care about who's in front of him. He don't play too much of grenades because he just loves spraying. But at least we got ourselves a different flag flying here today, Cloud. It's all down to only PBE. Can they pull it off to just complete a rotation of flags down there?
Okay, so all of a sudden, like, okay, I want to be PBE next. Okay, I know our prediction today is Box Gaming, but okay, now just imagine that I changed to PBE. Okay, so I'm good, easy for Mr. Producer, but you guys can make it easy for all of us as well. If every one of you get this skin, then maybe we don't need to reprint the script, which is the first PMSL South Korea limited skin series in the game now.
Can get more value out of this one because it's going to be the new Beach and Pool Party Team Royale Pass. If you can't land one latest cosmetic, at least you can get a bundle of it. But this is what I love the most. It's going to be my MORPH suit, which is going to be the first ever skin, I think, with exclusive glide effect. That's amazing, by the way.
And it's limited amount of time, okay? So make sure you get it right now before you forget, and then it's no longer there, all right? So, next game, for the first time, if PBE can score the chicken dinner, we will get a row of different flags up there. So, come on, PBE, it's down to you guys, all right?
We do talk about I mean, it's extra PBE for both of us. I mean, like, but you know, maybe we'll jinx it. But we really wish PB can complete the entire round of different nations winning over for today's chicken dinner. But I wouldn't complain if even Box score 1 chicken for today. I mean, like, it's still a win for me.
Well, okay, what's harder to get? Box actually getting the chicken dinner or us getting 6 different in a day?
6 different flags.
Okay, so PBE it is. That's your answer. PBE. And that means the good news is that you still rate Box able to get the chicken dinner. Still better chance than, you know, that 6 flag thing, right?
I don't know, man. I don't want to bet on it. I have a feeling that whatever we want it to happen, it will never happen because we're just having a very salty mouth coming up from the, you know, Malaysians. So, in the meantime, I really hope we got what we want, but at the same time, I don't want to get crushed by my hopes down there. But this is going to be a bit gloomy on the side of Team Secret. I mean, they are definitely hitting rock bottom, a wall, mental breakdown, whatever you want to call it, but they need to come back. At least show us some fight, you know, fight for your pride when it comes to getting into PMSL final week.
Why you worry about your hopes being crushed? Because you already got your crush as your hope. Ow.
What? How did you even... Wait, what? You got me all twisted, man.
What? Look, if you tell it the second time, then it's not as the first time, you know. But if I have to repeat it... now I have to repeat it. The second time is not as, you know, not as effective. It's like, okay. Now I have to think again, you know. I go listen to the replay later on the live stream.
I heard what you said, but it's like so twisty. I'm like, that's a lot of. Wow,
okay,
that's very deep.
Okay, I will try. Okay, so you said that you hope that your hopes don't get crushed by PBE or Box, either one, right? But why worry? Because you already have your crush hope.
What? That's so many double meaning into that. I mean, like, which one is it? I don't want to get the wrong.
What do you mean double meaning? It's quite straightforward. You have Mr. Manager. He's your hope. A big crush. So
that's
now
what I said.
Your
It's
hope. Yay.
double meaning.
Oh my
it's
God.
a different meaning of crush entirely. Now that's what I. Oh, that's so twisty, man.
Hey, if you have to explain it, not okay. Then we move on now. It's fine.
Okay, speaking of crush, right? Speaking of crush, I do want to know if you are a female. Okay, since we're looking at the players' cam right now, who will be your crush in this one? Only one player. Name only one player.
Oh. Probably Stone. Stone. Oh, by the way, probably Stone.
Hey,
okay.
no way!
Yeah. Okay. I have a suggestion, right? So Stone, during the previous SEA Games, the SEA Games, he modeled for the national outfit. Yeah, and why they chose him because he's good looking. So I guess my answer is there.
Funny enough, we actually do have the same opinion on
What?
That. I
Oh,
know,
man.
that's why I said no way, because for me, Stone looks like another pro player called Forsaken, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
I have some similarity to it.
Yeah, I can't unsee.
And there's also a dancer. There's another dancer that have the same gesture like he does, like his appearance is very similar. And all 3 people are amazing people. I assume that everybody have sort of his charisma. They do have a very good personality as well.
Okay. I hate to break it to you, Choo Choo. Stone has a girlfriend and he really likes this girl. Insider news. Anyway, let's get inside of the game.
Thank you for that info, by the way. But not breaking mine. Definitely, you guys out there, don't be crying, okay? Because there's still a lot of good guys out there.
Yeah, sorry,
but speaking of which, I mean, I'm traumatized by the circle today. I'm not even joking right now. We have very generous flight path multiple times, but every single time we said this might be a generous circle, that's not going to be in. So I don't know what else to expect, because we do know, yes, initial drop spot, it might be somewhat similar But some teams decided to change. One, because of the flight path. Second, the circle pops in and they realize, you know what, we can't afford to have our initial drop spot anymore because the circle is just too far. And hence it changes the dynamic of all teams' navigation because of that reason only.
I hope that information from me don't change the ladies out there to love. I mean, great player, great guy, everything. You know, it's okay to admire him from far as a player, right? And just you know, comforting out there.
True. Man, I really wish PUBG do have a sea-level female tournaments one day. But this time we do have a very generous circle. When we mentioned that, I love this. I love this.
Now I start to miss like the tough circles. Oh man. Oh, we're gonna get a normal in the middle circle. End up getting a lost learner circle. Then, well, looks like we're gonna have a very different pace ending to the day.
But there's a high chance we might actually move over to Picardo, which can be more interesting for the ending as well. So keep an eye out for that because La Bonita is still in there. I mean, if you actually do calculate the center of the radius of a circle, yes, it might be Lost Learners, but you know how crazy a circle can get, right? It's insane hot shift, only tugging to one side. So maybe that's the case.
I hope not. It's already last game, okay? Let's wrap it up nicely, okay? Yeah, I'm sure the person will be like, okay, let's wrap it up nicely. Open fight, bang, bang, bang. We go have supper. Or we go to town because that's where they have been going often.
You do know then.
Yeah.
I got no time to hang out, man. It's so busy these days.
There's a thing called social media.
I know, I don't even open up on social media that often because of how crazy things get on my end. You know, I just caught myself in an accident the previous day.
I saw that.
Has been a really tough day. Yeah, it was terrible. I mean, my God. But
tell me about it. Like, what happened?
It was so stupid. It's definitely stupid. You really want to listen to that?
Yeah, we got time. They're looting. It's a nice circle, so it'll take time. Trust me. Yeah.
Basically, I do have an event, right?
Okay.
So I was a bit early, like 2 hours early towards the event. So I was having a really bad day because early on that day, when I went out, it was raining in the morning. So the floor is a bit slippery. So I dropped down on my back. I hurt my back very bad. Half of my body was bruised up. So we have to go for a doctor's appointment next. So we go. After we're done with the doctor's appointment, we straight go to the event. That's my days going on, normal days. And then while we're waiting, we still have 2 hours, right? I decided to lie down in the parking lot, in the car, because my back's hurting so bad. And suddenly our car starts shaking up.
Oh.
Because somebody just have to crash into our car.
In the parking lot?
In the parking lot where the car is not even moving. We were literally playing games in the car. You got shook by that. I was like, how is this happening in a parking lot? The car's not even moving.
In the parking lot.
And the car's bumper fall down because of that. And we have to go back. And then I was thinking, can we make it home like this?
Well, the car was in a condition that it's drivable, right?
Yeah, with prayers that the bumpers don't fall off in the middle of the road. It's not like PUBG Mobile where the pieces of car will be taken out, you still can move the car. That's not the case here.
I was about to say that. Okay, but yeah, you read my mind. I was about to relate.
I mean, like, even parking lots is not safe, guys. That's just how crazy the world these days.
Yep. Well, it just blows my mind the fact that it happened in the parking lot. I thought it was like, okay, while you drive, it happens. It's like, oh, yeah,
no, the car's not moving.
I know, right?
I told you it's so stupid. And I can't be mad about it because it's an old couple that crashed into our car. How can you be mad? With somebody at the age of your parents and saying sorry to you. I feel bad about it.
guess you just don't be mad. You just be objective. I make a police report, and then I claim the insurance. I'm good, right?
We just settled it out back. Didn't even go for a report. We don't have time for that. And the uncle was literally saying sorry profusively. I can't even. I'm like, okay, whatever. We just need to get back home safe. And we have to walk from the workshop and try to find a car to grab back. It's so much work that day. I'm like, and then it was raining. What's worse, when we were walking outside of the workshop, it started raining as well. I mean, that was the worst day of every bad luck happening on that day. I think that's the case for Team Secret. That's how they feel right now.
Yeah. I guess they kind of feel the same too. At least their cars don't, bumpers don't drop inside the game. It
true.
sounds positive to Secret because, Team Secret, you happened one day. Team Secret had it for like 2 weeks plus now.
Over 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's still standing strong, still fighting though. That's something that should be respected of.
But you know what? They're fighting GE. And GE won the chicken dinner. I don't know, I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying. Chicken dinner curse is real,
It's kind of true. And we have our eyes onto PBE. I'm glad they're not touching and being touched by anybody just yet.
Wow.
Hopefully they play their usual game. Like, waited a bit slower and just waited up to the top 6 or top 7 and start engaging with the fights.
I mean, touching here and touching there, that sounded wrong to me for a moment there. But okay.
Can you not go there,
it's
please? Can you not, Cloud?
I mean, it's
There's so many kids watching. It's so many kids watching. So many kids watching.
What? I mean, like, like inside the game, like if able to like touch and not shoot,
No.
then there's something wrong, right? So, just putting it out there.
But touch as in the bullet touched the players.
Ah.
Do I have to explain myself?
Yeah, that's
Oh my
how
God.
I felt just now. It's like explaining the same joke more times.
I'm sorry, guys. Such a big segue, but
because
It's
the circle in
ridiculous
the middle.
today.
You see, circle, middle, nice. We're gonna have a chill game.
yeah, that's kind of true. At least some teams get to have the feeling they are actually playing the game, because we have a very extreme circle today. The players don't even feel like they're playing because the moment they just jump down off the flight, get down off their parachute, immediately shut down by the other teams. You don't even get the experience of playing. How do you gain experience by playing like that? So it's actually a very good circle. So the players do really feel like they're playing.
Wow. I don't always hear that from you, being positive about a nice circle. Normally it's like, give me military base circle. I want to see a Minas Nelson, yada. But now we get a nice middle circle. You're like, oh yes, it's nice for them to gain experience so they can play longer. How would they know? How would they feel the game if they get a tough circle?
I mean,
Liking.
we have really a tough circle for the past few weeks. Not gonna lie on that. PMSL circle is just insane. But speaking of insane, MORPH coming with style. Infinity have to fight back. A bit too far across. Oh, this is not great. Infinity. They got one big good run. But after that, everything just dwindled down to a vortex of... I don't know what to call it. Really dark place.
The black hole right now. To infinity and beyond to the black hole. But it's only one player down, okay? I mean, we saw GE getting a chicken dinner player, so I'm just putting it out there that the infinity could pull it off too.
Possibly. I don't want to jinx them, but you possibly did. Xaviers. I mean, the chat's been going crazy. We've been cursing all the teams down there, including, especially Box. Especially Box. But Xaviers caught a glimpse on the side of Team Infinity. Kind of, for Vampires, this is not the best place possible for them to stand for their ground. I have a feeling they want to get out of here. It's right at the outskirts of Los Leones. PBE, mentioned about them. Having a good start here. Hopefully don't jinx them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the caster's curse is real or not, I mean, we kind of from Box to PBE, right? So, it's still holding us. So, I mean, there's still a full squad. Anything can happen. We're still pretty early into the game. But for Vampire Esports, today is not the vampire that we used to see. I mean, being in the middle is fine. It's just that because they're vampire, they have a different reputation, and it happened to be PBE on top of vampire.
It's not just one team, it's two teams on two different angles. Vampires on one side. It's going to be a different team entirely behind the other. RQ... Vampires happen to be attracting a lot of attention here. Feels like RQ want to engage, a bit hostile towards them as well. And PBE, I'm not sure they're choosing right now whether they want to go for Vampires or not. But GE definitely having a great start just now, but didn't actually secure those points early on. Except for MORPH scored on 1, which is going to be Infinity lost 1 player. You do have the circle shifting away. Will be right on top of Chumasera. We might actually have a shot at Chumasera now. But I take that back. It's going to be a partially including Los Leones. But I don't think that part of Los Leones do have a lot of buildings, do they?
This part, no. It's pretty open. So at least it's not in like a city-ish and so on. We got a few houses, but that's fine. I mean, normal, right? So that's okay. And you know what's better? Is that PBE is in the circle, right? So in case any of you viewers out there, I know I saw it. So oh, that's it. PBE number 16. Calm down, people. They are in the circle.
They are those who are not in the circle too. Yoodo Alliance, I'm not sure what happened, but I think it's going to be a long fight between them. Definitely have a bit of time to revive. BN United. Now, BN United not quite yet reached their peak performance like how they did in week 1. But definitely built up the momentum to it that side. You can feel it. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be better than today. Because I love that side or that version of BN United. It was so aggressive, so explosive. And I miss those kind of fights coming up from BN United. And it kind of so different. If you compare it with them, with all the other tournaments before, I'm loving this.
I wish I could say the same for either Box or PBE now. I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. Because they're the only one without a chicken dinner, right? So they're always on my mind. You know, you're always on my mind. You know, that song, like,
I don't know that.
To Box. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said it to me. Okay.
Yeah.
Parisian.
That is what I thought.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep. Thank you. MORPH. Sorry, guys. So many segues. GEM Boom. Now, there's going to be one team that's winning over this time. Both teams happen to be in the same boat. It's going to be both GEM Boom. This is what I hate most. When both teams are in dire need of points to make sure their bonus standing points were actually pushing themselves up in the very last minute to get into the grand finals. But both teams have to fight each other out this way, not like this.
But GE don't have the advantage. Like, terrain, no advantage. Manpower, no advantage. I don't think they would really want to take this fight. But Boom somewhat can. I don't think they want to leave their advantage unless from that hilltop they get a clear shot, then they'll pull the trigger. If not, might not think to force the fight yet. And like what you say, right? Both teams are really desperate for the points. Like, how much of a risk are they willing to take? Will be another question.
Here comes the question of a circle next. 16 teams still intact, only 2 players out in the lobby. And it's right in the middle of nowhere. And on the outskirts of Los Leones, left side to it. And this, we do know this place is quite open. Scarce for compounds, not enough covers, but they are small shacks around. And when we talk about PERSIJA EVOS, they do know their standing point. Same goes for the RQ side. They'll take themselves in the middle of this circle itself. Can they hold the ground? So that's a bigger question, because you don't have much covers on this compound, on this vicinity right now. PvE mix spotted out SOAS. That's a very dangerous game. SOAS down to only 10% of HP left. Infinity taking on MORPH. What is happening to MORPH?
Wow, MORPH GPS. Only down to 1 player left. Middle pack. Not that bad, not gonna lie. But I know they had an explosive second week. But yeah, now it's just like, just okay for MORPH GPS. But okay, it's not that bad. I didn't say anything.
Yoodo Alliance tapping out. Audrey. A bit of a long distance. Bull and Prison. These guys keep tapping it out. PB didn't score anybody. I'm surprised because they do have those elevation. They do have a lot of information about all the teams, including Vampires we saw early on. But unfortunately, they didn't score any due to the structures in between them. BN United, very fan out amongst themselves. They're just so widespread with a lot of teams surrounding them as well. XERXIA and DZav is playing the open field here. Having a bit of Mexican fight. Boom versus Box.
Oh.
A bit of trading. Boom is losing this one.
Okay, I don't know how to feel excited or not. That Box is actually winning against Boom. Boom only has one active player, but okay, it's 1v1 now. Grammary against Namkyu. Yo, the nade bounced. It took out one, but oh, Namkyu, the second nade landed onto him. He's forced to move. His teammate goes to nade it out. And 1v1, but GE! No! GE, the one to take out Boom! GE! That elimination that they'll be really happy with.
What a backstab for Money. Just casually swings over that side. Taking out one of their closest competitors to get into the grand finals. That's gonna sting on the side of Boom right now. Box Namkyu, this is a dangerous vehicle. He needs to actually make a distance between the explosion of that vehicle. GE surrounding Namkyu. Who would have thought GE can put up such a well-disciplined trap amongst themselves?
Oh man, this race, bottom four, getting super exciting now. We're exchanging between GE and Boom in like overall performance. But for Box, with only Namkyu, I'm not hopeful for him to score the chicken dinner for Box since we have 14 teams left. So all out PBE to get the chicken dinner, complete the flag.
GEEK fan versus XERXIA. Look at how Chopper and Urzi already prepped up the nade. Seeing this for Audrey. Damru got hit at Kobe. Urzi scores it. And down the tree for the side of GEEK fam. It's going to be a bit of a slippery hill on them. But Audrey in a danger zone. They are definitely being cornered up. RNJ, ring around Rosie, a bit zigzagging with that UMP. Audrey, his bullet's running low. XERXIA is winning this one. And GEEK fam. Oh man, this is not great. They scored chicken today. Will this be it for their last map of the day?
Oh, Snipe started over here. Yes, Shopper came shopping. Takes out Snipes. Big fam eliminated. But at least they got 56 points total. Not bad for a one-day haul. So, yeah, keep themselves up there. But for XERXIA, they are the one in dire need of points because they are down there instead.
I don't like Olio's companion. It's creeping me out. It's like Annabelle's watching you, you know?
Wow.
It is what it is. It's like Chucky running around. Imagine you have a companion as a Chucky companion in the game. My god, that's terrifying. Sorry, guys. Team Secret. They take a bit of late rotation. Infinity right across them. And Infinity, we talked about them before. They lost one man early on. They take the fight here. Lob in Logan. Cook up the nade. We haven't seen the best of Logan when it comes to today yet. Well,
yeah.
PBE. Oh, PBE, Cloud. This is your fault.
They're still alive. They're still alive. They're still alive. Come on, PBE. Okay, they just need to deal with Vampire. Okay, just need to deal with Vampire. Yoodo Alliance had to come in from the other side, knocking down a member of PBE. And now Vampire. They know that knock. They saw the elimination feed, and now they're rushing towards PBE.
PBE range managed to knock on two. That's
wow.
Killing all of Vampires with one nade. Rage is actually a tree. I wish we get that replay again. What is happening? Vampires down on the ground, slowly being chipped off. This is gonna be costing them quite a limb for the side of Vampires to challenge PBE. We thought they might actually lose it, but Rage make it happen for the side of PBE to win over Vampires down to stone. This is gonna be it. The most good-looking player out of all PUBG Mobile players. Finally will be finished off by PBE. Will he fight back? Stone down to Lost Wire. He couldn't actually fight with his face, man.
Oh man, I mean, good looks don't win you the war. but at least it goes. Oh, well, okay, sorry, never mind about that. But but it was 1v3 or 4 at that time. So I mean, at least in the great words of Mr. Steven Aerosmith, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose, it's how good you look. So Stone won something today.
Oh, if only you could just shine your face with all the players suddenly all faint out, but that's not gonna be the case for the side of H2R. He's a bit separated from the rest of the entire roster of PBE. Hexos, he will be the troublemaker for PBE. Stop it, RRQ. We need all our national flag. Not like this. No! PBE! RRQ is just decimating them.
Come on, RRQ. Okay. PBE still got one more left, alright? One more left for PBE. H2R, the building. What? 10% of health. Okay, healed up. Yes, SOK in hand. SOK, short range, good enough to clutch. RRQ has it surrounded. They'll charge it onto H2R. H2R gets another onto the Bako. He got Bako's point, but BN United. Man, how next time do we have today?
My God, I have a love-hate relationship with RRQ and BN United right now. I swear to God, I really wish PBE actually scored that one. But Team Secret, they're winning this one now with 4 eliminations. I mean, why? PBE almost got it.
Now we have to hope for the next day to get a multiple flag again. So now we don't even have box. So may the best team win, I guess.
Oh man, back to our side of Team Secret. Ryan's out with 2 eliminations, knocked down to his knees and might get finished off. Helton as well. Where are the shots coming out from? This troublemaker, this BN United and Infinity. God, why? It's going to be another decade for us to actually get this kind of flags flying, you know?
Here we go again. Tomorrow is another day. Can't look at the groups though. But alright, at least Team Secret is still in this. Okay, Team Secret already got 4 points. So they don't end the day with a single digit, for sure. But the moment we mention about teams, I mean, they're losing players left and right. Helton with his last tick of health. And still caught somewhat on the outside of the circle. Man, Caster's curse is real, gosh.
It's you, not me. But on the side of Team Secret, they fought their life out of this. Down to only one last player. They'll be fighting all this while. They got 5 eliminations. Can they score another? If they can, oh, never mind. Hexus, it's on me. It's on me. RRQ again. RRQ. What's your problem?
Speaking of actually all the teams that we mentioned, they are doing the kiss curse for us now. You know, I think if we keep saying other teams except for RRQ, they want a chicken dinner.
I'm gonna vote for RRQ tomorrow. Just because today they spoil our prediction. Not really prediction. The pattern of our chicken dinner today. Just because of that. But Infinity, well, lobby. Kind of out on the open. Look. Take a bit of elevations and just tapping it out. I'm not sure where all the rest of Infinity. They're being separated by the street right now.
Wow, the Infinity. Okay. A little bit split out so they have an off-angle position. We needs to get over this hump in which RRQ is there. So he's going to stand up. He's probably going to go for it. Probably going to find an opportunity to get with me who has an off angle. But we're going to see another team right now. XERXIA area has 3 teams together. Stage 7 will be insane. Where we go. And it goes up. XERXIA needs to move forward. Same goes for Yoodo Alliance.
A hump, huh? Of all the things you can mention, it must be a hump. That's all I take from what you mentioned just now.
Choo-choo! Behave.
Tapping Infinity and beyond it is. Lobby Axe got pinned down between the blue zone and also the mini 14 taps from Look. Making it difficult for Infinity to retrieve his own teammate. RRQ right now in the open. XERXIA SZ taking a bit of a bullet to his side of RRQ. The street is what's just separated them from the chicken dinner right now. And PERSIJA EVOS, you have to give it to this team. Between them and BTR, when it comes to getting those circles done, they are just absolute perfection reading out the circles.
Yeah, play the middle. Actually, they've been there for a long time. Same strategy. Play the middle, good spot, hold that ground. It's all about holding that ground. And so far, it's been working for them. Not only they managed to hold, they managed to pick up 5 eliminations in the process.
It's a lot. Not even breaking any sweat at that point. Just like how we saw the previous game in the Wrangle before. PERSIJA EVOS is doing it again. BN United taking on RRQ. Down to max. No mercy. Definitely not being shown mercy by all the teams. Infinity slowly pick off one by one by Zuxing. And these guys still have so many bullets on this side. There's no stopping PERSIJA EVOS to tap out all the teams around them. Quite difficult for them to visualize due to the lower ground, but SZ, Rebel Boy each got 1 elimination, especially SZ taken out of the equation of Infinity out there. Down to only 1 last player.
Oh, nice alertness from Rebel Boy. Gotta give it to him there to spot out that member or be added. If not, they might have been backstabbed. But now, you mentioned about long time no see. Logan happened to be the last man standing for the Infinity. So it depends how long he will last. He gets it knocked down. Beautifully done. Logan! Another backstab this time onto RRQ.
I'm sorry, but thanks PERSIJA EVOS. I'm sorry, I sound biased, so I don't care. They really make me so sad just now for RRQ. Even though I love RRQ as a team, but it was once in a lifetime opportunity for us to actually close the day with very colorful flags flying today. But on the side of PERSIJA EVOS, this is so solid when it comes to positioning. There's nobody can take them out of those compounds. And they got the circle, they got the compounds, they got the wall, they got the elevations, they got everything on their side.
Wow, 3-way finale. But we're gonna see all of these teams with a full squad. This is going to be super duper huge now. Who will score this chicken dinner? Yoodo Alliance or PERSIJA EVOS?
It's full squad 3 teams. XERXIA coming up from the left side. Yoodo Alliance on the right side. The one in the middle is going to be PERSIJA EVOS, but they do have those walls. RNJ tried to break the silence and the tension. Tapping out to its Yoodo Alliance, not connecting anyhow somewhat. Olio, I'm not sure what is his plans right now, but that's definitely not the spot that they want to place themselves in. But it's caught Zuxi out of the corner. And this is it, Yoodo Alliance saying it's a go time for them. Green light to push in, but a bit of accidents right across it. And XERXIA actually winning this over.
And the bad news for Yoodo Alliance is that XERXIA is on the other side, pointing their weapons onto them as well. But EVOS will be happy to pick up the points. If that will be eliminated by PERSIJA EVOS. Redface caught up by RNJ. He's prone it right now, crawling to safety, but RNJ will not make it easy for him.
Ripple Boy, he saw the shots come out to his side. Those bullets flying just across his ears. Addict look, yeah, they kind of trap out. There's no way out for Yoodo Alliance other than just brute force themselves towards and charge in. And the moment they just try to go forward, it's going to be nothing to cover themselves. They don't have enough smokes anymore. Couple of hand grenades for Addict look, but what can he do with those grenades? There's no way to get an entry here. While XERXIA capitalized over this side of the circle, they do split into 1-2-1-2-1 formation. PERSIJA EVOS slowly losing men, but they can revive. They do have the building, but Erzi closing up for Yoodo Alliance. We're down to 2.
What that nade? Okay, who got it? Okay, Olio taken by PERSIJA EVOS, but Earth's got Rebel Boy. They're sharing the points there. PERSIJA EVOS against XERXIA right now. Redface needs to 5, and they need to do it quick because XERXIA is getting close.
Zuxi, keep the pressure on Erzi. There's going to be a couple of... That's the last robots he's going to toss over that side. But at least he scores on Erzi. Erzi, the flanker is down. It's down to the rest of XERXIA to close out the game here. But the Blue Zone, who will be shrinking down to the side of the Blue Zone first? It's all about the Blue Zone now. Last stage there is Megamind. Try to force a fight. Erzi bleeding out. PERSIJA EVOS clustered up in this building. Chopper start to toss a nade, hoping it will land onto somebody. If somebody being knocked down here, it's a go time for XERXIA. It's going to be green light for them.
It looks like PERSIJA EVOS will be the ones forced out of the compound. XERXIA, which is to hold their ground. 1 man down. Make that 2. As RNJ on his knees. PERSIJA EVOS still healthy right now. 10 elimination points for PERSIJA EVOS. They can make it. They can take out the entire XERXIA squad. 2 more to go. gonna be Chopper and Mega Mind to do.
Make a mind down. It's gonna be Chopper last of every meeting. PERSIJA EVOS made it happen. My God, what a solid call from the IGL to just read out the pattern of the circle. That was insane. How PERSIJA EVOS knew exactly where to stand, secures the positioning, and secure a double-digit elimination from that angle. There was a clean, flawless run from the side of PERSIJA EVOS.
And it was great that they got that one, at least so they got the off-angle knock that allowed them more space to come out of that building to take that head-on fight with XERXIA. If they didn't get a knock from the off-angle guy, then it would have been tough for PERSIJA EVOS because there were too many for them to cover. But that gave them the opening. PERSIJA EVOS did really well. They waited patiently. They waited for that knock. That is no signal. Misery! 7 eliminations. Only 2 damage points to 8,000. But it's okay. It's still 7 points in the bag.
Didn't tally up with the elimination, but he plays it smart coming up from Misery. I agree. PERSIJA EVOS, they have to directly or indirectly tank the openings because of how they break the tension with Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance is the only one that can actually stop PERSIJA EVOS from getting out of the compound just now. And they got a quite clear view, by the way. But just now, it was an insane circle. I mean, like, yeah, it was a generous one. But at the same time, the circle ending was not particularly easy. And when it comes to damage, was you have to give it up to Misery. I think his nade's hitting quite a number. But that range from PBE nade, that was huge, by the way.
Yeah, that one against Vampire Esports. I mean, that broke the heart of Vampire Esports just like that, just by that nade. That was insane. I wish we have a close-up replay. Hopefully we get that in the recap later on. But look at his stats. XERXIA dished out 740 damage but got 2 eliminations. So it just shows that he's been working a lot as well, team. And Misery took home a lot of elimination points. Almost half of the team eliminations in this round.
I agree. And when it comes to travel distance, surprisingly, all 3 teams actually almost similar to each other. Compared to RRQ, we travel the furthest away because we do know they're dropping way a bit further than the rest of them. PERSIJA EVOS actually land themselves quite early in that compound, and they are not moving at all compared to all the others who came in a bit later. So I don't know how they actually formulate the pattern of a circle. PERSIJA EVOS and BTR. I mean, BTR not playing here today, but they definitely have a very good analyst and a very good coach to really read it out and share the information with the IGL to call the shots when it comes to reading out the circles.
Yeah, the trend from middle of last week onwards still continuing. Play as close as possible to the middle of the circle. Defend that ground, you cool. And that's exactly what they did. Rinse and repeat formula. Of course, easier said than done, but that is still the formula that worked out for a lot of these teams at Chicken Dinner, including PERSIJA EVOS, and it's not the first time they played this strategy. Last week they saw strategy as well, and they still got the Chicken Dinner. So expect them to continue on because as of today, it still seems to be the case.
I think we got just a glimpse of those the triple knock coming out from Race just now, but we didn't get a clear view out of it. But PERSIJA EVOS scored double-digit elimination. Same goes for the side of XERXIA. XERXIA is coming back after a quiet week too. They're coming back to take all those eliminations away.
Yeah, 10 elimination points this time. Looking good with the second place finish, 16 points. Yoodo Alliance as well, another team that gets a double-digit total collected. So that's going to be 10 for them. GEEK fam, unfortunately, the only team without a point this time. But we got a couple of ones at the bottom. 7-9, Vampire Esports, D-Xavier, MGPX. But I think now the scary one is Boom. Are they back to their old ways because this is another 2-point round.
Speaking of the total points so far, PERSIJA EVOS, GE still stands at number 1. I kind of worry for GE because usually when it comes to the wildcard, they can maintain number 1, right? But when it comes to the Southeast Asia level, there's a shot they will be targeted by all the teams out there. But the one we should concern about is going to be Box Gaming Team Secret. Why am I not surprised?
Yeah. I mean, it's almost consistent every week for them. So with this continues on, then that is going to be hard. I mean, it's already 6 gone, so they got 18 games more to really push it up. I don't know if they can have an insane performance within those 18 games, because to score like first place and kind of hope for other teams to not do well to stand a chance to play in the grand finals, which will be in the main atrium, the Sunway Velocity Mall, held on 25th to 27th of August. That is playing next Friday onwards. It's getting closer and closer. So if you haven't booked your tickets and you're looking for overseas, better do it fast.
And also, that's a good place, by the way, for you to go shopping, for you to taste new food, because there's so many good places around there. And when it comes to accommodation plus transport, there's abundance of it down there. So you guys don't have to worry if you happen to be flying to Malaysia the first time. And if you kind of get lost, you can just text us with our IGs, our social media. We try to help you out, because I think both of us are living nearby, but sadly we will not be there.
Yeah, but no, what's not sad, we're gonna see our host Tash Bunny. Here we go.
What an end to the day. A team where we didn't expect to be on top is coming online. But speaking of coming online, on stage with me, I have GE Mernat on stage with me. And, you know, he told me that he wasn't even nervous being here. So let's see how he feels after. So first of all, congratulations on that massive chicken dinner just now. You guys got like, what, 22 points, I believe, which was honestly a lot, because it was 10 points for chicken dinner plus 12 eliminations that pushed you guys all the way up to first place. Now, let's talk about the changes between this week and last week. What made your team perform so well today?
So, the chicken dinner ကိုဒီ we1 မှာဒီရသွားတဲ့အပေါ်မှာလည်း congratulation ဖြစ်တယ်ပေါ့နော် So ဒီ we1 ကစပြီးတော့ဒီပြီးခဲ့တဲ့အပတ်မှာလည်းဟို performance ကတိကျထပ်ပြောင်းနေပေါ့နော် So ငါတို့ဒီလိုအပတ်တိုင်းမှာပြောင်းလာတဲ့အပေါ်မှာဟိုဘာတွေများပြောင်းလဲခဲ့လို့လဲပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါတွေသူတို့သိချင်ပါတယ်အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပြောပြပေးပါတဲ့ဟုတ်ကျွန်တော် we2 မှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့စုံပဒန်တွေကိုတခြားလေးလေ့လာပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြောင်းလဲပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် we3 မှာအကောင်းဆုံးစော်သွားပါတယ်ဟုတ် Yes, we. Sorry, hello. Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. We just learned the previous we2 out of the zone pattern and zone system, and we just find out the system of how this is going, and yeah, this is now we figured it out. Yeah.
Figuring it out is one of the, I would say, the crucial, skills that you guys need in PUBG Mobile. Prediction is definitely key, and I think they read that game very, very well. So congrats once again. So let's talk about your league bonus ranking. So right now, you're on 13th points, alongside with Boom Esports, where they have an advantage over you guys with 1 chicken dinner. Now, when you guys talk about this week, it's just the last week to grand finals with, you know, you guys both trying to go for like 16th place. What's your game plan?
So ဟိုအခုငါတို့ဒီ week နှစ်ခုပေါင်းမှာထွက်လာတဲ့ result ကဒီ bomb esport နဲ့အမှတ်တူနေတယ်ပေါ့နော် So အခုလက်ရှိ bomb ကလည်း chicken dinner ရထားတယ် So အဲ့ဒီ chicken dinner ရတာငါတို့တို့ pressure ဖြစ်စီတာတဲ့ So အဲ့လို condition ကြားထဲမှာငါတို့ရဲ့ဒီတစ်ပတ်လုံးရဲ့ game plan ကပါလဲတဲ့
ကျွန်တော်တို့ pressure တော့ရမ်းမဖြစ်ပါဘူး pressure တော့ရမ်းမဖြစ်ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့ we2 we1 မှာအကောင်းဆုံးလေ့လာထားရတဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘုန်းတက်တော့အမှန်အများဆုံးရနိုင်မယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ယုံကြည်ပါတယ်
Yeah, we don't get any pressure right now, and yeah, we just try the best or we can get the max. Yeah.
So like, I think because I talked about this in the previous interview with Boom Esports, they are a team that tends to come back very, very strong. Are you guys worried about that by any chance?
Yeah. So ဘောကအခုအရန်ခံပဲဖြစ်လာတယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့အတွက်ကိုရောစိတ်ပူစရာဖြစ်လာတဲ့
မဖြစ်ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်ကလည်းအကောင်းဆုံးရှင်ပြိုင်နေတဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ကသူတို့တက်ကြော်စီရပါမယ်
Yeah, not absolutely. As you guys see, how we are performing right now. So yeah, this is the game. So let's see. Yeah.
Confidence is definitely a key for them. Now, final question. Well, it's 2 more questions for you guys. What do you guys think your team needs to overcome right now?
So ငါတို့ဒီရတွေကြော်ဖြတ်ဖို့အတွက်ဘာလိုအပ်လဲတဲ့ငါတို့အတွက်ပေါ့နော်
တရားကြီးကြော်ဖြတ်ဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့အများကြီးကြိုးစားခဲ့ရတယ်တင်းအင်္ဂိမ်းထဲမှာလည်းတင်းဝါကိုကောင်းဆုံးလုပ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကောင်းဆုံးပြင်ဆင်ပြီးတော့ တော့ကစားလို့ထင်ပါတယ်
Yes, we try too much so for so long, and now we are building our team. We build our team right now to be better the day before. So yeah.
Right, so you guys had your talks, figured out what's going on, and this is what you guys got today. First place on day number 1. And before we go, this is going to be really interesting, but do you guys have anything you guys want to say to Boom Esports since you guys are both running in for that 16th spot?
ဘုန်းကိုခုနကလို့ပြောချင်တယ်တဲ့ဒီငါတို့ကျန်တဲ့ရက်တွေမှာ
Good luck all the best Boom Esports
Good luck, all the best.
Aw, he spoke English just so he could talk to Boom Esports, and this is going to be very exciting as we try and see which team will be the final teams to make it to the grand finals next week. So be sure to tune in for the rest of this week if you want to know who will be moving forward and who will be going home. So we're going to toss it back to our casters to end the night. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye!
Interesting. Bye. I mean, we're not done yet here, by the way.
Okay.
I cannot stop thinking about that translator because he looks like a good friend of mine who I like to whack. Because he's so freaking dumb sometimes. He's doing stupid stuff. But I mean, it's not my friend. I can't whack that guy. But speaking of GE, they both know for a fact if they just play their hearts out, seeing this was sort of Boom, right? They said the same thing here. There's nothing to worry about. If they actually do perform way better in the top 5 for both teams, they can push down different teams entirely down there.
Yes. It's going to play the race is going to be really interesting, right? Because it's not like, okay, one like GE, like for GE is down there and Boom is like way up there. Nah, they're like interchanging. Man, there's gonna be, I think we're gonna feel, I have a feeling we're gonna get the same level of drama as last season's PMSL.
Not just that. I have a feeling the teams that will be relegated is going to be a different team entirely.
Wow! like both pass and then they swap with another.
Yes, I have a feeling. So for DBD, MORPH, GEEK fam, is not safe at all. Same goes for PvE. Whoever there is, like from 13 plays down to 16, is not a safe zone yet.
Mind blown. Because right now they're like number 1 and somewhat up there, right? So, ooh, potential. I mean, it's looking scary. But you know what? Another away from the interview is that it makes me wonder whether Myrna actually is good at English. So he's pretending not to know, so that if you talk around him, he knows that you're about him. But that's for us.
These guys,
right?
Yeah. I also just add one more. Okay, producer, sorry. Maybe they're being forced to not speak English in that way. So we can listen to their language, So we, cherish all the languages difference, even though we don't have different flag flying all over today. So
just like Sertani, he didn't need a translator. But I have a story for that tomorrow. I'll keep that for tomorrow, Lisa. We gotta close the show right now. Thank you so much for watching. You guys have been amazing in the comment section. Manila Mikey, Mois, Ron Kid, and many names that we could not possibly mention. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the Choo Choo. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.